Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Potter Went to Find Banished Daphne. So do 4 blue hearts comment, be sure to subscribe IBE to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione uncensored spicy version, link in description. Remember, no matter if we fail or succeed back in time, do not ever look into your other self. If you do, unpredictable things might happen. H. Granger. Hermione's warning ringed in Harry's mind. As he recalled the previous night and somehow he knew he fucked up, he had seen his other self. He was nervous the whole day, but it seemed like nothing bad had happened, so he went back to sleep. Sirius was safe now and he had exams soon. And another dull summer with Dursleys awaiting. His worries persisted for days, weeks, but as nothing seemed to happen they disappeared from his mind. New problems replacing the old, Dursleys. Quidditch Cup, Triwizard Tournament, Voldemort's return. That's how the boy woke up, still with memories of Cedric's dead body engraved in his mind. Voldemort's resurrection ritual, the fear of the future to come. Just yesterday he witnessed the Dark Lord's return, still unclear on the details of how exactly he was transported to that spooky graveyard. Voldemort did mention an agent in school. But who? With dozens of new people in Hogwarts, 2 foreign schools as well as Triwizard Tournament staff and helpers, anyone was a suspect. While waiting for the head master to come, like always did after such events, the boy was just lost in his thoughts. It's basically a yearly occurrence at this point, though Harry, first the Quirrellmort, then the Basilisk, then the time trip saving Sirius. Now Voldemort's return. My life was never easy. As his internal monologue was ongoing, the boy did not notice that the clock on the hospital wing's wall seemed to tick a bit more slowly as the world slowed down. A few minutes later, he realized something was wrong, as even his thoughts started getting sluggish. He tried looking around, tried as his body barely obeyed the orders. His head did not move. His eyes barely moved a bit, even that as if in slow, no slowing motion. And then it happened. A nightmare, a new story for the poor boy to endure. As his body was fully frozen, his head barely processing the thoughts, he saw something appear, as if fade into his vision. A wall of transparent clocks of various, old grandfatherly ones, electronic ones, all sizes from large to small. The boy was shocked and tried to do something, anything. Shouting for help first came to his mind, but alas, his body was seemingly frozen still. His eyes were already frozen, with eyelids stopping mid-blink. He was seemingly frozen, all the world was quiet, non-moving, only the illusory clocks in his vision moved slowly, and eventually inching towards midnight. Click. As all the handles aligned straight up, there was a sort of clicking sound, the same he heard when he needed to rewind some old clocks at Dursley's. Then his vision shifted, the clocks started going backwards of all things. His body eventually started moving, but backwards, not in his control, as if, repeating the movements he did before. The rewinding sped up as he saw and felt all that happened last year. He was already feeling nauseous by various images flashing through his eyes and his body experiencing the pain, the wounds of the past while he could only watch with no control. Voldemort's return, Cedric's death. Triwizard Tournament, Quidditch Cup, Dursleys, Dementors, his godfather. And finally the journey through time, the one he took with his friend Hermione to save his godfather. It stopped at the moment he saw himself across the lake. His other self smiled creepily, seemingly to mouth some words. He somehow understood them: do not mess with time. Perhaps it was in part his imagination. Due to the shock of traveling so far back in time, combined with Hermione's warning all the year back. No, was it yesterday? Was all of that a dream? Click. Harry stumbled as as suddenly back in control of his body and started puking on the ground. Out of the corner of his eyes he seemed to see his friend rushing over in concern. Harry. Subsisto nauseam. A white light flashed from Hermione's wand as Harry's nausea somehow disappeared and she looked at him with concern. She also pulled out a bar of chocolate and shoved it to him. Eating chocolate surely would not he help with nausea. Perhaps she thought he met a Dementor somewhere nearby. But were there any at school this year? Perhaps a few for the third task of Triwizard Tournament. Are you okay? She looked at him in concern. This is a charm I found during some light reading in the library. It's supposed to remove nausea, thought it could help with Dementor exposure too. Harry was confused looking at his friend as she seemed younger. Like a whole year younger since he last saw her. But remembering the scenes he saw, he somehow knew he was back in time. Either that or he finally went crazy. He took the chocolate and started munching on it. Screams of dementors across the lake and a beautiful glowing stag jogged his memory of this event. Thanks, Hermione. You won't believe what I just saw, what I have been through. Just because I accidentally glimpsed myself across the lake. Harry Potter, his talk was cut short as his friend's concern quickly morphed into fury. Did you forget all the warnings I mentioned a few hours ago? And kept mentioning every so often. What have you done? I'm sorry. A quiet apology went out from his mouth as he looked down sheepishly. Hermione's voice slightly lowered as she saw Harry really regretting his actions and hearing his genuine apology. Sorry. You could have died, Harry, even I could have died. And while the time loop is not closed, we might still die or something else horrible could happen. Quote. Then she seemingly went into her I read all about it mode and started listing things. According to Traveling Through Times, Butterfly Effect and a few other books I read. Anything could happen. Seymour Heron mentioned that his companion that saw himself disappeared along with the original and no one ever saw him again. Her voice lowered HTLY as she went to more disturbing points. Some other sources say that some wizards go through some sort of shock and end up in a magical coma. There's a whole section dedicated to trying to cure it at St. Muggo's. Some other sources also mention a witch that went by Hazel Nats who claimed to have seen herself. It appears she somehow became very smart after that, inventing a lot of new spells and making tons of galleons. But unfortunately a few months later she went crazy, muttering, "Not again," all over again, and eventually passed away. Hermione lowered her head, seemingly over-worried again as her anger somehow passed. Or was it simply suppressed by concern of the unclear future? I know I messed up. I'm sorry. Don't know if you believe me, but it seems that neither of those things happened, but it's as if I went back in time. Like I actually lived through a year, and then something happened and now I'm back here. Harry started off slowly, even started to recount the fourth year's events, but Hermione cut him off. I think you should tell this to the headmaster, he might know better what to do. Hermione looked skeptical as if not believing his whole story. Also look, Tempus, we only have 10 minutes to go back to the hospital wing unnoticed, before Dumbledore locks the door. Harry's eyes shifted to the side, and he recalled such an event happening. You're right, let's go. The duo hid behind an invisibility cloak and hurried back to the castle. They barely made it back in time as Dumbledore seemingly paused for a moment before smiling slightly at them as if he knew they were there, his glasses twinkling. Before closing the door and locking it up. Harry was dead tired and just went to sleep, as he knew his questions could wait. The headmaster would converse with him tomorrow like the last time. With those thoughts in mind he quickly drifted to the realm of dreams. Harry, I'm glad Sirius innocence has come to light, even I could not have guessed your parents' SW. Itched Fidelius Keeper at the last moment, still it will take a while for the rest of the wizarding world to accept his innocence, as unfortunately Pettigrews has escaped. Dumbledore stroked his bare D as he looked at Harry still lying in the hospital bed. Now I believe we have one more thing to discuss, his glasses twinkled. Ms. Granger mentioned your time travel incident, can you recount it in more detail? That's the thing, headmaster, I lived a year in the future, Harry started off slowly. Dumbledore seemed to look at him in worry. It could have been real. Do you have any means to prove your claims? Any events of significance? I know things like the Quidditch Cup being held this summer and Triwizard Cup being held next year. Dumbledore paused, seemingly deep in thought, then slowly replied. No, I suppose Quidditch Cup is public knowledge, at least for well-connected few, but Triwizard Tournament is still not set in stone. Thought it's likely to happen, that's not something you should have known. The headmaster's eyes showed surprise for a moment before he composed himself. But it is like the Triwizard Cup will be approved for next year. I suppose I should inquire if we won the cup. If we don't win, I suppose I could strive so that no tournament happens. Dumbledore looked at Harry with his grandfatherly smirk on his face. We won, headmaster. Harry smiled too. But got sad the next moment. But Cedric Diggory died when Voldemort came back. Dumbledore looked stunned for a moment before all his grandfatherly smugness seemingly evaporated. He suddenly looked serious. reminding Harry that yes, this old man was the one who took down the previous Dark Lord, Grindelwald, and fought against the last one, Voldemort, as well. The headmaster seemed to look GHT in the boy's eyes and inquired, "Tell me in more detail. When and how did he come back?" Harry somehow felt his gaze being pulled toward his eyes, like he was compelled to look there. Dumbledore's eyes were light blue as usual, but there was a silver twinkle inside. Just moments after prolonged eye contact, Harry felt pain in his mind. It reminded him of the time his scar hurt when Voldemort resurrected. He felt as if something inside his mind was forcefully broken down, some sort of barrier. He saw the headmaster grunting in pain, holding his head in his hands, his eyes glossy as if out of focus, and then it happened again. The illusory clocks appeared in Harry's vision. The world started slowing down again. This time Harry tried shouting first as he felt the slowness. Newt. Again. But his voice trailed off until eventually stopping. He was still shouting, yet time was too low for even one more letter to fall out. The clocks all stopped at midnight again. Then, as if rewinding a Muggle movie, scenes flashed in his eyes again. Chat with the headmaster, with Hermione, and the time trip. This time there was no creepy Harry smirking from the end of the lake, just like the first time. He just saw his other self collapsing from exhaustion as his Patronus started driving Dementors away. As he was once again back in control, he held in his nausea this time. It seemed weaker as he did not see that many scenes this time. "Harry, are you okay?" Hermione once again had T's concerning look in her eyes and passed him a chocolate bar. Not puking did not mean he looked all that well. "I'm back again," Harry muttered, maybe with slight hope this time. Surely they just spoke less than a day ago about time travel, surely she will remember this time. His eyes went from hope to sadness as his friend looked at him worriedly. "What do you mean again?" She trailed off with concern. The discussion went very similar like last time, as Harry once again found himself lying in a hospital bed. Somehow the past story repeated itself, as soon as Dumbledore took a deep okay into his eyes after mentioning Voldemort. The time slowed down again and Harry was sent back. This time he seemed to have an idea of what was happening. His mind wanted to reject such, though, surely mind reading is not possible. Though he was not certain, as this was a world of magic and he was quite new to it. "Hermione, can you not mention this to the headmaster?" "But Harry, he is the most experienced wizard in this century. Surely he could help you. You see, the last time this happened I got sent back again as we started discussing this topic." "Shut up, Harry. You messed up and you know it. Let's just hope the headmaster can help us resolve this. Now let's hurry, we need to be back in hospital soon." Harry tried to avoid his future knowledge, passing it off as a dream, but the headmaster did not buy it. It's like he knew he was being fooled. Harry was never a good liar. As he insisted on performing some diagnostic spells on him just in case. After all the spells, he still caught his eyes in his gaze. Even as Harry tried hard to avoid it. Just to drop on his knees shortly after, holding his head as the world started slowing down once again. "Harry, my boy, can you open your eyes? I need to do some checks to see if this time travel incident affected you in any way." Dumbledore's concern was felt in his voice, yet Harry kept his eyes closed. "Can you promise me, headmaster, that you won't look me into the eyes? That seems to trigger the restart and brings me back in time." "That won't do, my boy. How can I help you without knowing what exactly happened? Not to say I do not believe your story. But there might have been some things that you are simply too inexperienced to understand and hence missed seeing. But fine, I can avoid your gaze today if you so wish. Perhaps we can review your memories together in pensieve. I believe you know how that works." "Yes, headmaster, though I do not know how memories are stored in there." Harry kept his eyes barely open, eking at the grandfatherly person near his bed, hope rekindled in his voice. "There's no spell for that. You just need to think about the memory you want to view and slowly pull your wand from your temple," Dumbledore explained slowly as he took a miniature pensieve from his pocket and expanded it to full size. "Ah, shrinking charms are such useful things." Harry managed to get silvery liquid on his temple. He chose Voldemort's return as he felt that being the most important event he knew of. "There, Harry, now just drop it in here and we can view it." Silver liquid was poured inside and the pensieve surface stirred. As if to show the preview of memory as usual, yet instead an image of clock appeared. Now this is most curious, I don't suppose that is part of what you wanted to show, Harry. Dumbledore had a curious look in his eyes as he glanced at the boy, noticing that he too was surprised. No, this is what appears when time goes back. I don't suppose it will happen if we view the memory then. I do not know. It could. Well, do you want to test this theory of yours? But of course us Gryffindors never lack the braveness for things like this. Wait, what if it does? How do I prevent you from trying to see it again, the next time? Dumbledore paused, almost touching the memory, then smiled. You could say, Twix, it's sufficient proof of the future. T's actually a Muggle chocolate bar I was fond of recently and I was planning on setting my office password to it for the next few weeks. Harry just nodded as the headmaster entered the memories. N reached out to touch the silver liquid as well, only to stop midway as the now familiar scene resurfaced again. The time slowed down. Twix, I'm sorry. What do you mean, my boy? Dumbledore had a shocked look on his face as he eyed Harry in a different way than usual. There was suspicion of sorts. He also seemed to avoid his eyes, instead gazing thoughtfully at his scar. This is my proof of the future, headmaster. You told me yourself to tell this. Oh, you also mentioned this will be your office password soon. Calm down, Harry. Yes, I suppose I was planning to use that password and ID. Suppose you suddenly became a master legilimens or deviation expert to have such knowledge. What is legilimency? It's an art of reading and invading the minds of others. It's strictly regulated by ministry and only allowed for mind healers and interrogations by Aurors. It's not something we teach at Hogwarts, it's almost classified as dark even, very few people ever learn it. The ones I know being great at it was Tom Riddle, or should I say is. The headmaster trailed off as he suddenly gazed into Harry's eyes. There was suddenly a lot of pain as Harry held his head in a headache. So it was true, all those strange gazes earlier, were actually mind invasions of sorts. Only Dumbledore was not being so gentle this time. I'm sorry, my boy, but I must check that he did not take control of you. Did not plant seeds into your mind to turn you to the dark side. Oh, believe me, he could do that. It's all for the greater good, just bear with it, I will remove those painful memories later. Harry clutched his head in pain as he felt the headmaster quickly walking along in his memories, but eventually he reached a point where his time travel incident happened. Headmaster opened his mouth as if to say something, then clutched his head as well, with even more force than Harry, as the world slowed down again. Harry had enough of this and decided that this time he won't tell a soul a thing. Maybe this time he would not be brought back to this moment again and so soon. He needed some time to think things over, and apparently his most well-read friend could not help him out much. Instead of his usual time rewind story, he just casually asked his friend, "Say Hermione, have you ever heard about legilimency?" Hermione looked at him with a look that expressed wonder or his lack of knowledge. Yes, of course. Have you never heard about occlumency and legilimency? Occlumency is the art of protecting the mind while the other one is attacking the mind, which allows reading minds. As far as I read, it's illegal and can only be used by certified medi-witches to cure mind ailments. It's said Master Legilmens can invade unprotected minds with just a look into the eyes. Occlumency on the other hand is completely legal, but I could not find a book anywhere that teaches how to actually do it. Perhaps it's dangerous for underage wizards and was put in the restricted section. She pondered, seemingly deep in thought, missing Harry's eyes flashing with brief surprise and realization. Then, as if remembering something, Hermione asked back, "Why do you ask?" "I just suddenly got curious. I think I overheard it being mentioned earlier today, only now it popped into my mind. I never heard about those things. I should definitely read up a lot more about the wizarding world. Could you recommend some good books about it? It's not like I have anything else I can do at Dursley's in summer except reading. I somehow have a lot of time in the summer that I'm not using properly." "Yes," his friend replied. Thrill, enthusiasm and excitement clearly felt in her tone. "Well, starting first, have you read Hogwarts, A History? How about 100 Charms Every Wizard Should Know? Oh, how about Muggle books?" The discussion followed all the way to the hospital wing. Harry thought he could write a book just listing all suggestions as he realized just how well read Hermione was. He knew she read a lot. But he never knew she read that much. Harry made a mental list of things to read as he drifted off to sleep. The next day the talk with the headmaster happened again. Harry just did the same things as usual. Only trying to think about the first serious rescue, now aware that the headmaster could surf his mind when he wanted. Harry made sure not to think of any time travel problems when he gazed into the headmaster's eyes through conversation. And this time nothing happened, the time flowed on. And as Dumbledore bade him good night, the boy could finally get some rest and drift to sleep. Harry was sneaking at night, hidden by his invisibility cloak. Just today he was released from the hospital bed, yet tomorrow he already needs to head home. He just had one go out today, scout restricted section for anything on occlumency. He did not want the headmaster to just accidentally send him back in time, again. Harry was unsure, but thinking about it, the first rip back might have been triggered by Dumbledore. Of course after Voldemort's return he might have been paranoid and seen all his memories, including the moment he saw himself across the lake. Maybe that was the case. He could not be too sure about the mechanics that kept sending back in time, but the last few repeats did teach him that telling the headmaster does cause time travel to happen. Deep in though Harry almost forgot to step over the disappearing step on the staircase, then continued on, he checked Marauder's map, and luckily the library was empty, no obstacles in sight, the professors were in their rooms or offices. Most of the students in the dorms, with the exception of a dozen or so couples doing who knows what in various abandoned classrooms, heck one couple of students were somehow in a broom closet even. Harry blushed at his rising thoughts and focused back on checking the map. Glancing more he saw that perfects were not patrolling the corridors, well except some Ravenclaw walking across the 7th floor. Filch was at his office of all places, even though he usually patrolled the hallways around this time. Of course, no point in giving detention when students are leaving tomorrow, though he should still patrol. I can see twins in the kitchen doing something. A memory of leaving a feast flashed in his mind. I should only eat what they eat tomorrow, I do. In tea remember which food will contain their prank. Harry was lost in thoughts as he strolled into restricted section, knowing no one was anywhere near made things simpler. He cast a quick Lumos and looked around at book titles. He remembered seeing something about mind arts last time. It was on a shelf just above the screaming book he picked when he was looking for Flammel a few years ago. Ah. There it is. Harry exhaled his breath as he took the book out of shelf, though he still glanced at other book titles just in case, but he could not see anything else about defending the mind on the books which he could understand and see the titles of. Restricted section had most books written in some sort of runes which the boy assumed was runic language. Fingers crossed, hoping for no screams this time. He opened the book. Luckily nothing happened as simple English text greeted his eyes. Glancing over outline it seemed to be a book mainly for Aurors to learn how to protect the mind, Pr. Obably promising candidates were allowed to read this while in Hogwarts, maybe in 6th or 7th years. The same years they teach Patronus Charm, which you can do already, the random thought Enco. Uragged Harry to continue. Looking over the outline it seemed he needed to learn meditation and enter his mindscape first, which, according to the book, took months, up to a year for truly untalented folks. Feeling all fired up Harry glanced upon other sections. Basic mind defenses was the next chapter after meditation, also quite short in length. He initially thought about stealing the book, but every student knew that library books had some sort of tracking charms on them and he did not want any more attention to himself. He also considered the option of just reading the whole night, then getting caught, and Dumbledore would probably trigger the time loop for him again. But reliving that day with Dementors again seemed more painful than just copying the text. Sighting, Harry put his parchment pile and ink on nearby table. Put his wand in gap in wood as a makeshift lamp, and started copying the text. He managed to get 25 pages down, as his hand already screamed in pain. Earring getting repeated stress injury or worse, carpal tunnel syndrome. Harry reluctantly put down his tools and cleaned up his temporary workplace, putting the book and chair back to where he found them. 25 pages might not seem like much, but it actually covered a whole meditation chapter and 2/3 of basic defenses. It would hopefully be enough to learn this summer, if not he always had other books to read. perhaps even revise previous year's material, as seemingly he was stuck in some sort of time loop issue and he would need a lot of knowledge to even attempt to understand what went wrong and how to fix it. A quick tempest charm later, Harry saw it was already a couple of hours past midnight and he started heading back to the dorms. Back to his room, he sneaked back to his B.D., which was quite easy as Ron's snoring masked his stepping sound quite well. Near his bed he quickly stashed the map, the cloak and all copied papers to his trunk while yawning, and then, with a smile on his face, went to sleep. The sleep did not last too long, at least in Harry's opinion, as he heard loud noises and bird chirping quite soon. At least it felt like that. He clearly lacked sleep tonight. Harry, wake up. We will miss breakfast at this rate. Harry was almost thrown out of bed as Ron shook him strongly, then sleepily he tried opening his eyes. Morning, Ron. Morning, now hurry up. Or there won't be any pancake syrup left. It's pancakes today. Harry grumbled, but complied. He should eat a lot today. It's not like he would have much to eat for the rest of summer. Damn Dursleys. They were almost late to the feast, but fortunately Harry found entrances to some secret shortcuts with the help of Marauder's map, and they could skip a few floors in some magical way. Those shortcuts always amazed Harry on possibilities of magic. He just went through some seemingly abandoned classroom, climbed in a broom closet, and somehow appeared in another broom closet in an identical classroom. Exactly 3 floors below. Well, 3 is a magical number, chuckled Harry as Ron was still agape, looking like an idiot by the time they entered the Great Hall, which was almost full already. Harry first exchanged greetings with his friends as he sat near Hermione, while Ron instantly sat and started shoveling food into his mouth, drinking pancake syrup as water. His eating habits always disturbed him somehow, which was weird as he lived with 2 pigs on summers. How could Ron have worse manners than animals? Greatly confused him. Harry was starving. He almost started eating. But he noticed sheepy looks Fred and George seemed to have as they ate their pancakes with sour cream and pumpkin jam. Weird, they usually prefer using syrup. What changed? Harry thought as he picked up a bottle of syrup, though stopped before pouring as he saw twins looking at him in amusement. "Oh, right, last night I saw them in the kitchen. Ron, want some more syrup?" Harry dodged the bullet as he also saw Ron glancing at him as if he stole his chess set. "Sure, thank you mate," thanked Ron, mouth still full of pancakes. How he even spoke coherently was another mystery. Harry just smiled and winked at twins, who first looked surprised that he caught on, then winked back. Meanwhile Ron just uncorked the syrup, and started drinking straight from the bottle. Harry did not need to wait for long. Midway headmaster's speech, a lot of students' faces started morphing into canaries and then making weird noises while in shock. As the hall descended to chaos, laughter quickly followed. Started by none other by Headmaster Dumbledore, who just cast some sort of spell to investigate the cause of this transformation on Trelawney. Other teachers seemingly knew something was off with the syrup and did not eat any, or perhaps they did not eat syrups in general. After laughter started dying off, Dumbledore just resumed his speech as usual. "So as I was saying, congratulations to Gryffindor for winning the House Cup." Again, cheers followed from 3 tables, mostly coming from Gryffindor, but not a single student from Slytherin applauded. "Now do not worry about this harmless prank. Quite beautifully done, by the way. No house points will be deducted or awarded, as the cup was awarded at yesterday's dinner and this is the end of the year, though who knows who pulled this off." While saying so he glanced at twins with a twinkle in his eyes. "Do not worry, this transformation is completely harmless and will pass itself soon." He glanced along all tables, while finally stopping his gaze on Ron. "Though I must say, some of you who simply ate unhealthy amounts of syrup could stay stuck like this for a while, until the end of train ride, I would say. Now enough laughing and move out. 7th year, do not forget you can apply for a mastery in your chosen subject if you wish to study more. Good luck in looking for jobs, and for the rest of you, I am awaiting you back next year for another exciting school year." Laughter still followed as the students applauded the speech and went to the carriages to get to the train station. Along the way there was a flash of light as Colin took a photo of Harry with Ron sitting on his shoulder, who unfortunately was still stuck as a bird, while other students already transformed back. Harry was surprised, saying the horse-like beasts pulling the carriages, but made no comment as his friends were in no position for him to inquire whether they saw it too. Ron could not speak yet, and Hermione was giving on a lecture on healthy eating and how pancake syrup would ruin your teeth in such a tone that Harry just did not want to butt in this conversation. The ride back in Hogwarts Express was quite entertaining for Harry as he discussed books and magic with Hermione. She remembered her promise and lended him some of her light reading books she bought, then even suggested a lot of interesting books he could buy or order to read using I'll buy, also promising to send some more magic books and even some books about learning written by muggles as soon as she got home. Ron transformed back to his human form only near the end of the ride. He was a bit furious, but not about the transformation. Living under the roof with twins, he knew how to appreciate a good prank. No, he was angry for missing tea of some breakfast time as he could not eat well while transformed. He tried, but food was kind of tasteless. Harry and Hermione just laughed at his antics and Harry ordered half the cart of wizard snacks again. They spent the rest of the ride happily chatting and did not notice the time as the small mountain of snacks disappeared and eventually the train stopped at the final stop and Harry bade his farewells. Then traveled back with Vernon to Pevet Drive. His uncle did not chat and pretended he did not exist as usual, which was better than calling him a freak and badmouthing the whole wizarding world. According to Harry's memories, this summer would not be too bad, after a few months with the Dursleys, which would be quite bearable this year. Well, according to his memories, he will go to see the World Quidditch Cup, where the riot would probably happen again. Harry considered warning people about the riot, but alas, how could he explain such knowledge? It's not like anyone died during the event, so he probably should not care too much about it. Still feeling some tiredness from travel, Harry picked up his transcribed book and started reading the meditation chapter. Of course, He already read this while transcribing it, but there's a difference between just copying the words and actually comprehending and understanding their meaning. Somehow this summer seemed more cheerful. Rather than fearing his relatives, he could just avoid them, knowing based on his memories they won't do any abusing this year. Well, perhaps starve him a bit. He was quite cheerful for an opportunity to just sit back and relax. He did have quite an eventful last few days, and then focus more on improving himself, rather than wasting time as he did the previous summer at Dursley's. Still, he had so much to learn. So much to read. It was a long summer ahead. Unfortunately, Harry could not say he was very gifted with meditation. It took him the whole month just to finish what was outlined in the first dozen pages, clearing the mind and accessing the mindscape. Besides that, he was not doing much else, just eating and reading other books, of course, as trying to meditate the whole day just seemed impossible and was surprisingly very tiring. Actually, just based on his transcribed pages, he could not even clear his mind well enough. Wizards were not the best teachers, it seemed. But having nothing better to do, Harry just sneaked to the local library with an invisibility cloak to borrow some books on meditation, which somehow seemed better. Heck, they even were easier to read. And after just a couple of those books, he could now clear his mind in like a minute or so, the only requirement being that he was in peace and quiet. After reaching this state, entering the mindscape was quite easy, just imagining a place inside yourself and yourself entering in, which he somehow succeeded in just a few tries. Now it was a harder part of organizing the mind, which the book did indicate was optional. But seeing as the benefits were increased learning speed by having a way better memory, he knew he could not just pass this up. The book recommended imagining a library and sorting all the books. But seeing thousands of bookshelves, all in disorder, discouraged Harry a lot. It was definitely not the easy way to do it. Thinking that Muggle meditation techniques were better, he focuses on Muggles once again. Sure, books were good and all, but would it not be better if rather than some huge library he was in a small cozy room with a computer where he could just let the machine sort out his memories? His mindscape instantly switched to reflect his vision, yet Harry was disappointed. Apparently it was feasible, but you actually needed to understand how computers work. The ones in Harry's mindscape were just empty boxes. Not like he knew much about them, they were just mentioned with pictures in some elementary Muggle school book. Reluctantly, Harry morphed his mindscape back to a library and started organizing the books. After starting, it was not as hard as it seemed. The point of it was to separate useful memories from insignificant. For example, he could just put all those years of Dursley abuse to the side and not worry about it. Yet finding the rare books of him actually reading school books are a nice memory of his flying experience, those he put to the front of the library, in separate shelves. With his mind somewhat organized, Harry could review his memories in his mindscape. Somehow just by reading the books he could re-experience them, and as he was 80 in his mind he could better recall them. It was not perfect recall but quite an improvement of his usual learning abilities. And so another week passed, and as expected the time to travel to watch the Triwizard Cup has arrived. Harry did not choose to mention anything about the riot to anyone, and just enjoyed the tournament, again. With a game as chaotic as Quidditch, even watching the same game again was a new experience. Rather than focusing on one ball then another, he could focus on what other players were doing. The rest of events went as usual, just with Harry spending most of his free time trying to build his basic mind defenses, which he could not successfully do fully as he did not copy the full book chapter. Though he did manage to etch a few runes around his important bow. Oak shelves, which according to the book were wards which would let him know when someone would try to read his mind. He was worried the day he was once again back at the school as he accidentally caught the headmaster's gaze during the opening feast, yet he did not feel a thing. His defenses were untouched and time moved on. He was relieved at that and sneaked away that very night to finish reading the book on mind defense. He could not take any chances this will repeat, especially once his name appeared from the goblet. He somehow just knew headmaster would take a peek inside his head then. Wielding mind defenses was not very hard, but as he had no one to practice with he did not know how good his defense would be. Unfortunately the book did mention that practice is necessary for actual improving at this occlumency thing, and then simply went to basics of legilimency, which Harry read just in case. Knowing how mind attacks happened would increase his chances of defending against it were his thoughts. As the first week was nearing the end he finally had his first potions lesson. Double potions. Even as he grimaced and sat in the classroom he felt Snape's gaze on him and glanced back. Then he felt it. His runes were triggered, the greasy bat was attacking his mind. He tried looking away in shock, but as if by magic his gaze was locked with Snape, who now had a more serious look in his face as he noticed the boy somehow knew occlumency. Still as an expert legalman, Snape just broke through and started searching his mind. It might seem looking over thousands of books would take ages, but Snape could somehow focus only on important ones. It's as if he already read most of the books inside and just went for the new ones. And as Harry clutched his head in pain, receiving concerned gazes from his close friends, it happened again. The reset, as Harry now called it. And more headaches later he was back at the moment it all began, across the lake, looking at his Patronus scaring the Dementors away. As his mood was very low from all the time travel dizziness and horrible headache caused by Potions Professor, not all Dementors flew away, some came back to him. Hermione tried moving them away. But even she could not cast a powerful enough Patronus at the time. With white mist from her wand she could only keep a few away from herself, and Harry was once again surrounded by Dementors, like what happened at the lake shore, and as the Dementor leaned in for a kiss, no one saved him this time. Harry shuddered from cold as all good emotions disappeared from his mind, replaced by painful memories. And oh boy, he did have a lot of pain inside him. 10 years of Duddle abuse, accusations of his classmates from random things like being the heir of Slytherin, being a famed chaser who put his name in the Goblet of Fire, the killer of Cedric Diggory. Then he thought he died, but then he heard the now familiar click as the time rewinded back. Then he heard it again and again. Countless times as he sat there lost in his negative thoughts. Eventually he got kind of apathetic to it all as his eyes finally snapped open with some fire in them. He saw Dementors coming for him. Then stopping as if hesitating. Harry just shrugged, then tried to find a happy memory for his Patronus. It did not take long. Now basically any memory of not being kissed by Dementors is an amazing memory. So Harry just picked randomly. The one where he ate rock cakes with Hagrid was happy enough, he decided. Dementors seemingly froze in mid-air as if doubting something as light blue light shone from Harry's eyes as he calmly said, "Expecto Patronum." The usual stag did not appear. Perhaps Harry's experience just now changed his Patronus form, as a Thestral showed up instead. It roared as if it was a dragon and started running towards the Dementors. They somehow got scared and tried running away, but Thestral showed no mercy. Its speed was even faster than the firebolt as it passed through Dementors, and they just disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving behind a horrible screech, and even that was fading away. As he woke up in the hospital once again and met the headmaster's gaze, he wanted to cry as his mind defenses got triggered. The headmaster meanwhile was calling him Tom for some reason and just destroying his pitiful defenses. As annoying as that was, Harry N.ow had a practice partner as the book mentioned, and to survive for tomorrow he had to defend his mind successfully. Albus Dumbledore was shocked. The ministry just called in, and apparently the boy who lived managed to destroy not one, not two, but all Dementors they had sent. He had never heard of such occurrences using the Patronus spell. Heck, even his Phoenix with his happiest memory could barely destroy one before fading away and only managing to scare others away on subsequent summons for the day. Unless he painfully remembered a fact: the boy was tainted by Riddle. He could potentially influence him, even control him if needed. He must make sure it did not happen yet, and if it did, he might need to put him down. He already knew Tom's secret of surviving death. He could eventually track down his soul parts and get rid of him. Yet the public opinion on him if he were to put young Harry down. Headmaster's internal monologue continued as he worriedly glanced at now awake young Harry. As their eyes met, he sent his mental probe, and then shook his head as it failed. He could list on one hand the people who managed to resist his wandless probe: his teacher Flammel and his wife, say, Varys, who was a natural occlumens, and finally, Tom Riddle. Feeling the worst, he flicked his wrist as the Elder Wand flicked to his arm near instantly, while Harry, perhaps Tom, looked at him confusedly. Before the boy could react, he sent a wandless gravity charm which would prevent him from picking the wand, and softly muttered, Legelmans. This time it was a success. He was inside, and based on the amount of books he saw, he was right. Young Harry was supposed to be a 13-year-old boy, with a few thousands of books for his memories, yet what he saw was millions of books all around. He was too late, it seemed. Still, he just wanted to know if the boy was still there, somewhere. Perhaps there was a way of saving him. If not, the greater good would take priority. He sent his strongest mental punch to the closest bookshelf, wanting to subdue the boy, and was shocked once again. It was not destroyed, heck, not even damaged. His strongest mental attack, which could even shatter Severus Occlumency defenses, which managed to crack Grindelwald's defense, allowing him to win the Elder Wand. And last time he saw Tom, it worked on him too. Albus could not understand what was happening, especially why Tom was not counter-attacking. He was more gifted Legelmans anyway. That was his usual tactic, clashing mental probes as part of defense. He tried all the tactics he knew, and even new ones he invented on the spot to breach the defenses inside. It failed, all failed, even the rarely known trick of digging under the bookshelves, which usually allowed to read some memories on lower shelves unnoticed. Then it happened. Somehow the defenses shone with light and attacked. He could tell it was no legilimency, as his own defenses were not even touched, yet his mental form was ushered out of the min. As he saw Harry calmly laying in his bed, no being crushed to the bed as his gravity spell still worked, but the boy had a smirk on his face. I can finally keep my privacy. Can you stop trying to read other sensitive thoughts? Headmaster Dumbledore was lost for words, though in the end, while he could not breach the mind, he could still subdue the boy. His gravity magic was still holding him in place. He pointed his wand once again and muttered with resolution, imperious. Now tell me, Tom, did you fully possess him? Is he still there somewhere? Instead of a mindless reply he expected, all he heard was laughter as his brows furrowed. He tried focusing on his link with an imperious spell, which should appear as soon as it hit the subject, and was shocked once again. It was not there. His hands shaking, he tried a few more times, this time focusing on the link with all his magic power and strengthening it with all his might, then finally repeated the question once again. The boy just laughed again. Then finally spoke up mid-laughter. I did not expect you to resort to unforgivable spells of all things, but I could shrug off this level of imperious even 10 or so years ago. Never mind now. Tell me, Headmaster, do you enjoy intruding in other people's privacy? Albus just frowned, and as his gravity spell was wearing off he just mindlessly summoned Harry's bed near him and forces I am to swallow a lemon drop from his pocket, not the usual yellow one which was graced with calming draught and 1 drop of truth serum, but a green one, a crystallized form of Veritaserum in fact. As still wondering how the ministry fools disallowed owning of liquid truth serum, but apparently solid or gas forms were fine. Fools a lot of them. As Harry's eyes dimmed, the questioning followed and the headmaster learned all about it. He was shocked by the time loop thing, too shocked even. He thought the boy was resisting Veritaserum. He knew its resistance could be acquired as he himself was eating lemon drops with it until eventually his body gained resistance to the potion. He feared the boy was making stuff up. He needed to see his memories. He shoved a few more green lemon drops down Harry's mouth and asked how his defenses actually worked. As Harry explained his intriguing mind defense system, his eyes gleamed as more plans of bypassing came up. Soon he was back in the boy's mind, and decided to start by verifying the time loop thingy. That was the most suspicious part of it. Browsing, he quickly found it. He was shocked seeing a lot of clocks appear as the boy was kissed by AD. Enter, then again, and again, he realized his thoughts were slowing. Harry sat near the lake and cursed. 10 years, 10 freaking years of practicing occlumency, and only now he could keep Headmaster off. Only for him to cheat and use brute force to access his mind again. Sensing his despair, Dementors neared to consume his soul, but he just casually waved his arm, not even bothering to pick up his wand as a beautiful Thestral appeared and started vanishing his foes. Then he waved his hand and Thestral stopped. Somehow it understood his master's intention of just scaring others away. Boy understood that battling Dumbledore was impossible. He only knew spells up to 4th year, which was just not enough to battle the headmaster. Even having them all mastered wandlessly did not help. Albus was just a beast when it came to magic. He tried for quite a few restarts, and yet, he lost in like 1 minute. Only surviving a minute based on previous fights and remembering what exactly his spells would do. The same could be said about learning new things. He always appeared dead tired, passing out nearly in the same time it took to reach the hospital wing, so the only sources of knowledge were Hermione and Headmaster, which he saw as soon as he awoke. He already learned all his friend knew, but the suspicious Headmaster would never teach him, and breaking his mind defenses was impossible. The only book he read on mind attack just gave some basics for defenseless foes, not nearly enough for breaking one of the best mages alive, Mind Fortress. He needed another way to survive. Even a day more and he had just the idea. He grinned as he organized his plans. It would take quite a few restarts to execute, but it would potentially work. Dumbledore was confused. The boy looked off, like he had aged internally. His eyes shone with depth as if he lived a decade more, not innocent young boy eyes. Perhaps too much Dementor influence, but it could be Tom as well. I should better check. As conversation progressed, the boy, seemingly unaware, glanced at his eyes as usual. Albus took the chance and soon was inside. His instinct screamed at him that something was wrong, yet he could not find anything amiss. The library of Harry's mind looked almost the same as last time he checked. It was quite a few months since he last caught the boy's eyes during the meal for a casual greeting. Still feeling that something was wrong, he decided to investigate more thoroughly. He picked a thin book from the front, which was supposed to be Harry's surface thoughts at the moment, and started reading. I am so bored. I wonder when I will escape from here. I miss my friends. I haven't seen them in a while. I wonder what will be for dinner tonight. I surely hope it's not Aneth. Madame Fompfee made dinner as those taste awful. Well, at least she gives me plenty of chocolate this time around. Another Dursley summer. I sure hope I can live with my godfather soon. Why did that rat hate to run away? Dumbledore closed the book with a thud. The thoughts seemed perfectly fine to him. Relaxed, he started speaking to Harry, a speech he prepared yesterday while absent. Deadly reviewing the night events from a nearby book. He was surprised seeing a few Dementors actually perish, though the boy's Patronus was somewhat interesting, a Thestral, perhaps based on Potter lineage from Peverils, who are known to use Thestrals as a family crest. He relaxed more and left the boy's mind. Things seemed in order as he simultaneously ended the conversation and left the room. If he were to glance back as he left his room, he would have noticed a huge grin on the boy's face. A bit of a crazy grin, in fact, not something a 13-year-old boy should have on his face after encountering hundreds of Dementors. Harry was basically beaming for quite a few minutes after Dumbledore left. His plan succeeded. Dumbledore did not notice a door in a library, a door which he hid with invisibility cloak. He found he could materialize it inside his mind for some reason, even though other items did not seem to work. It took quite a few restarts to come up with this idea, but no matter. A few hundred days of trying to escape Dumbledore's mind invasion seemed a fair deal for him, not like 10 years he wasted at improving his occlumency. He shuddered remembering his other ideas which were not so great. Especially not the escaping one, which was kind of horrible. When Fudge did not find him at the hospital bed after Sirius escaped, things escalated horribly. The Ministry had access to traces, which in fact could track him even when he was not casting any spells. So after an hour of running away, a team of Aurors popped in place and arrested him. The headmaster then intervened as usual, and the reset was triggered. The mind trick with the invisibility cape was quite a lucky accident. It took a dozen or so tries to get his surface thoughts in order while multitasking his conversation with Albus, but now he was finally free, for now, and he deserved some actual sleep. He soon was snoring with a grin on his face. The morning came and he was once again released. From the hospital, he happily skipped along the steps back to his dorm where he met Ron in his room. "Harry, you're out." "Hi Ron, haven't seen you in a while." Harry seemingly had tears building in his eyes as he rushed and hugged his friend. Ron just stood there agape, eventually returning the hug. "Whoa there mate, we had met like 2 days ago. You know, being near Dementors. It just makes it seem like it was so long ago. Like 11 years, 3 months and 10 days. The awkward hug broke off as the boys happily chatted whole evening. Ron was surely surprised of Harry not getting bored of Chudley Cannon's fanaticism and even went for multiple rounds of chess, even after losing multiple times in a row. They played late into the night until eventually going to sleep, at least. Ron did as Harry's eyes opened as soon as he heard Ron's loud snores. He grabbed his invisibility cloak from his trunk and sneaked out to the library. He still remembered that the path was clear on this particular night. So he just hummed along and a few staircases later was already pushing library doors open. Harry decided to just relax this loop, perhaps study a bit, read some books, but mostly spend more time with some people. Prolonged Dementor exposure for over 10 years did affect his mind somewhat. He was not the same naive boy anymore and he somehow just craved some more connection with others. Heck, he even missed the Dursleys, and that said something about his state of mind. Still humming, he casually strolled through the library. Eventually he found a shelf of said school books sections. They were old and quite worn out, but he did not mind. He skipped first 4 years and just grabbed Charms, Transfiguration and Defense Against Dark Arts books for 5th C. XTH and 7th years, then suddenly stopped, remembering his 2nd year defense textbooks. He scrolled back and picked actual textbook for that year. Perhaps he had some serious gaps in his knowledge. Then the boy casually dropped the books on a nearby couch and just sat there, reading the books, as if he had all the time in the world. The book pile quickly emptied as he did remember some TR.X for faster reading from some muggle book he read about so-called speed reading. Surely he would still need to reread it all in his mindscape to more deeply comprehend how those spells were cast. And how to block them, but he was not worried. He had some extra time at the start of restarts anyway. For this one he wanted to spend more time with people. Perhaps have some fun and relax, maybe even make some new friends. Checking the time with the Tempest charm, it was 4 past midnight, or is it 4 in the morning? Somehow he did not feel sleepy at all. Musing, he concluded that he had slept so much this day, nearly 12 hours, that it was probably fine and just put the books in place, deciding to just stroll along, to figure out what kinds of books there actually were, for future visits. He was not quite ready to tackle the time loop problem. He needed some peace and quiet now. Peace and quiet, and some more people too. Eventually, a few hours later, he went back to his room, pretending to have just woken up and readied for the journey back home. He kind of missed that place as well. The departure feast continued similarly as last time, though Harry did not care much about avoiding syrup or whatnot. Being a bird must be fun, he thought as his transformation started. He even tried flying, but just did a somersault and crashed back to the table. Flying with wings was not the same as with broom. But he had a determined glint in his eyes, like he would nail it one day. Meanwhile the hall roared with laughter as students were transforming to canaries and back. Eventually the feast ended and the golden trio went back to carriages. Harry already knew what those horse-like beast-pulling carriages were, thestrals. They looked the same as his Patronus. So he Jew. Saint focused on his friends, smiling and chatting as they went along. They seemed to notice that he was different, but seemed to buy Dementors change people excuse. The chat continued throughout the journey until eventual arrival at the station. Harry bid farewell with tears in his eyes, then went to look for his uncle whom he hugged in greeting. Vernon was confused and initially wanted to shout. But perhaps concluding that this was actually totally normal behavior, perhaps not wanting to make the scene, he just greeted the boy and went back to the car. Back at Privet Drive, Petunia and Doodle were also weirded out by hugs, but other than Dudley calling him weirdo did no other comment. Petunia even seemed a bit concerned with this different Harry. The next day arrived, and Harry Ulrea Di had a stack of letters ready for all his friends. He gave it to Hedwig, who seemed excited about a long journey. He opened the window and let her fly off. As it was about 5 in the morning, he doubted any muggles were already awake and outside. He somehow just slept till 4 and felt refreshed and fully rested, just on 6 hours of sleep. But he did not mind, he could just do something else in his free time. He stepped out of the house and pointed his wand forward. A few minutes later the night bus arrived. He paid 11 sickles for a trip to Diagon Alley, and some hot chocolate. As he had literal mountains of gold in his trust vault, not even the main Potter's vault which would become accessible on 17th birthday, so he felt it was not a waste to splurge money a bit. He thought he might do this every summer day. Dursleys just did not want to socialize with him, but he just craved it, hence his solution. He did need to at least sleep at Dursley's as he knew it powered blood wards. He looked around the bus, but could not see any familiar faces. There were some sleeping witches and wizards of respectable age, but they were sleeping. Well, it was still very early in the morning, he concluded, and most wizards would just use flow or apparition. Harry just shrugged and sat near the front, slurping his chocolate and gazing through the front window. Watching bus rapidly shrink and expand to pass some unimaginatively small gaps was fascinating and gave him some heartwarming nostalgia. Still gazing through the window, he called out to the drivers for some chatting. He learned some interesting things. Apparently there were quite a few night buses in circulation, so any witch or wizard in England could just call them out, in 5 minutes at most. Also, he was told that quite a few Hogwarts students used the bus from time to time, mostly Muggle-borns as they had no flow at home, and some weird blokes who were apparently allergic to flow powder, and of course, older witches and wizards who did not have flow at home and were too scared to learn apparition. The chat, while enjoyable, came to an end as the bus arrived at Harry's destination. He bid the drivers farewell and disembarked. The boy walked the familiar path to Leaky Cauldron and ordered plenty of food for breakfast, then ate in silence while thinking of his holiday plans. He decided try visiting his friends during the day, surely it would make things more entertaining. He decided to write more letters as soon as Hedwig came back to inquire for available times and locations. He did not have that many close friends: Hermione, Weasley's, Neville and his other roommates Seamus and Thomas. Oh, and also Hagrid and Dobby. Still, he kind of wanted to avoid Hogwarts as he might meet a headmaster there, which was annoying, to constantly monitor his thoughts and force them to think in specific ways, which not always succeeded in fooling the mighty wizard. Yes, he did fail quite a few times using that invisibility cloak trick. When Dumbledore found his surface thoughts off, he somehow got his wand inside the mindscape and cast various charms around, giving him immense headaches. But quickly discovering the hidden room of books, eventually deciding to just regularly visit Diagon Alley, and eventually bump into Hagrid was good enough. As for Dobby, he could just call him anywhere that's not home, just in case Ministry confused Dobby's magic for his again. He spent the rest of the day exploring Diagon Alley and various shops. In his hand there was a book, fantasy novel in fact. As Harry seemed immersed in it, his day was enjoyable. He only visited a few shops, but went over every little thing they sold, buying whatever he liked, like a pocket trunk with actual Buttons for expanding and shrinking the thing, which was especially designed with underage wizards in mind as they could not cast the spell themselves. Inside his new trunk lay dozens of books of various types, various fantasy novels, horror training books, history books, even the famous Hogwarts, the History, 3rd edition. He had a lot of fun chatting with the shopkeepers, who were also excited by this rich customer in their stores. He also spent some time trying out various ice creams from the famous Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Hell, he even bought some extra frozen as gifts for Dursleys, packed with some sort of cold charmed paper. Harry did notice Dudley eating his abundant birthday snacks his friends sent over. He smirked as he thought at least one Dursley would enjoy this, perhaps in secret, but still. It brought warmth to his heart. He was getting quite immersed in the story. Who knew fantasy novels could be that entertaining? He even made plans to grab some Muggle ones as well for comparison. And who knows, maybe they would be even better, as was with meditation material he read years ago. He heard a bell dingle and glanced over, as he did all the time when someone climbed in. Knowing Hogwarts students frequented the bus did make him want to check all the time, and this time it paid off. He could see a girl his age, with blonde hair entering the bus. Her eyes met briefly as they slightly widened with recognition. Potter, she nodded in greeting. Greengrass, Harry nodded back, after spending over a decade being tormented by one former Gryffindor's He didn't really care about her being from Slytherin. They were people too, well except Malfoy, that guy was a prick. He maintained eye contact and casually moved his trunk to the side, leaving enough room for her, and asked, "Want to chat while we travel?" Daphne Greengrass maintained her poker face while waiting for the night bus to arrive, yet inside she was quite annoyed. She would be riding this stupid bus for months. And all alone. Apparently Tracy was on a trip to Hawaii with her family, and no matter how sad it seemed, she was her only friend. Daphne did have a lot of other acquaintances which she called friends in public. Yet she could tell, they were only close to her as Heiress Greengrass. They did not care for Daphne herself, well, maybe cared for her looks at most, not her as a person. She yawned as the night bus arrived. At least the first few days won't be too bad, yet traveling this thing every day. She shuddered, but as the door opened her poker face was back in place. She casually climbed the steps and paid 1 galleon and 2 sickles. The driver shut his mouth mid his usual introduction speech. Seeing the amount, he knew the purpose she was there, and asked instead, "Which route today, miss?" Quote, "Greengrass. I will take the 3rd route today." She grimaced inwardly, only 145 more routes to go, then grabbed her hot chocolate cup and turned around, looking for a place to sit. First she overlooked the bus. It would be more bearable if there was another Hogwarts student inside. She was hopeful to have someone to chat along, well except Malfoy or his lackeys. Those people were even worse when drunkards who usually rode the bus. A quick glance over the bus she locked onto the only youngster besides her inside. He seemed to casually sit near the window and read a book while occasionally taking a sip of his hot chocolate. She saw the familiar black hair and a hint of a zigzag-shaped mark behind his mess of hair, along with familiar worn-out glasses. Her eyes widened in recognition. Before she quickly composed herself, she did not master that part of occlumency yet, emotions control, which was yet another thing expected for pureblood heiresses like her to learn and succeed in. She walked close by, and as the boy glanced up from his book she greeted him by a nod. "Potter." "Greengrass." The boy nodded back, then as Daphne expected some hostility. Somehow most Gryffindors were foolishly so against even being in same room as Slytherin students such as her. The boy did not even glance back at his book. Instead he smiled, and pushed his trunk aside, making just enough space for her to pass and reach a nearby seat just across him. "Want to chat while we travel?" Daphne once again broke her poker face. This time it took her a tad bit longer to react. She just nodded and walked to the seat in front of the window, facing Potter. It took a few minutes more for her to calm down her shock and take full control of her face again. E-boy, seeing she was still silent for a while, just smirked and resumed the conversation. "Never expected to see you here, Greengrass. I bet you feel the same way." "Yes, you are right. What are you doing here, Potter?" "Ladies first." He bowed while gesturing for her, with a cheeky smile on his face. Daphne sighed. This was not how a conversation with a Muggleborn was supposed to go. It was as if he was older by a few years or so. Not quite the reckless Harry she remembered from school. As it was no secret and she was quite curious what the Potter heir was doing there, as he clearly was not. There for the same reason she was, seeing him reading a book previously. Daphne opened her mouth to explain. I am not sure if you are aware, you know, being Muggle-raised and all that, but the T-bus was not made for a petty reason to help drunkard wizards get home, nor was it created for Muggle-borns and Muggle-raised youngster to travel around. She was amused as she saw a glint in his eyes. He was interested. Which made this more entertaining for her. The night buses were created by pureblood families, to comfortably see most of Britain. Do you know why seeing a place is important, Potter? She was quite smug now as she wondered if the boy could guess this. This made the journey way more enjoyable as she could still see all the views from the window. The bus was quickly passing through various streets and intersections, which she was sure to constantly look at, even from the corner of her eye. Memorizing all the streets of Britain was one annoying thing every heir and heiress needed to do. Harry took a few minutes to think about it. His eyes shone with years of experience which confused Daphne. How can he seem so much more mature than last year? Did hiding from Sirius Black affect your mentality so much? She even saw the boy shudder a bit as if recalling unpleasant memories. Soon after he calmed down and voiced his guess. My guess would be that it's for that teleportation magic which Aurors use. You know, appearing with a popping sound. Is that correct, Miss Greengrass? Shock briefly flashed through Daphne's eyes, but this time she composed herself quickly. He was soon to be third year and his Aurors were more active caused by famous Azkaban escapee. It made sense for him to guess. Still the boy seemed smart, which his grades did not show so far, or pay. Perhaps he decided to get more serious from now on. She nodded while replying, yes, Potter. That magic is called apparition. Even Hogwarts does not teach it during our 7 years and there. It is quite dangerous spell in fact. When poorly executed you could kill yourself if only part of you teleports away. One thing about this spell is that you need to have seen with your own eyes the place where you want to apparate to. And this is why night buses were made, so that witches and wizards could see all of Britain, by just sitting around, which enables them to teleport, as you call it. She made quotation marks with her fingers, anywhere in the country, which is a very useful ability as you can imagine. Especially so if another war arises. Grindelwald is gone and so is you know who, yet who knows what future has in store. Quote. Harry was fascinated, his eyes shone as if considering all the usefulness of this ability. Then the expected question came in, are there any prerequisites for learning apparition? Can it be blocked? Do you already know it? Now it was Daphne's turn to smirk. She returned the cheeky line from the start of the conversation. I answered your inquiry about me being there, Potter. Is this not your turn to spill the beans now? Harry blushed, as if just remembering that just bombarding someone with questions is not a good way to keep a conversation. He cited and shared his story. Daphne was interested to hear of the boy's adventures. She even recommended some more shops in nearby alleys to Diango for him to visit as they had some good stuff. The conversation flowed on as they discussed various things. Harry was interested how she spent her time, what it was like to live with a Slytherin family and most importantly of any magic he heard Daphne mention and did not know himself. Daphne was happy to share. In turn she learned a lot about Muggles, after which she realized how useless those Muggle studies textbooks she was used to reading were. As more time passed, they eventually switched from Potter and Greengrass to just Harry and Daphne. And as more time passed, the bus came to a halt. The driver's loud voice shouted across the bus, Privet Drive. It's your stop, Harry. Harry quickly picked his trunk, shoved his book inside, then clicked the shrinking button and dropped it into his pocket. Daphne was actually a bit sad to end their conversation there. It would be way more entertaining for her if she could have someone nice to chat with on her travels. As they said their goodbyes, Daphne seemed reluctant to part in as Harry stood up to walk to the door. She spoke again, Harry. Yes, the boy turned around. I was wondering if you will ride this anytime soon. It was nice chatting with you. A slight blush shoved up on her face, but quickly disappeared. Harry just smiled. Yes, I plan to do this every day, until the Quidditch World Cup at least. I also enjoyed our chat. Daphne, you can tell me the details if you wish to travel with me again. Just remember no owls during the day, my relatives hate that. Daphne smiled back, remembering the horror stories of Harry's relatives. I will write when I get back home. There's still some time left for this apparition route. See you again, Harry. She waved at him. As Harry waved back, hurried out of the bus, dropping the empty hot chocolate mug near T. He piled next to the driver, who had a sheepish smile on his face. "Ah, it's good to be young, Harry. See you tomorrow if you happen to catch my bus." "Goodbye." Harry stepped out of the bus, and as soon as he touched the ground he could feel a large lump of magic behind him. He turned around, and as he saw the bus get more transparent and speed up like a Formula car, he caught a glimpse of Daphne waving. He managed to smile and wave back. But just moments later the bus was out of sight. Harry was feeling quite satisfied with this day. He made a new friend, a Slytherin friend. Who would have guessed? Perhaps thinking about all Slytherins based on that Draco boy was a mistake on his part. He walked toward the fourth house in the street. Dursleys somehow did not even notice he was absent. Glad to avoid any needless explaining, Harry walked back to his room. He still had tons of books to finish, which he was looking forward to, especially the Muggle fantasy one, as he was left at quite the CL. If hanger when Daphne's arrival interrupted his reading. A few hours later Hedwig arrived. She seemed a bit tired from the journey, but still had a proud gaze, so Harry put a lot of treats on her plate. Harry saw a letter attached to her feet. It turned out to be the response from Neville. He told he could only invite him over this week as he was traveling to Rome with his grandma for the rest of summer later. Harry just smiled and wrote his reply. He would visit his friend this week, perhaps the day after tomorrow. As Hedwig did seem tired, he did not want to send her off just after letting her take a break for a few minutes. He wrote the reply, but did not put it into a letter yet. He would do so in the morning, and who knows? Perhaps more letters would come in at that time, so he would need to replan and reschedule his meetings. It was getting late, but he did not need much sleep anyway, so he just meditated for a while, organizing the day's memories, which consisted of taking his own books from his first time living this date, placing it in the entry hallway of his library, the one he used to trick Dumbledore with, then going over today's books, splitting content apart to various categories and organizing across the shelvest. Daphne did explain to him that getting actual benefit for apparition required him to build a sort of map in his mind library. It was fun to see her reaction when she realized that he actually knew occlumency, and not just the theory, but was quite proficient in it, especially mind defense, yet he did not mention that part. It took him just a few hours, and there was an addition of a small table in his main library. On it sat a large globe with a lot of pins on it. By touching a pin, a map appeared filled with various Muggle cities. He found it in one of the Muggle books he casually bought, then just associated mindscape markers on the globe with the maps. As for the globe, he had seen plenty of it in his primary school. Most non-magical things could be made inside his mindscape just with a thought, if he understood how it worked. Harry playfully touched a few mind markers as the table surface next to the globe got replaced with various maps of countries around the world. Most of them were dim, unlit, yet for Britain it had a lot of light lines shining. Privet Drive, King Cross Station, various streets around, which took a while to organize. But just going slowly through night bus memories with Muggle maps nearby was quite doable. The lights were just a fancy thing he imagined, by placing thousands of LED lights below the map, then lighting them up as he attached a matching visual memory piece to the map. Occlumency for organizing was quite fun, Harry thought, yet a sudden knock outside his mind forced him to open his eyes. There was a common brown owl lightly pecking his window, a letter with elegant handwriting attached to its feet. He smiled as he walked closer to let him in. Then, as if on cue, more owls started flying in. He recognized the other ones: Hermione's owl, Weasley owl, even Seamus owl. He supposed Thomas would send him a reply via regular mail, as he did not have an owl. He smiled as he poured a small hill of owl treats on the window sill, while the owls happily ate, then flew away one by one, yet the unseen before brown one remained, looking at Harry as if awaiting for a response letter. Harry just chuckled and grabbed the letter with elegant cursive from the nearby pile. As expected, it was from a new friend he made today, a Slytherin girl called Daphne. The night bus ride to Diagon Alley took longer than usual, mainly because Harry decided to take a scenic route. He figured he was a bit behind Daphne and wanted to catch up. It would undoubtedly be useful in the future. Being able to apparate on any street in Britain. Throughout the journey he was feeling a bit sad. He needed to keep looking outside, so he could not read at the same time and there was no one to chat with. It's not like the bus was empty, but there were just the same drunkards or homeless-looking people as last time. At least the hot chocolate was tasty. He faintly smiled and just enjoyed the scenery of his homeland. Diagon Alley was as fun as always, yet Harry already visited most of the shops last time, and the few ones remaining did not really attract him. He did visit the apothecary too. Buy a bulk of potion ingredients. Potion making did not need any wand waving, hence he could just practice that at home. He was not that great at potions, but he never exploded or melted his cauldron, yet. And if it did happen, he figured he would just experience a Wizarding World court for the first time, and then the restart would just fix things, nothing too serious. Thinking of Sirius, he smiled. His godfather was more than happy to arrange a visit with him, saying he would lead him to a secure place he's staying, yet not being able to write it out on paper as it would expose it if the letter gets intercepted. Such a fascinating place. Harry was excited to visit it with his godfather. He just needed to be on lookout for his Padfoot form showing up near Dursley's, at least that's how. He understood his mischievous godfather's cryptic words. Finally reaching the end of the Diagon Alley, Harry turned to the side. There was a signpost pointing back to the way he came from, another pointed to Nocturne Alley. Yet another to Pure Alley, Green Alley and many more. Harry wondered how come wizards were always speaking about Diagon Alley only. Surely he heard Nocturne Alley was a place of evil. Yet the kindest person he knew, Hagrid, was a frequent customer there. Surely it can't be that bad. He did not take too long to decide. He would eventually explore them all anyway, so better just to start somewhere. He quickly replanned his day. He would explore Nocturne Alley until noon, then he would go over the Mud Alley. It was apparently where all Muggle-borns were ushered to. Rarely ever allowed to set up shops in most alleys like Diagon, they just created their own alley, though those pureblood snobs probably named it as such, he mused. Then in the evening he had an arranged meeting with Daphne at the entrance of Green Alley, apparently owned by Greengrass family. There Daphne would give him a tour, even introduce him to some places where young wizards were alley allowed to train magic, with adult supervision of course. Heck, it even had courses offered, one of them being apparition, which Daphne said she was going to enroll in. Then they would eat dinner, chat, and go for another night bus scenic route back home. Harry smirked, inwardly musing, it kind of looks like a date. He made a mental note to tease Daphne about it later. Walking through Nocturne Alley it seemed, not as interesting as it was during his first year. His pocket trunk had quite a few anti-theft wards, so all those crooks that were eyeing him like candy during his first May there, just cursed seeing his pocket trunk and simply passed by. There were not many shops inside, and the rumors of it being a dark wizard place were clearly somewhat exaggerated. Sure, there were some shops which sold somewhat suspicious-looking things, perhaps borderline illegal things like temporary love potions being passed as prank items. Harry did not particularly enjoy this alley. He still had bad memories about the place, yet he still found some useful things inside. His growing library inside the pocket trunk got expanded with some assorted spellbooks from various countries around the world. Some of them might even look dark for others, but as someone who saw a first-year almost kill a troll with a simple Wingardium Leviosa, Harry did not really think spells like Bone Remo Val were truly dark. Perhaps it was used for cooking. Though its combat capabilities were not to be underestimated, he shuddered remembering Lockhart as the teacher vanished his whole arm's bones. It was such a simple spell. Yet one hit and you're disarmed for at least a couple of days. A hit to the non-limb part would immobilize the opponent or perhaps even kill them outright. Still, he was happy about his purchases. Perhaps it would help to last longer against that Albus monster at the start of the loop, as he did feel the itch to improve his fighting skills. Perhaps beating the old Twinkle was out of his talent's reach. But he wished to at least get a single good hit in, which he somehow never managed to do in all the loops. The noon was quickly approaching, so Harry took a peek to the lost shop in the alley. It was very rundown, even the sign was broken, he almost passed it by thinking it was just someone's house, yet a small worn-out piece of paper had open written on it "Sahi Puss." Head opened the door and an old bell dingled. Surprisingly, it was a bookstore, in fact the first one he found in the alley. Other books he got were just miscellaneous items inside, not proper bookstores by any means. He glanced over the titles, as there were only 10 or so bookshelves. He could afford to spend time reading all titles, and then if he ever wished to read some of them he could just come here to buy it. With his occlumency skills it was easy to remember even the placement of the books, never mind the titles. So far most of the shelves had just Hogwarts school books and other famous old classics like wizard fairy tales. Yet the books were quite old. You could not see a single Lockhart nonsense textbook. There were books used in Hogwarts like half a century ago or so. Still Saint of the textbooks, were the same content as his current ones, perhaps the language was redacted a bit. Yet the next section surprised him quite a bit. There were books on occlumency and legilimency even. He was quite sure those were quite illegal to sell so openly, but still what aura would even come to this ruined down and nameless shop? Curious, he picked a few books on occlumency and gave him a flip. He felt his eyes get slightly watery as he regretted the fact he did not read this a decade ago. It would have saved him years building up his mind defenses. He still knew most things in the book and even more. But it took him hundreds, even thousands of confrontations with Albus to self-learn them. Heck, he could write a book on his own now. Still, having such a good textbook here was a good find. Not wanting to lose himself in the books, as he still had plans for the day, Harry just picketed the whole section on mind arts, which was only a couple dozen books. He could surely spare the galleons. Going over the other books he found a nice supplementary potions book which actually explained what each ingredient is doing. He was hardly surprised that Greasy Bat never mentioned this book to students, at least non-Slytherin ones. He also found a few dueling books and an even older dark arts textbook. Apparently 7 decades ago the subject was called Dark Arts and Defense Against Them. He could hardly carry more books on his own as he felt it was impolite to shove non-purchased goods to his private trunk, so he went to look for the counter to check out. There was a wrinkly old man by the counter, who just glanced over the books, not showing any special reaction by seeing dozens of illegal ones among them. He just stated a price, quite a steep one, which Harry paid, not being stingy with money. His spending was quite meaningless, as when loop restarts his money would refill, yet the knowledge gained would remain in his mindscape. He pocketed his purchased books and rolled out of the shop and out of the alley. It was already noon, and the meals offered at Nocturne looked quite unappetizing. Most of the meals had almost raw, bloody meat. Perhaps this is where people like Lupin ate their meals, Harry mused as he walked. Having eaten his tasty lunch at Leaky Cauldron, Harry headed back to the end of the alley. This time he took a turn to the so-called mud alley. After a few minutes of walking, the alley greeted Harry's eyes. It was quite unusual, not like usual wizarding places. The building looked quite modern, like freshly built Muggle shopping malls. Perhaps pureblood snobs would be against ever setting foot there, but Harry did not mind and entered the first shop that caught his eye, Mag-Electronics for everyday life. Inside it was like in a Muggle shop. Everything looked clean. Items neatly arranged in shelves, with some sort of a tag attached, perhaps for anti-theft, the boy wondered as an excited voice greeted him. After a quick chat with the shopkeeper, Harry was taken to a tour of the shop and its specialties. The name actually combined the words magical and electrical and tried to make electrical things remade with magical parts, like the Muggle car Mr. Weasley drove. They also researched things in reverse, mainly creating various medicines for common illnesses by recreating some simple potions with non-magical ingredients. While the shop was a massive success on Muggle side, there in Mud Alley, it was not often visited. Wizards preferred apparition or flow network or even brooms rather than fancy cars. Even if Muggleborns bought a car, they usually bought a non-magical one. Still, there were quite a few fancy trinkets that Harry liked. In the end, Harry bought a music player which could save sounds, replay them and even connect to the wizarding radio or Muggle radio waves. It was interesting to note that while electronics went haywire in the presence of magic, radio waves seemed to work fine. He smiled as he fiddled with earphones attached to the player. It looked just like a Muggle one. Now he could enjoy some music on his morning bus rides. After a while he took off to another shop, this time it was an actual shopping mall. Yet it had wizarding items, food potion ingredients and the like. While initially weirded out by the strangeness of it all, the boy liked the idea of just having one place to shop everything you needed. A few abandoned buildings later he saw a tailor shop, which unlike Madame Malkin, made various muggle clothes, which looked way more comfortable than the so-called wizardin' robes which most witches and wizards he saw in Diagon Alley usually wore. Harry bought an expensive jumper and pants, apparently made of dragon skin, hence somewhat magic resistant, of course not as much as real dragon skin as it was not alive. He also picked quite a few casual clothes charmed with cleaning charms and self-repair charms. They even had growing charms which would let clothes grow to adult size as he aged. Eventually the exploration came to an end as the boy hurried back to the crossroads. He had an appointment to meet. Harry was walking as fast as he could, though not pushing himself too much. He did not want to appear out of breath. Reaching the intersection he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Daphne was not here yet. He took a glance at his wristwatch he bought in Mud Alley. It looked like there were still a few minutes left, and as he looked up he could already see familiar white-haired girl walking towards him. He waited for her to get close enough, then I led and raised his hand for a greeting wave. Hello Daphne. Hello Harry, did you wait for a long time? No, I just got there recently. I was exploring Mud Alley before. He noted that the girl's bright smile did not falter. She did not seem to care that Mud Alley was run by Muggleborns. Ah yes, I remember that place. It had some quite novel things. The clothes are especially comfy in there, but anyways let's go. I would give you a tour over Green Alley as I promised. Sure, Harry grinned. Let the date begin. A bright red colored the girl's cheeks. She elbowed him in the side. It's not a date. Just an outing with a friend. Sure, whatever you say. The boy still had a cheeky grin as he walked beside the embarrassed girl. Even though she said it was not a date, she looked more beautiful than their chance encounter yesterday. Rather than some dark gray robes that blended with bus crowd, now she wore a beautiful light green dress, quite matching with her green eyes and blonde hair. The Green Alley turned out to be something in between Diagon Alley and Mud Alley. The buildings were mostly the same style as in Diagon, yet there were some shops there and there which clearly had newer Muggle shop designs. It had a surprisingly large amount of shops devoted to potions and herbology. As Daphne explained, that was her family's main business. Their bloodline somehow made them more talented in those fields. With her suggestions, Harry easily found a fancy plant which Neville would surely enjoy having. It would be for his house visit in a few days. Then the tour continued. They visited a bookshop, where a few dozens more of interesting titles entered Harry's pocket trunk. He especially enjoyed a thick book Daphne showed to him which explained school potions for all years in very detailed manner. He could not wait to see Greasy Bat's expression when he aced his potions assignments. Moving on, it was like Daphne was picking useful things for Harry as his money stack dwindled. But he enjoyed the shopping spree. He did feel like he needed all those things, like Unmeltable Cauldron, a wand holster, history books about wizards in general, not just about Britain, and more purchases. Daphne seemed to enjoy the tour as well, as a smile was always plastered on her face. Eventually the tour came to an end as they reached some fancy building titled, Young Wizards Summer Training Center. So Harry, will you be taking apparition classes, together with me? Sure, it sounds like such an unusual skill to learn, and I certainly enjoy your company. The girl blushed herein. His last words and nodded while passing him an empty registration form. They registered for the class while Harry also registered for some early morning dueling classes and mind art defense classes. Daphne looked like she wanted to join those as well, but apparently she took those last year and could not repeat that again, as the first apparition class was still quite a few days in the future. The duo went for some dinner in a nearby restaurant. The delicious meal was accompanied with a long chat as they discussed various topics together. Then they rode the scenic route on a nightly bus together, and eventually came a time to part ways. It was nice spending time with you, Harry. Likewise, Daphne. Let's meet up again sometime, perhaps before the first apparition lesson. Yes, I would like that. It was a bit dark to see. But as her cheeks darkened, Harry assumed she was blushing again. What do you say about going to some Muggle places? We could watch a movie together, and eat some Muggle food. Have you ever eaten a pizza? That sounds interesting. The movies you mentioned always fascinated me, I would enjoy watching one. But what is a pizza? Harry admired her puzzled expression. But his own face was agape in shock. Pizza is one of the tastiest foods I ever ate, it's a crime to never try it out. I wouldn't mind trying out some new cuisine. Okay. See you tomorrow on the bus then. Yes, see you soon. Quote. The duo parted ways once again, as Harry happily hummed and walked back to Privet Drive. Near the doors he stopped as a large black dog seemed to be waiting for him in the bushes. It woofed and looked at him with a mischievous smile. He held out his paw, and on it was a bus ticket, a Muggle bus ticket going to Grimmauld Place District, tomorrow morning. Harry never heard of the place. But he was happy to see his godfather again. He kneeled and hugged the dog who returned the gesture. Then Harry grabbed the ticket and nodded. Thanks Padfoot, I will be there tomorrow. The black dog just woofed again, then hugged Harry one more time, before disappearing in the black of night. Harry climbed back into his room with a happy look on his face. It looks like he needed to replan the next day. Thinking about it, now we both missed each other for over a decade. The boy chuckled as this random thought struck him, still he was glad to finally visit his godfather. Also being very curious where he was living in hiding all this time. As it was still very early in the morning, the bus stop was empty. The lonely bus almost passed by, not used to picking up passengers there so early. Yet the driver seemingly saw Harry's stretched hand and hit the brakes. The bus was unsurprisingly empty as well. The boy just nodded to the driver, who was certainly wondering if he stayed up overnight or was he a rare early bird teenager, and passed him the ticket. The driver whistled in response. That is the last stop, lad, you can try to get some sleep on the way. Har. Y just smiled in response, thanks for letting me know, but I am well rested. Then he walked all the way to the back where there were some more comfortable seats and just gazed out of the window through the journey. Sure, it was not as comfy as the night bus, but it was still an interesting experience. It reminded Harry of the school bus he took on excursions a few times when he was still in primary school. Along the way he did receive a few glances from the driver, who probably wondered from where the boy had hidden not one, but 5 books and a sandwich, yet made no comments about it. Harry was feeling quite smug about it. All those Muggle avoidance charms on his pocket trunk must be working properly. The journey was long and he was tired of sitting. He even started to miss the night bus where the seats were charmed to stay comfortable even on long rides. Still, even long tours he took with Daphne on evenings did not last that long. Harry was immersed in some light novels, summertime. Glancing up to see various Muggles entering the bus or leaving it. As the bus never got past half full, he could occupy 2 seats in the back during the whole journey, one for him and another for his snacks and books. It took a total of 6 hours until the bus finally stopped for the final time. It was now nearly empty once again, only the driver and Harry himself left. Your destination, lad. Thank you, sir, have a good ride. Harry strolled out of the bus and looked around. It was quite a deserted Muggle district. The houses looked like they belonged to some wealthy folks, yet they also looked abandoned. Some of them clearly in need of repairs. In fact, he could hardly see any people walking by, just a few morning runners who probably did not live near the place. Suddenly he heard a woof behind him and quickly turned around. There stood a big black dog, with a leash in its mouth. He smiled in response. Hi Padfoot. The dog let out a happy woof and seemingly pushed his leash to Harry's hand. The boy grinned, somewhat amused by the idea of holding his godfather on a leash, literally. Still, he understood his relative's intentions and took the leash. Then the dog started kazoo. Ally strolling. It looked like a boy walking a dog from afar, yet it was the dog leading the way. In fact, it was walking so fast Harry could barely keep up without tripping. Together they passed the long street. Until arriving at a seemingly more abandoned area. Not even morning joggers seemed to pass by this place. Eventually the dog slowed down and Harry had a moment to look around. There stood houses 10, 11, 13, 14. Harry looked back. Somehow he missed number 12, yet it was not there. His confused look seemed to amuse his godfather as he let out a final woof, walked forward, and disappeared. Harry just stood there in confusion, rubbed his eyes, and knew his godfather was not in sight, yet strangely the leash in his hand was leading forwards and disappearing midway. As he was still standing mouth agape. Just moments later the leash pulled him back and he felt as if he passed a barrier of sorts, a similar feeling of entering the magical King's Cross station part. He looked around. No, it was the same place. Yet somehow the missing house 12 was, just there, like it had always been. He heard laughter behind him and turning around his godfather now stood tall on 2 legs, giving him a cheeky grin. "It's good to see you, Harry." He spread his arms and Harry rushed in for a hug. A few minutes later they pulled apart and Harry started speaking. "So, how does this house stay hidden from muggles and Aurors alike?" "Fidelius charm, cast by my ancestor, still holds to this day. You can only be brought in by someone who knows this place, and unless you receive a written exact location on paper. You will forget it soon after you leave. Well, if you're so curious you can check it up in the library." "You have a library in your house. This is the Black family manor, it has a few expanding charms and is very spacious inside. Come, I will show you around." The tour started with Sirius giving a stern warning near the doorway. "Plug your ears, Harry, as there's an annoying or trait of my unfortunate relative in the hall who won't like you one bit. You see, your mother was a muggle-born and your grandmother was black, yet she wed a Potter and my aunt was quite a dark family supporter and a pureblood snob. Well, you get the point. She would hate you for just being half-blood and for banishing the Dark Lord." Harry was glad for the warning as he heard all those insults with his ears plugged. He might go deaf if he heard that without any preparations. Leaving the screaming portrait behind, the tour continued with Sirius showing various rooms and explaining what it was. Occasionally casting some spells as they encountered random boggarts and pixies remaining in abandoned rooms. Eventually they encountered a familiar figure. It was a small being, like a child which Rry recognized. As he had a few interactions with a creature of the same kind, he turned to his godfather. "You have a house elf." "Yes, but creature is, how to say, not the good kind. He refuses to remove that annoying portrait and to trash most of the dark artifacts in this place. He also never cleans. The food he makes is horrible. Heck, he probably just wants to poison me, so I just make my meals on my own." The said house elf just grumbled under his nose. Harry could make out some words like fake master, why everyone else died, why poor Regulus met his end. The boy felt sorry for his godfather. But he did know a free elf who could lend a helping hand. "Do you want another one? I happen to know a free elf who you can pay a monthly salary of galleon or so. He is quite eager to work and has a good attitude." His godfather grinned. "Of course, anything to get rid of that portrait." "Are you not worried about the elf leaking your hideout location?" Harry asked with concern in his voice. "No worries. There are some nasty wards in place that any non-contracted elves would just forget about being there after they leave, and we can just add a non-disclosure clause to the contract if your friendly elf only wants to work there part-time." Harry just nodded and called his friend Dobby. "Poof, the great Harry Potter sir has called for Dobby." Harry kneeled to reach the little elf and gave him a hug. "I missed you, my friend." The great Harry Potter thinks Dobby is a friend. There were tears in the elf's eyes as he returned the hug. "Dobby is touched." Harry stood up and went on to business talks. "Dobby, do you want to work here? It's my godfather's place and its current elf is not doing a good job." The elf fanatically nodded. "Anything for the amazing Harry Potter, sir." Soon the deal was made and Dobby was off to clean the house, starting with getting rid of Walbaga's portrait. Creature grumbled a lot, but eventually relented for just having Regulus room for his own jurisdiction. Sirius agreed as he did not want the trouble of the elf leaving the house. While his memory would be wiped away, there were many people who knew of the elf, his main concern being Narcissa Malfoy Black. He was not sure if she could access this place, but she certainly knew it existed. Tipping the ministry of it would spell trouble for him. Those Department of Mysteries fellows would surely take a challenge of locating a Fidelius hidden mansion. The tour continued for some more time. Harry and Sirius also had a delicious meal once Dobby finished cleaning the kitchen. Harry's own how even managed to persuade the little guy to join them to eat together. After eating there was not much of the mansion left to see, so Sirius led him to the only room they haven't visited yet. This is the Black Family Library. Frankly, most of the book tomes are quite dark, so I do not suggest you read them until you're older. And this would conclude the tour. I believe it's getting late. And you did tell me you had a special someone to meet in a bus of all things. Sirius winked at Harry. Thanks, Sirius, it was fun. Can I visit sometime later? Of course, anytime. But, are there any faster ways of getting there? I spend half the day in that bus. Well, I suppose if you could apparate as it's legal for underage wizards, if you get a license, but still you would need to know clemency strong enough to keep my location secure. It's not like I do not trust you, it's that I know, he grimaced. Snivelius likes snooping around in the minds of others, you would need to have good occlumency shields in place. Just in case. Harry snickered hearing his potions teacher's nickname once again. He was sure to use it back in school and spread it to all years as well, along with all the fun stories Sirius shared. The greasy bastard certainly deserved it. He now had a sheepish look and admitted, actually, I do know a bit of occlumency. Sirius was in shock. This was an OBSC. Urin hard branch of magic, and Harry learned magic existed just a few years back. Really? His face seemingly morphed in a smug look. You don't mind me testing those defenses then? Harry kept the innocent look on his face. Of course, I think I got the basics down quite well. Sirius wand shot from his wand holster into his hand. Don't tell I did not warn you. I was forced to learn Leggy. Limon Ceta and acceptable level when I was still in school, courtesy to my father, Legelmans. A quiet minute passed, until Harry broke the silence, still maintaining his innocent face mask. Did you perhaps fail to spell? Sirius blushed, remembering having just boasted about it a moment ago. It's just, Azkaban does take a toll on the person. He focused more and cast the spell a few more times. After failing so much he switched it up to more obscure spells, yet Harry did not bat an eye. He had already seen Albus use them and already had countermeasures in place, although his innocent look was being broken as he found it hard to suppress laughter seeing his godfather so flustered. He focused back on his shields and decided to play a prank. A few minutes later Sirius beamed. He was finally inside Harry's mind. There were dozens of shelves of books and he grinned and walked, picking up a random one. It was blank. He rubbed his eyes and grabbed another one, blank again. He started grabbing books at random, trying to find anything, yet all the books were blank. Proud of his godson's defenses he was still unwilling to give up. He murmured a spell inside the mindscape WH. It allowed him to find surface thoughts. Soon he found a book which was quite smaller than the others. He eagerly opened it and was greeted with text inside. Excitedly he began to read. My mind defenses are quite decent. Don't you think so, Sirius? He cursed and turned to another page, yet the same words were repeated, seemingly in the whole book. Flipping to the last page which should have Harry's current thoughts he saw a different message. So did I pass the test? As soon as he read that he felt himself dropping out of Harry's mind, and woke up outside, already hearing the boy's laughter. He felt tears swell up in his eyes as he hugged the boy. I am so proud of you, Harry. He waved his wand and a piece of parchment appeared in his hand, which he passed to the boy. Here, read this. Then you would be able to find this place without my help. He passed a note with full address which Harry quickly memorized. You will always be welcome here. The parting hug took a while, but eventually Harry left and walked back to the bus stop. He took the Muggle bus to some other district, just in case, then summoned the night bus to travel to Diagon Alley where he would be meeting High's Slytherin friend for another long bus ride. As another day arrived, Harry excitedly rode the night bus to the Diagon Alley. Today he would finally begin his classes, and today was the day he would visit Neville. Arriving at Mind Arts classes he met someone he never wanted to see again, even after a decade of isolation, Draco Malfoy. As if mirroring his feelings, a look of loathing appeared on his nemesis' face. Potter, what are you doing here? The boy let out a sigh. I am here to see if the Mind Arts classes are worth attending. Seeing you there makes me want to unenroll. Somehow that offended the blonde. When my father hears about this. Silence. Some old cloaked fellow strolled into the room, his authoritative voice filled with power interrupting the childish bickering. Control your emotions, young Malfoy. If your father hears about this he would be disappointed in your lack of occlumency skills over emotion control. Draco blushed and lowered his head. As for you, the teacher glanced down at the note on his table, listing the enrollment details of the newest student, Potter. Let's see how good your current defenses are. He just glanced at the boy and Harry could feel it, this guy was nearly on Dumbledore's level. A few minutes later the old man spoke again. I admit I am most impressed. You are ready to learn basics of legilimency. Keep in mind that I will only teach reading surface thoughts. Other forms of legilimency are a legal thought. If you're really passionate or talented you could learn about it by joining Aurors, Hit Wizards, Mind Healers or Department of Mysteries. After getting decent newts, he took a pause, noticing that young Malfoy was looking quite jealous and listening to his every word. Now, do keep in mind that it would take a magical oath to never use those skills against the law before progressing beyond the basics. Draco somehow had a smug look on his face. Our Malfoy house has quite a few books on the subject, I won't need any oaths. Instructor just gave him a stern glare, and that is illegal. The only reason I am not reporting your family to authorities yet is of the favor I owe your father. Keep in mind even if you do learn more advanced tricks like memory manipulation it won't bode well for you. Even reading past memories leaves footprints, traces, even more so when altering them. If hypothetically you somehow succeed to dig up dirt on your opponent, it would not hold in court, unless you took the magical oath to never use those skills against the law, otherwise defendant could just aim you planted fake memories on whatever secret you fish up. Draco's excitement somewhat dimmed, while Harry listened with keen interest. Still it was Malfoy who interrupted teacher once again. I want to learn legilimency too. The old wizards just gave him a stern glare, then after pondering something for a moment, had a small grin on his face as he addressed the rude boy. As for you Malfoy, if you can still defend against Mr. Potter by the end of the week, I will consider teaching you basics as well. Draco seemed all fired up, yet he did not know who he was against. Even though Harry did not know the spell, he observed how it worked thousands of times, from the Master Legilimens Albus Dumbledore, which certainly allowed him to learn the required intent for the surface thoughts reading spell. Still Harry did not know if it was his talent or Malfoy's lack of it, but by the end of the lesson he could already read some of Malfoy's surface thoughts. It was a weird magic so to say, by catching his opponent's eyes and waving his wand in a simple pattern, he could see a single book where the thoughts were being written. Yet most words were still blurry, and he was not able to turn pages, which according to instructor would come with some more practice. Instructor even promised to teach a wandless version of surface thoughts spell to the boy, but only if he mastered the spell with the wand first. Even with Draco grumbles Harry was still quite happy with the lesson experience overall and was looking forward to future lessons. He had dueling in the morning and apparition in afternoon, which would have more pleasant company than today. Well, assuming Malfoy did not take those classes as well. Happily he walked out of the alley to catch the night bus outside. He had a friend to visit. The night bus came to a halt and Harry jumped out. Then he spent a few minutes rummaging in his pocket trunk until he found the exotic plant, Neville's gift, which was thankfully still alive. Then, gift in hand, he strolled towards Longbottom Mansion. It was quite a large building, 5 floors tall, and seemingly had a flat roof, full of greenhouses. He walked forward, halted near the gate. He could somehow feel something as if a force field protecting the place. Remembering the letter's instructions he knocked on the gate 3 times and waited. A few minutes later an old woman opened the gates and focused on him with a stern look. Who are you? I am Harry Potter, Neville's friend. Did I get the wrong house? Ah yes, come in Harry. She still looked at the boy with suspicion, wand in arm. Yet as soon as he passed the gate she relaxed and a smile popped on her face. Sorry for the cold greeting, until you passed anti-polyjuice wards I could not be you were who you looked and claimed to be. I am Augusta Longbottom, welcome to Longbottom Mansion. Harry smiled in response. He wondered if Black Family Home had similar wards as well. Hello again Madam Longbottom. Follow me. Neville is playing in greenhouses as always. I am sure he would be excited to receive such rare and exotic specimen as this. She eyed the plant in Harry's hands. If only you took proper care of it. The poor thing would not last more than a day without a proper care. Harry just blushed as he walked along. He definitely had no idea what this plant was and how to take care of it. Even the name he only remembered thanks to his occlumency skills. Soon they climbed up all the stairs and were on top of the rooftop where Harry could already see Neville whistling as he was weeding some sort of plant Harry never saw before. The noise of the steps alerted the boy and he looked up. his eyes glinting on recognition. "Harry. It's good to see you. Is that a blue asphodel you're holding?" Harry waved and smiled back. "It's good to see you too. This over here is a gift for you. If shopkeeper did not scam me, it should be a blue asphodel. Blimey. I always wanted to try growing the blue variety. Perhaps even try cross-breeding with the red ones if I find any for sale in Egypt. It's not a local plant in Britain, so some varieties are rare to find. Thank you, Harry." The boy took the gift and carefully planted it in nearby plant pot. Then he turned to Harry and blushed. "I would give you a handshake for greeting, but you know," he glanced at his attire. His clothes were muddy and his hands were so dirty you could hardly see glimpses of actual skin underneath. Madame Augusta just snorted, "Your Air Longbottom and you will greet your friend Prop." Early, she waved her hand and somehow all the dirt just vanished. Neville's hands were even sparkling, for which she somehow felt the need to explain. Unfortunately, magical dirt requires some strong cleaning spells. So don't mind the sparkles. The sparklingly clean Neville now stepped forwards and gave Harry a friendly handshake and a brief hug, then he led the trio of people to the guest lounge. In there they sat, enjoying some snacks and stories of their daily summer life, then some fun stories from Hogwarts, for which even Augusta joined in from time to time. Harry was amazed to learn she in fact knew his parents and grandparents even, which led to her bringing an old and even older photo albums for Harry to flip through. He had already seen most of his parents' photos there, as Hagrid did gift him an album with them, yet his grandparents' ones were something new, so he spent quite some time just looking at them, with some tears in his eyes as he listened to Agatha's stories. As there were Neville's parents in most of the photos as well, the boy was listening too, somehow looked even sadder than Harry. Eventually it was time to part ways. Harry was led out of the manor, where he exchanged goodbyes with Neville and his grandmother, before leaving to catch the night bus once again. Neville had some packing to do and prepare for his holiday trip, which was quite some work even with the help of magic. Making sure all the plants survived his absence was an arduous task. Harry caught another night bus to take to Diagon Alley. He was quite enjoying those evening chats with Daphne during the scenic tours they took every day, and he was looking forward to spending more time with her tomorrow when they will take their apparition classes together. It was practical YA morning routine for Harry to take the night bus towards the Wizarding World. Harry had already caught up with Daphne on scenic routes taken, so now he just traveled to the Green Alley while sipping his hot chocolate. It was still delicious, but not as good as it used to be. As was usually the case then, having something tasty too often, it slowly became not so special. He pondered whether to just stop taking it all the time and bring his own snacks and drinks for future travels. While reading yet another Muggle light novel, he found their works more fascinating than wizarding ones. Not time later, Harry was strolling through the Green Alley, towards the place where he was supposed to have his dueling class and later apparition class. He wondered if he would see any familiar faces there. Hopefully it won't be just him and Malfoy again. He cursed as he saw the all-familiar blonde-haired boy already entering the building. He just jinxed himself. His mood now somewhat dropped and he followed the blonde inside. Entering the now familiar classroom, he saw that fortunately he would not be stuck with just Draco this time. There was also another student, Su Li, a Ravenclaw in same school year as him. Perhaps they grouped students by age in those summer classes. He smiled and waved to her when she caught his gaze and her eyes widened in shock. Clearly meeting Harry Potter was not something she expected. "Good morning, Sue." Sue waved back. "Morning, Harry." It was somehow a norm that Slytherin students referred to others by surname or first name for close friends. Other houses already jumped to first name basis on acquaintance level. "Why am I stuck with half-bloods again?" A loud groan came from the back of the class as Draco noticed the newcomer. Both Rai and Sue rolled their eyes. The young Malfoy was just as annoying as in Hogwarts. Harry pointed his hand to the side of the girl and inquired, "Can I sit there?" Su Li just nodded and Harry finally sat down. He chatted a bit with Sue about the class, yet she was a newcomer like him as well. In fact, it was the first lesson for dueling in this summer and she did not join during previous years, as she did not even know this place existed. She did admit she had some experience in the field as her parents were fans of dueling competitions and taught her some things themselves. Their chat was interrupted as the door was pushed open and a young witch with pink hair entered the room. It was an unusual color for hair in Britain, even among muggles. In fact, it was the first time Harry saw someone with pink hair. The pink-haired girl glanced around the room, then on the attendance list on the table. Strangely, her hair cycled from vomit green to gold, then back to pink as she did that, respective. When seeing Malfoy and Potter surnames on the list, of course students did not know the specifics. Harry noted that she did not use a wand as her hair color changed, perhaps she was the Metamorphagus. He did remember reading about this rare wandless magic ability in one of the books he bought. Hello everyone. I am an intern teacher here just for this summer, you can call me Tonks. Her voice was cheerful. No trace of shock she clearly felt seeing the students she had to teach, based on her hair color changes that occurred recently. Now let's go over the spells you do know and the spells you are supposed to know at this age, then we will review what we will learn there and of course learn the rules of formal duels, and if there's any time left we can even have a few mock duels. Based on your answer I will be able to better prepare the content for future classes. As she went over the spells she was hardly surprised by large gaps of knowledge, being from Hogwarts herself she knew that professors for defense were unreliable. Still all students present knew a lot, even some extra spells like snake summoning which was not even part of Hogwarts curriculum, perhaps they knew more. Just not shared everything, she mused. After going over dueling rules, which were quite simple actually, do not kill the opponent and do not use spells that leave a permanent mark, like UNF. Or givables and various dark magic curses. Other than that anything goes, which made this sport quite fun and popular to practice and watch. After the theory part Tonks waved her wand, silently murmuring the spells so quiet you could not tell what it was, and the classroom tables rearranged themselves, leaving a large empty space in the center. As there were only 3 students the teacher decided they just duel each other once. Then if anyone wins both fights they could duel her one-on-one, of course provided there was enough time left till the class ends. Harry grinned as he was up against Draco first. He could beat up the prick now and get away with it, how wonderful was that? He shuddered a little remembering the duels he had before this, or it would be better to say fights or APS one-sided beatdowns by Headmaster Archwizard Dumbledore himself. Not that he learned anything from that, the headmaster always changed the spells used depending on how the boy dodged, assuming he predicted him, not knowing that Harry just utilized his past loop experience to know what Albus was casting and where it would be safe to stand to dodge. Still his skills should be good enough to be at young Malfoy. He assumed as he did beat the boy in their duel in second year, and now he had an extra year of knowledge from school. Ready, set, fight, Tonks announced while sitting on a desk RBY together with Sue while eating popcorn from a bucket she got from who knows where, perhaps a fancy spell or storage item like Harry's trunk. Harry sent a casual Expelliarmus, which flew past Draco's left ear. His opponent managed to dodge. Clearly young Malfoy was not the same fool as he was during their first duel in second year. Harry stepped aside, narrowly dodging the same red spellbeam Draco sent his way. Harry then tried a few more shots, yet there was a shield in front of his opponent, a simple shield spell, only from front, quite simple, yet very versatile in duels. Finding it hard to dodge the rapid fire the blonde was sending him, yet seemingly his endless brickle with Headmaster did improve his dueling somewhat. He somehow just knew at a glance where exactly the boy was aiming at, as if feeling the magic of the spell before it left his wand. The duel was in some sort of standstill. Draco could not hit Harry as he was just stepping aside, dodging with minimal effort. Clearly not wasting much stamina on that. Similarly for Harry, while he was able to hit from time to time, he did not know any spells to break down that wall shield thing. Suddenly they switched the IR spells, clearly not wanting to waste time on spells that did not work. Draco summoned a dozen of snakes, who were closing in on his opponent. Meanwhile Harry animated a pair of desks to beat up blonde, one in front that was stopped by the shield and one behind the blonde boy. At the same time Harry turned to snakes and opened his mouth to hiss stop. Harry tried using his parcel tongue. Yet Draco just smirked while casting another shield wall on his back, seemingly having expected this trick of Harry's and having countermeasures in place. The snakes continued moving forwards as if they never heard a thing, perhaps some kind of control spell, or young Malfoy learned how to summon deaf snakes. As Harry was pondering of a way to escape his predicament, Draco was having a hard time against the desks as his fire spells were too weak to burn them quickly, and he also needed to keep recasting his shield wall spell on both sides as the desks kept shattering his shields. Luckily it was not simultaneous, so he had time to recast the shield on the front before recasting the one in the back and repeating those actions as desks were breaking the shields quite fast. They were primarily made to block spells after all. And yes, the boy realized he was quite stuck. It would take quite some minutes before his weak ignition spells burned the desks, so he was stuck recasting shields. Suddenly his vision darkened. Looking up as if by reflex, he saw another desk high above him. From the corner of his eye he could see Harry sitting on a tower of desks, snakes still far below, unable to reach him as the first desk of the tower was somehow very slippery. Potter's wand was pointed at the desk above Draco's head, and the boy realized that the duel was over as his opponent cancelled the levitation spell. Clap clap. Tonks was already clapping, quickly swallowing her popcorn as if she wanted to say something. Besides her, Sue was also enjoying the snack while watching the show. The desk quickly fell due to gravity, resulting in a painful moan from the blonde boy and a loud crashing sound. Well done, Harry. Teacher Tonks waved her wand and the snakes disappeared in a puff of smoke. After another wave, the animated desks stopped moving. Then a house elf with a medic hat popped near Malfoy and forced some kind of potion down his throat. Judging by Draco's frowning face, it did not taste any good. By the way, meet Jill. He is the house elf that monitors the duels and will help you recover after, and of course, in case of accidents he will intervene and save you if necessary. She shot a glare at Harry, like if a metal side of that desk hit Mr. Malfoy's temple he could have died. A red tone colored Harry's cheeks. He never thought about that. Surely he hated the boy, but not enough to want his death. The teacher resumed her speech. Sue, you're next, as Malfoy would need some time to recover. Harry stood there once again getting ready for the duel, yet as the duel began his probing Expelliarmus missed the mark, and while he did dodge the first spell coming towards him, something did not feel right. His feel of magic was telling him that the spell somehow split and a part was coming to him still. No. It was another spell cast in quick succession at a slightly different angle, which just happened to be the direction he was dodging in. The boy barely dodged, almost falling over. Yet more spells came his way, and somehow they were all double casts like that. He kept dodging. With almost no time to cast spells of his own, he kept casting the shield spell, yet the shield was a larger target. Sue somehow just knew he was going to cast that, and some different colored beams hit his shield as it formed, breaking it apart. As the duel progressed, Harry Lee RNED to differentiate his feel of spells. Now he could predict where both spells would hit, which once again resulted in him dodging with minimal effort, yet Sue was also great at dodging, so the duel entered a stalemate. Or so Harry thought as he somehow tripped while trying to dodge. Looking at the ground he found it mushy, as if a swamp appeared in this location. He then remembered a recent spell he felt which was not aimed at him as he understood what happened. Moments later a red beam struck him. It was hard to miss a stationary target and his wand flew out of his hands. While his wand was flying to Sue's hand, she fixed the floor and Harry got up and bowed to her, thanking for a great duel, while the teacher was giving another round of applause, more enthusiastically this time. Well done, Miss Lee. That was an amazing performance. I believe you have some former dueling practice, do you not? Double casting is quite a trick to pull off, not something one learns at school. The girl in question blushed from praise as she explained, yes, my parents are a fan of dueling, so they have taught me quite a few things. Harry took his seat to spectate as Draco was already back on his feet, getting ready for duel. What followed was a one-sided beatdown as the blonde boy could not dodge the double shots from Sue. Then Harry hoped to see the duel between Sue and Tonks. Sue was also enthusiastic about a wonderful practice duel, yet the class time had ended. Harry was quite happy with the class. He thought he would be able to improve his combat abilities a lot during the summer. Perhaps he could even help some poor folks after the Quidditch Cup when Death Eaters were planning an attack. After the class was dismissed, Harry looked at the time. He only had half an hour until the apparition class. So he went outside to buy some snacks while killing time by reading books. Sue used the flow to leave home, so he had no one to talk to. Well, there was Draco, but he preferred a book's company. Much to his disappointment, he noticed Draco was waiting too after finishing his meal. Of course the prick just had to take the same classes as him. Just 5 minutes before classes his mood brightened as he saw Daphne walking over from the distance. She waved at him, and Harry waved back, holding back his chuckle as he saw Malfoy waving as well. "Welcome, Greengrass." Draco stood up as she got close, giving his usual snobbish Slytherin greeting. Unfortunately for him, the girl did not even look at him and went straight to Harry. "Hello, Harry." Then, as if his word finally reached her, she turned around to give a nod to now beet red Malfoy. "I see you're here too, Malfoy." Harry was busy laughing at Draco's expense, while Daphne sat beside him, helping herself with some leftover snacks. When he calmed down, he greeted his friend back. "Hello, Daphne, it's good to see you." After they quick catch up, it was almost time for class, so they headed to the classroom door, just in time to see a person appear in front of it. It was not like other wizards causing loud popping sounds. Somehow it was silent. One blink the hallway was empty, and another a man was already there unlocking the classroom door. Inside was a spacious hall with a few seats near the walls. Most of the space was occupied by a complex runic ward of some sorts. Harry did start learning runes, but even he could hardly recognize many of them. He could at least tell it had something to do with apparition, which was hardly a surprise. He took a seat nearest to the professor's desk with Daphne sitting beside him. Out of the corner of his eye he could see Draco sitting just behind him. Professor's silence seemed to give an impression that he was a quiet speaker, hence the students instinctively sat closer to him. The professor just glanced over the list of names, not showing any kind of special reaction on seeing Potter or Malfoy attending, then spoke with a low voice while stroking his gray mustache. "Welcome to Apparition 101. My name is Rain Goldhorn and I will be your apparition tutor for this short summer session. As some of you might know, this year's summer classes are cut short in number due to the upcoming Quidditch Cup preparations, which is why there's not much students this year. Still, you should be glad. With fewer students, even with fewer lessons, you can potentially earn more, as teachers would be able to give you each more individual attention." His throat seemingly got dry as he extended his arms sideways and a bottle of mineral water appeared in his hand, seemingly out of nowhere. He took a small sip to ease his dry throat, then resumed his speech. "Now, as one of you already heard," he glanced at Draco, who seemingly tried to hide behind Potter, "apparition can be quite hazardous. In fact, Mr. Malfoy here spliced himself apart last summer during the first lesson. So after fixing him, we banned him from the class for a year, as the older you get the easier apparition becomes. That is because you get more attuned to magic and get a better feel for it." He now glanced at Harry and Daphne. "Do not worry though, as you might have noticed, we have an impressive runic ward in place. It will prevent you from apparating anywhere but inside the circle, so most damage can be healed quite quickly, well, unless you somehow splice your heart or brain. But I never heard of such a case happening. Usually people get spliced by an ear or an arm. On not severe mistakes, like missing a nail or something, you will not be banned and can continue practicing." The teacher took another sip, then waved his hand and 3 pieces of paper appeared seemingly in midair and flew to the students. On them there were a few paragraphs repeating the dangers of apparition, and on the other side the actual instructions on how to actually do it. Reading through the paper, Harry thought it seemed quite simple. All you needed to do is to think about the location you want to appear in. Visualize your body appearing there and then focus your magic. There was also a note saying that beginners could use a wand as it made it easier to focus the magic on it, but it was doable without it. The main dangers were forgetting to visualize a part of the body, getting distracted, or most commonly appearing in a place that has changed, so accidentally merging with a tree, a wall, another person, or something else. That was why wizards had special places for apparition that had wards in place that made sure other wizards were moved aside as a new one appeared. Seeing that all students finished reading and were now looking at him for more instructions, took another sip of water. His bottle was already half empty, then gave further instructions. "Today you will try to apparate from one place inside this ward to another one. Unfortunately, if any severe accidents happen, like losing a leg." He briefly glanced at Draco, who had a painful expression on his face as if remembering something unpleasant. "I will ban you from this class for a year, then you can just try next year. Keep in mind that your money won't be refunded." Now, as accidents usually happen during the first time, you will go one by one and try to apparate from that cross on the ground. He pointed his arm to show a specific spot near the center of the room which had a tile with a cross mark on it, then try to appear on that circle next to it. There was no need to point as it was just a step away from the cross, another tile with a circle. Well, I guess I can demonstrate. There was no sound, and one blink the professor was at his desk and another on the cross. Then, as if giving them time to catch glimpse of him, he waited as all students' heads turned to look at high M before appearing on the circle briefly, then yawning and appearing back on his desk, all without a sound. Even the yawn was silent. Of course, for first times it would take some time, it would also cause some popping noise. But with practice you can make it more silent or louder, whatever way you prefer. One of my friends even managed to make it sound like a piano chord. Anything is possible with magic. Another sip of water later. He glanced on the list again. Let's just go alphabetically. So Ms. Greengrass, you're first. The girl looked nervous. Harry gave her a thumbs up as if to encourage her. Not sure if that helped her. She collected herself on her own, but she walked to the cross tile with seemingly confident steps. It took a whole minute for her to focus until she finally paired with a loud popping sound. It was a good attempt, unfortunately not a perfect one, as while she looked whole and unhurt her feet were bare, her shoes still remained on the ground on the cross tile. Well done for first try, Greengrass, not an eyelash missing, and you also managed to bring most of your clothes along. You can practice on your own now. To the side of the room there's plenty of such pairs of tiles to choose from. The ones in center just have better ward effect of preserving health in case of splinting. Daphne blushed, quickly wearing her socks and shoes again. It was hard to tell if embarrassment was from praise or from forgetting her socks and shoes while teleporting. She gave a sweet smile to Harry and moved to the side of the classroom to practice on her own. Next, Mr. Malfoy. Let's see if you do not forget all your limbs this year. A red-beaked Draco walked to where Daphne was just a minute ago and was also deep in concentration. It did not take that long for him. Perhaps he practiced this part at home. Then there was a much louder popping sound and he appeared on the circle. Looking at his body and clothes, he wore a proud look on his face, yet hearing the laughter from Harry, Daphne and even the professor, he turned back to look at the cross tile as his face paled from horror. With trembling hands he reached up to touch his hair, yet all he felt was a smooth round surface. As Professor's laughter subsided, he took another sip of water and commented on Draco's performance, still in cheerful voice. Well done, Mr. Malfoy. Forgetting your hair is quite common, do not worry though. You can continue practicing, yet you should keep regrowing your hair so that you learn to not forget to take it with you. On your desk you will find a potion to do just that. Glancing there, the students managed to catch a glimpse of Jill, the house elf, appearing inside to drop the potion, then disappearing. Harry was wondering why the wards did not prevent it from teleporting outside the sphere. Thankfully Professor somehow guessed students' curiosity. You might be wondering how come house elves are not affected by this ward. The thing is, they are not apparating. They are teleporting in a different way. A ward to keep them in place would be even more complex than this one. And of course can't say this runic ward is perfect. The teacher glanced at Malfoy. Ho already had short hair that was quickly growing. You can practice on any similar pair of symbols near your desk, Mr. Malfoy. Professor then turned his gaze to the remaining student. Now it's your turn, Mr. Potter. Harry managed to glimpse Daphne giving him a thumbs up, returning the encouragement, while disappearing from the cross tile to the circle one. She kept her shoes now and Simi. NGLY was working on decreasing the time it took her to concentrate for the jump. The boy smiled in response and walked to the center of the classroom. Once on top of the cross tile, unlike the other students, Harry did not take out his wand. He could feel magic quite well and felt no need to do that. In any case, if it failed, nothing would happen. There was no danger of harming himself, just Becca. He focused magic without the help of his wand. The only danger came if his visualization failed. The boy focused hard and visualized himself as clearly as he could. Occlumency helped a ton here, so he remembered his body, his clothes and all the details. Then just seconds later there was a quiet pop and the boy was on the circle. The boy smiled, yet looking back at the cross he could see his pocket trunk lying there. He only got the trinket a week or so ago, so he somehow forgot to include it in visualization. Well done, Mr. Potter, but to think about all the things inside your clothes as well. You did not forget your trousers, did you? Harry just blushed, picking up his trunk. Now just keep practicing. We won't be learning anything new this time, though next time I would be bringing some complex trinkets so you could practice with things you never seen before. We would have a practical exam in the field with some ministry official for your licenses as a third lesson, then we would have a theory lesson on speed, sound, and wandless apparition. He glanced briefly at Harry, which Mr. Potter can already do, it seems, and finally we will finish with a side-along apparition. Yes, it is quite cramped. Yet we do not have many students, so we will manage. Professor took another sip of water, the final one as his bottle was now empty. The empty bottle then seemingly disappeared. Seeing the curious glances of his students, he chuckled. I know you're curious about this trick of mine. Let's just say I am apparating the bottle to the trash can. I would not be teaching apparating objects without tagging along in class though. Let this old man keep some of his own secrets. He gave a smile to his students, then glanced at the clock. Well, you can practice till you're exhausted or for another hour or so, then the class will end. I would not be covering any new material today, so you're free to leave anytime. Good luck. Then once again, seemingly out of nowhere, a book appeared in Professor's hand. Harry was shocked as he recognized the title. It was the Muggle fiction novel he bought himself a few days ago. The trio of students practiced for a while until the time ended. They all managed to get apparition working while taking all their parts and items along, though both Draco and Daphne still needed 10 or so seconds of concentration before making the jump through space. Harry just needed a few seconds, which was probably amazing in their eyes, yet seeing Professor doing the same in the blink of an eye, he knew he still had something to aim for. As the class ended, the group parted ways. Professor just disappeared without them noticing and they appeared outside the locked class. They cursed at the old man, who somehow bypassed the so-called can't apparate outside this room wand. Then they split into two groups. Draco was clearly going to get his usual haircut. While the hair regrowth potion worked well, it did not replicate the last haircut used, so now he looked almost like a girl from behind with semi-long hair. Meanwhile, Daphne and Harry went to eat at a nearby restaurant in Green Alley, then grabbed a night bus for their usual evening routine, taking a scenic tour while chatting. Even during the previous class he could do so easily, and it did not take him long to pick up the wandless version in today's classroom. Draco finally restored his defenses and looked back into Potter's eyes. It did not take even a minute for Harry before the blonde's defenses were breached once again, his surface thoughts appearing for Harry to see like an open book. Clap clap, the professors clapped enthusiastically. Somehow he knew what had occurred. It also seemed he was a bit regretful of not being able to teach the talented boy more, legally at least. Being a master legilimens himself, the professor could see how amazing Harry's defense was. He could count on one hand the number of people he have met having such strong defenses, as if from a decade of practice, and the boy was the youngest of them all. As for legilimensy, Professor inwardly cited, the regulations were very strict for that. He did not want to spend the rest of his life in Azkaban, and yes, that what one got for illegal spreading of such knowledge. The surface thoughts spell was essentially the only legal legilimensy spell these days. Well, Unley's S1 was placed under various magical contracts and practicing some legal profession that actually required such skills, the only ones being Auror Interrogator, a Mediwitcher like him, a professor of mind arts. Thought this one was less popular, as you could see by abysmal amount of students he got each year. The clapping was getting a bit awkwardly too long as the professor brushed his pondering thoughts aside and turned to his favorite student of this year. Well done, Harry, truly splendid. He temporarily glanced at Malfoy, who seemed exhausted. Having one's mind defenses broken repeatedly was not a pleasant experience. Alas, that was unfortunately quite an efficient training method for less talented folks. With enough repetition anyone could become great at this. And that makes it 3 out of 3, take a rest, Draco. I would be giving you more personal lessons starting next time. As for you, Harry, congratulations, you no longer need to attend future lessons as I do not have anything else I am legally allowed to teach you. A long sigh escaped the professor's mouth as his face looked somewhat regretful. if you truly wish to learn proper legilimency, come back after graduation. I will put up a good word for you, whatever legilimency career you would choose. Thank you, Professor, then I will be on my way then. Goodbye. Harry was sad of not being able to learn more legilimency from a proper tutor. Still, he did buy a few books on the topic. Perhaps he should try learning that on his own. Well, as soon as he's back in school and out of Ministry's Trace's radar. He still remembered his expulsion and wand-breaking warnings he received from the Ministry, not wanting to ruin this loop by triggering a restart or getting his wand confiscated. Walking out of the door, he mentally reviewed the list of classes in Green Alley Studying Center, initially considering taking another one to fill in the extra free time, yet unfortunately after asking around he was told that they did not accept students mid-course. Harry just shrugged and walked out of the Green Alley, even going out of magical London. With some extra time on hand, he just wandered aimlessly, before sitting at a bench in a deep shade. To hide from the heat of the sun, then he focused his mind on what he learned today. The streets were full of muggles, busily walking by. It was a lunch break for them, so they had all various destinations in mind, ready to utilize the break as good as possible. Some were hurrying home for lunch with their kids, some rushing to nearby supermarkets for a quick bite and then chilling in a shade with some ice cream. Some more well-off folks were looking for a place to eat, and finally some young teenagers were going to a pizzeria. Harry smiled and sat up from the park bench. Yes. He was reading the surface minds of others. He mentally thanked his mind arts teacher once again for that small slip of information, who knew wandless magic would not be tracked by the Ministry. Apparently the tracker was placed into a wand, mainly to avoid the countless spam on the wards when kids were doing accidental magic, which happened a lot for some of them. Allied took years to actually perform spells wandlessly. Sure, some talented students could do that with their wand in the pocket, but that was not true wandless magic. The wand still acted as a focus to help magic flow in these scenarios. So now Harry temporarily kept his wand in his pocket trunk, not in his wand holster as usual. That way he could practice surface thoughts reading, truly wandlessly. Malfoy could have defended himself if he tried that in class, the boy mused. That's how hard it was. He was only able to read Muggle thoughts as they had absolutely no mind defenses, and even then it was not very clear, blurry. Sometimes he even failed to understand a single thing. After an hour or so sitting on the same bench, Harry's mind felt drained from prolonged use, so he decided to call it a day. Perhaps he would try this exercise again in the future. He figured being able to do this all the time on wizards and witches would be so useful for everyday life. Various red sparks re-shooting his way as Harry ducked to dodge them. Another pair was incoming from another side, yet a flying chair managed to block them. The boy cursed in his mind. He could usually beat Draco in 5 minutes. Satonks gave him a handicap on his spells, and his assignment today was to win against Draco using only Wingardium Leviosa. Of course it was quite a versatile spell, and with proper int could not only move things up and down, but also horizontally, following the caster's commands. It was already their 4th duel today, and Draco was enjoying the experience, payback for the last 2 lessons where Harry beat him down. Quite painfully, in fact. Yet even he could feel the boy was improving quite fast. During the first duel he was struggling with using objects with blocking. Spells could bypass between chair legs with ease, yet by now his spells somehow kept being blocked, even the quick-casted ones. The blonde boy sighted as another double Expelliarmus shot was blocked. Again. Now it seemed Potter was simply showing off as the first one hit one leg of the chair and another leg in the back. He did not believe his aim was that bad, and seeing this happen for the 3rd time during their 4th duel, he knew it was not simply dumb luck. Still, Draco felt he was improving too. During previous duels the Potter dodged most of his spells, even the double shots. Yet now he was forcing the boy to block, primarily the double shot spells, as when only shooting one spell it was as if Potter knew where it was going, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. LL started with Professor Tonks bringing some Auror training dummies the last time, and while Sue and Harry could pass the aiming mode exercise with flying colors, his aim was not so good. Still at East, Tonks explained to them how to shoot spells in quick succession. The double shots Sue used to beat both him and Potter the last time. There seemed to be some use to these lessons, thought blonde boy. preparing another double shot of red beams. The fourth round finally ended. This time Harry did not lose, yet he did not win either. He was finally good enough with using random items around for blocking spells, and dodging the few ones he occasionally missed. The class had come to an end, so Tonks dispersed them. While the boys were dueling, she was teaching Sue something on her own. RRY now pondered whether he would win against the Ravenclaw girl next time. So far their score was 1-1. The boy already got accustomed to dodging her rapid fire during last lesson and managed to beat her. Not a very elegant win in his opinion, as Sue simply run out of stamina without being able to hit the boy. Next time he wanted to win in proper way. After parting ways with Sue, the pair of boys walked together to a nearby cafe for a snack and waited for their next lesson. Yes, prolonged classes together brought them somewhat closer, still far from friends, but not bickering fools umping on each other's throat anymore, bearable acquaintances perhaps. Rivals. Harry did not really care, he was just glad not having to listen to random insults every time they met any longer. Soon, Daphne joined them and they chatted together while waiting for Professor to arrive. Last time the teacher brought various complex mechanical parts and weird items, like a 7x7x7 Rubik's Cube among other weird magical trinkets. And they did a strenuous exercise of apparating from one side of classroom to another, no longer using the specific cross tiles, but going where the teacher indicated, var. IOUS random locations like, below third desk on the right wall, 1 feet above ground in the center, while having to apparate together with those trinkets intact in same condition. It was very hard, yet as soon as they managed to somewhat consistently accomplish the task without breaking the trinkets, the professor increased the difficulty. He messed around with the props as they teleported, shuffling the cube, removing some gears, casting spells to recolor the items. They never really managed to complete this exercise, always ruining one item or forgetting some other, yet Professor did not mind. Even saying they were decent, even quite good compared to last year's group. The upcoming class was important to them. Supposedly a ministry official would tag along and do the paperwork for their licenses. Of course, providing they were still in one piece. Harry was especially excited. With this he could save some time in the morning for his usual ride to the magical alleys of Britain and visit his godparent more often. He even postponed further visits as he was waiting for the ability to skip that tedious half-day bus journey, as Sirius forbade the use of night bus to go to Grimmauld District. According to him, Lucius was one of the main shareholders of night buses and received statistical reports on visited places, and having married Narcissa Black he would connect the dots of where Sirius might be hiding. As the class time arrived, they found both the ministry person and professor already waiting near the door while chatting. Near them stood Jill, the house elf, with a bulky backpack. It seemed he would be coming along to provide medical first aid in case of accidents. The test turned out to be very easy for all of them. They simply needed to apparate to Leaking Cauldron. Order anything there and apparate back with food. Compared to complex and changing trinkets they tried last time, this was surprisingly easy. The official told them they would get their senses through the professor the next week and teleported away. Turning back, the professor was already gone along with Jill, leaving a note on the ground which basically informed them that today's class is over. Harry and Daphne parted with Draco, and seeing there was still quite some time before evening, when they usually took a scenic route with a night bus, Harry turned to his friend with a smile. So, what do you say about going out for some Muggle food? Daphne's clothes today were a light green dress and a summer hat, quite fitting to mingle among Muggles, while Harry himself only wore Muggle-style clothes all the time. Except at school, he found they felt nicer to the skin and were more comfortable somehow. Together they were walking through the streets of London, looking for a pizzeria. Sure, they had seen quite a few of them during their scenic tours, yet unfortunately they did not have their apparition licenses yet, not for another week at least. Harry did remember that there was a pizzeria here, somewhere. He read a group of Muggles' thoughts today, so he knew it was bound to be somewhere nearby. While walking, Harry occasionally read the thoughts of passers-by, sometimes even sharing them with his companion. Daphne, having never lived among Muggles, was quite curious about what they are doing every day, what their everyday worries were and so on. Harry was PPY to entertain her. He needed to find a pizzeria anyway. It did not take too long for the boy to notice a group of people thinking of pizza. Taking a turn after them, he then met more and more people. Thinking the same, it was understandable as it was a few hours after noon, a common lunchtime for many muggles. In just 5 minutes later, the pair already walked through the doors, and chose a seat near the window. Just moments later, a young waiter girl politely dropped a couple of menus on the table. "Do you want to order drinks now, or should I come later?" "Some Coca-Cola please," the boy just nodded with a smile. Then turned to Daphne. "I will take this Coca-Cola thing as well." The girl blushed as she mispronounced the name. While the waitress kept her polite smile and walked away. Having noted their order on her blank note, Harry was already silently chuckling. "It's not made from coconuts, it's Coca-Cola, Daphne," he explained to his friend as he knew just how weird some of Muggle product names could get. It was like another language for the ones hearing it for the first time. Opening the menu, they both flipped in silence, though Harry saw Daphne's appreciation of all the pictures and ingredients. The menus in the wizarding world were quite outdated in this regard. Before long, Harry had already chosen his favorite pizza, mushroom and ham, while also ordering a strawberry milkshake. Daphne, ordering a pizza for the first time, decided to mirror Harry's choice. She did like mushrooms and ham individually, perhaps a pizza would not be too bad. Before too long, the waitress came back to take their orders and give them their drinks. Harry had an amused smile on his face as he drank his cola while Daphne was seemingly just staring at the bubbles. He checked his memory and noted that he kind of never saw any carbonated drinks in the wizarding world. "Daphne," the girl moved her gaze from the bubbles back to the boy, "you should at least give it a taste. Now, the taste is not the same after all the bubbles go out." As the boy watched in anticipation, she put her glass to her lips and took a gulp, then almost spewed it out, not expecting the volume of her gulp to grow as it foamed inside her, until eventually swallowing as a smile broke out on her face. "It's delicious. This is so much sweeter than pumpkin juice. And those bubbles, they feel weird in the mouth. Yet I think it improves the drinking experience." Her eyes seemingly had a sparkle in them. "Told you so, wait till you taste a slice of pizza." As the duo drank and chatted, they did not notice the time pass. And before long their order finally arrived. "Anything else, or should I bring the bill?" the waitress inquired once again as she placed wooden pizza peels on their table. "No, just the bill, please. Will you be paying together or split the bill?" "We will split." "Daphne, are you sure about that? Did you bring enough pounds with you?" Harry glanced at his friend to confirm, emphasizing the name of the currency. The girl blushed, clearly catching her fault. Not expecting to venture in the Muggle world today, all she had was her galleons, sickles and nuts as usual. She lowered her eyes in embarrassment. "It appears my friend forgot her wallet, so there's no need to split the bill, I will pay for her." "Okay." As the waitress's footsteps faded away, Daphne turned back to the boy. "Thank you, Harry. I will pay you back tomorrow." "There's no need, it's not like it's expensive or I lack the cash or anything. If you truly wish to pay me back in some way, just treat me for a meal next time we eat out." "Next time?" Her cheeks took a cute pink hue. "That works for me, let's eat together sometime in the future." Before long the pair was already eating, and surely as Harry expected, Daphne's list of favorite foods just had a new entry. They happily chatted while they ate, then went for a scenic route with a night bus as usual. Both of them felt as if time had passed like a breeze. And came the usual stop for them to part ways. "Thank you, Harry, for letting me to experience what Muggle food is like. I enjoyed it a lot." "It's a pleasure, though it's your time to treat for the next date." "Goodbye, Daphne," Harry teased her with a mischievous expression on his face as he quickly dropped off from the bus, dodging an incoming nab to the side by his friend. Daphne felt blood rush to her face as she realized that it actually was like a date. Two young teenagers eating together and chatting for hours. Harry even paid for everything. Still feeling quite shy, she just waved back to the boy as the bus sped off. Through the whole journey home the girl pondered about their relationship. She reviewed her most recent memories and buried her head in her knees in embarrassment as she noticed her heart speeding up when they met, her glancing at the boy quite too often and even getting lost as if in a daze in his deep green eyes. How did she not notice this sooner? Did Harry notice? Is that why he was teasing her? Did he like her too? Would his friends even accept her, a Slytherin of all things, as his girlfriend? Or at least a friend? What about her own friends? Her mind was overwhelmed by countless questions, even back at home. That night it took her ages to fall asleep, her thoughts troubling her. And during the night she dreamt of a young boy with messy black hair and beautiful green eyes. As the morning came she had to face reality and admit that yes, she might have a crush on her new summer friend. Sirius home felt way more inviting on Harry's second visit. It has been quite a few weeks since that time. No longer was there a screaming portrait in the hallway and all the rooms looked so clean. Harry smiled. Clearly Dobby was doing a good job. Not long after, the boy was sitting with his godfather in a study room on a pair of armchairs near a fireplace. There was also an open box of pizza and a tray of cookies and large mugs of tea. Dobby was sitting with them, on the side of Harry's armchair. As armchair was so large it did not inconvenience Harry in any way. Harry was recounting his more interesting stories to his godfather and Dobby. Having not met for all that much, they had a lot to catch up on. During the previous visits, after he finally got his license, he told them stories about his life, which he was continuing to do today. The boy's life was quite an adventure: Philosopher's Stone, a possessed professor, infiltrating Slytherin common room, the basilisk, the diary, the journey to the Skoo in a flying car. Dobby looked so sad during that one, as it was caused by him. Even thought he only had good for Harry in mind. Still, seeing his friend looking so down, Harry skipped over the pie and regrowing arm bones incidents. For the third year it was serious time to be embarrassed. Who knew gifting a broom would cause so much trouble for the boy? And with him simply being out of the prison, causing a horde of Dementors to torment his godson. Harry's godfather even cursed at every mention of Wormtail. He hated that thing. Yes, betrayed like that was no human in his eyes. Harry seemingly abridged the time travel incident. His godfather was still recovering, so he did not want to burden him with a bombshell that his godson was a decade or so older mentally, at least not yet. While his godfather looked cleaner and better during each visit, Harry knew that such prolonged prison stay left a deep mental mark on him. It would be a while before the man fully recovers. Sirius was proud of his godson and told stories of his adventure with his father and Remus in return to the boy. Most of them were about pranks. Harry was almost falling out of his armchair while laughing. It was so fun. He decided to try out pranking on his own sometime, or perhaps team up with twins. His stay at Godfather's place was getting late, yet it was no issue for Harry, just a step outside the ward of the house. He waved back to Sirius, and disappeared with a barely audible pop. The latest lesson did cover reducing the sound of teleportation. Harry was still making some, though he was working on it, bit by bit. Harry silently climbed up the stairs, then went into his room. Inside there was a fancy envelope on his table, one completely covered by postage stamps, one letter from Molly Weasley. He briefly looked at the letter he got from the postman early in the morning. He remembered Vernon being quite embarrassed about it during the previous loop, so he just met the postman himself before the Dursleys came to know of it. Then he just forgot about it as he put it in his room and went to eat breakfast before popping out of the house to visit his godfather. Wondering if anything has changed in the current loop, he shrugged his shoulders and tore the envelope apart, quickly running his eyes on the all-familiar invitation. It was exactly the same as in the previous loops. The boy still had his final dueling and apparition classes tomorrow, then he could just drop off to stay at Weasley's. He did not visit them during the whole summer, instead opting out visiting his other furry NDS, as he knew he could spend a whole week with them during the Quidditch World Cup. He wrote a quick reply, accepting the stay-over invitation, though mentioning that he would only arrive in the evening. Then let Hedwig fly out in the night. He knew Ron's sleeping habits and knew the boy would still be awake at this time. Then he turned off the lights and went to his bed to sleep. It's not Lee he needed any packing of items. Everything he needed was already in his pocket trunk. In fact, most of his possessions were inside. Albus Dumbledore was leisurely lying in his bed at his office, having 3 important official positions with a ton of paperwork might seem daunting for an average wizard, but no, not for the likes of an archwizard like himself. Through decades of refining he had a few spells running which automatically dealt with any paperwork by filling in the needed details. Another spell of his even shredded incoming information reports or parts of them if it was something redundant or even something which matched his predictions. Now he could simply rest and enjoy some lemon drops. Suddenly an alarm buzzed, the one he sat up for any unexpected and important event. He secretly read all less important information reports during various meetings he was forced to attend. Alas, even with decades of trying he still could not create a sufficiently convincing clone to fool people's eyes. Albus simply blinked. Yes, after decades of practice even such simple acts could suffice for wandless magic, there was no need for arm waving. The single small parchment flew to his arms. He furrowed his brows as he read, "It seems Harry will be staying at Weasley's, yet not as soon as he could, but starting from the evening." It was not the first report he got over the sum. Art concerning the boy, as it concerned the prophecy he just had to flag anything about Harry as important, so even trivial divergences from his predictions triggered his spell alarms. Albus quickly located relevant reports in his mind. Looking for why he failed to predict such a thing, he always did this out of habit, constantly refining his prediction spell. After all, with each spell improvement he would have more free time. I forgot to include his Green Alley studies schedule into my spell. A long sigh followed. Master Accumans are not, old age simply made forgiving things quite easy. Dumbledore did not mind Harry mingling more in the magical world. Until the prophecy was fulfilled he could only die by Tom's hand, and he knew the most likely ritual his former student would use for revival. Of course he was smart enough to invent a new one, yet in his arrogance he lost his body before even beginning the experimentation. And now he was too scared to lose the life he had now. Surely Tom would pick a relatively safe and proven option. Albus did a complex mental calculation in his head, visual images of planets and stars flying in specific patterns in his mindscape sky, as if time was accelerated. Then furrowed his brows. The necessary celestial bodies alignment needed for such a ritual would happen next year, and will stay valid for a whole week or so. Good thing the boy would be at school at that time. He smirked, knowing his former student was sure to arrogantly declare his return, if not to the world, then at least to his closest followers. Severus is bound to bring him the news then. Albus put a fresh lemon drop in his mouth as he relished the taste. He could simply not get enough of them. Then more thoughts rose to his mind. He remembered the boy G. edging closer to a pair of Slytherin students, one of whom was quite dark. Daphne Greengrass was a lesser concern. Grengrasses were not followers of Dark Lord, at least not yet. Who knows which Sid they will join, as their younger daughter was currently a fiancée of youngest Malfoy. Draco himself on the overhand. Still, it was not good for Harry to mingle with Slytherins. Perhaps he would have intervene and try to bring the boy back, closer to the light side. Harry appeared in the Green Alley Study Center with a silent pop. He just had breakfast with Sirius and Dobby, having apparition unlocked really did free up a lot of time. The boy cited, it will be quite some time till he visits this place again. After the final lessons in the Learning Center today he will spend the rest of the summer either at the Burrow with Weasleys or in a tent near where the Quidditch Cup is held. With excited steps he entered the classroom. It seems he was the last one to arrive as Draco and Sue were already inside. Their teacher thought had a habit of being late, so the boy just plopped down near Sue. "Hello Sue, Draco," he turned and nodded to his classmates. "Hello Potter," Draco just grumbled back as usual. "Hey Harry. Ready for our rematch?" Sue on the other hand seemed excited for the upcoming duels today. The boy grinned, "Of course. Our score is 3-3, we will have to break the tie this time around." An amused smile spread on the girl's face as well. "We will see about that. Let me remind you that you lost our last duel." Harry's smile seemingly dimmed a little. Do not think that same trick would work again. A minute of silence followed, before Harry spoke up again. "By the way guys, are you coming to watch the Quidditch World Cup next week?" Draco instantly beamed up. "Of course. Thought I do not expect to meet you there Potter. You see, as major sponsors of the event, my family have VIP tickets." Harry just returned a smile to the boy. "We will see. How about you Sue?" He turned to face his friend. "I will pass. My parents are dragging me along to meet some relatives in China. Not that I like Quidditch that much anyway." "How can you not like Quidditch?" Draco's mouth was agape with disbelief. A quiet pop followed as the professor finally arrived. only 3 minutes late this time. Watch are my pupils. As I mentioned during the last lesson, today we will do our little tournament from the first lesson again. Now come over to draw the lots. The trio stood up and drew lots. Poor Draco was going first, for both rounds. The blonde boy lamented his Luke. He could not say he lacked talent or did not put in enough hard work. He did improve tremendously during this summer, yet those two, they were simply on another level. And yes, only a brief 10 meters. Minutes later Harry and Sue were getting ready for their rematch. It did not take long for either of them to win against the young Malfoy, who was now sitting beside Professor as he watched the duel. Yes, he did lose twice. But at least he managed to do so more gracefully this time. No lost consciousness, no broken bones, still able to fight if only he could use his spare wand from his holster Ed around his calf. Yes, while the other two were more following the rules, the ambitious Malfoy was preparing more for fights, not for simple duels. As Tonks lazily threw a single popcorn into the air, the pair of duelists watched. And only at the moment it touched the floor did they start running and casting spells in quick succession. Various spells bypassed the young boy, as if he knew where Hay would land. His magic sense did improve tremendously over this summer. But Sue already knew this. She was only rapidly casting the stunners as a distraction, while weaving more complex charms by the side. Simultaneously casting multiple different spells was quite a challenge, but she had to admit, Tonks taught her well. She ducked a pair of desks flying towards her, sidestepped another one. Then burned a couple of chairs trying to sneak attack her from the back. She smiled. Duels like this were just so thrilling, so exciting. Harry was smiling as well. Now the floor turned into swamp, only near the boy. But he already had a strategy to counter this charm. The nearby pieces of demolished desks flew around him and matched his pace. When he took a step he landed not on the swampy floor below but on the levitated wooden boards below him. The boy knew this was not enough. This was how he lost the previous time, and as expected Sue launched a couple of strong fire spells, powerful enough so that his shields were too fragile to stop and his wooden footholds were set on fire. The boy smiled. He still had a few cards he could play. Another wave of his wand later the class was shrouded in thick smoke. Draco rubbed his eyes from irritation. He already was annoyed when those two showed off their skills, but now he could not even see anything to learn something. He glanced at the professor whose eyes looked weird as she continued observing the smoke and enjoying some popcorn as if she could see everything as clear as day. He shuddered in realization. He remembered seeing those eyes. In fact, just yesterday during his potions lessons he read a paragraph about wyverns as he was using their scales for a potion, and it was mentioned that they can see through any obscuring conditions. Naturally they could see through fogs as well. Sue on the other hand was having a hard time seeing. Her quick thoughts led to a predictable outcome. She took a few steps to the side, not wanting to stay in same place. As she expected Harry to target there, she doubted the boy could see her as well. Smoke was a double-edged sword after all. While she backed away she kept shooting random jinxes all over the place. Mostly to the location she remembered Harry last being at, above the swamp, while preparing a wind charm at the same time. A moment later the wind blew away the smoke as she warily looked around. Harry was nowhere in sight. Then her vision darkened, from above. She realized, and quickly sidestepped the falling desk. Various furniture was flying all over the place. Now it was Sue who was on the defensive. She had no idea where Harry even was. Until she felt her wand getting out of her grip. When did he? Quickly turning around she saw Harry crawling from behind one of the various pieces of furniture that was part of the attack, both wands in his hands, a cheeky grin on his face. As the boy cancelled the spells and returned her wand, she bowed to him. That was a fun duel. But how did you change your location so fast in the smoke? You forgot I take apparition classes, Sue. I simple popped to another side of the room. All that noise from he fight was loud enough to make my apparition hardly hearable. The girl's eyes widened in realization. I am so taking apparition classes next year. Well done, my students. Now Harry, as you have on both fights you can have a match against me if you so desire, so what do you say? It was hardly a question that needed answering. The black-haired boy was excited for a chance against a powerful opponent. That was not Albus Dumbledore. Yes, he was fed up on losing against the old man. Soon the classroom was cleared of the debris caused by the previous fight and was back in its pristine condition. Ion. Now Sue was the one who took the role of eating popcorn while Draco was content with just watching the fight. No way he would eat a Muggle snack. That was below him. The duel began and Harry began rapidly firing stunners. It was a very quick spell to cast, so he now usually started his duels with such probes. Surprisingly, the young professor just stood there, like not even intending to dodge the spell. You know, Metamorphmigi were actually banned from dueling competitions as it's just unfair to duel against one. The teacher had an evil grin that the boy did not like one bit. He could feel magic with his senses. Yet the professor's wand was still on her wand holder. The boy's stunners just now arrived, yet upon contact with her skin, he could see her standing just fine. Then his eyes widened in shock. He caught a glimpse of scales glowing on her skin, the similar scales he saw in Triwizard Tournament, dragon scales. A blink later he could see Ms. Tonk's legs bulging up, as if she was a superhero from a comics book. Then she rushed at him, so fast he hardly had time to dodge. Just moments later, as the teacher backed off, he could no longer feel his wand in his fingers. Glancing at the professor in shock, she was back to her usual appearance, yet had an extra wand in her arm, Harry's wand. And this is why people like me cannot participate in competitions. Well, at least joining Aurors and Hit Wizards is somewhat easier. Professor was lazily spinning the boy's wand as if doing a pen spinning trick as she looked at the boy with a smug look. The duel was over, and it was over so fast. Looking back, Sue and Draco were mouth agape as well. Who knew Metamorphmigi were such beasts? It was already around noon, yet only morning for people who loved to sleep late, especially on holidays. Ron Weasley dressed up and went to eat as usual, before his mother's worried voice interrupted him. Ronald Weasley, have you heard anything from Harry? I figured the boy should be here by now. Did I perhaps not use enough of those square things on the letter? Ron just rolled his eyes. His mother could be overly dramatic at times. Then, as if just remembering something, he fished out a slightly crumpled letter from his pocket. Yes, here. Harry said he would be here by dinner and agreed to stay over with us till Hogwarts. His mouth was still full of food, yet his mother was already used to it. Somehow understanding every word, Molly Weasley grabbed the letter from her son's hand for a quick read, surprise evident in her eyes. Surely she expected the boy to be here by noon at least. The headmaster himself said so. Just moments later their family owl arrived, grabbing another letter from its claws. Molly recognized the handwriting, Albus Dumbledore. She quickly tore open the letter to read its contents. It basically repeated what Harry said, also including a short apology for lateness as the headmaster wrote that he overslept. Welcome to the final apparition class. You were all decent this year. I am glad not needing to fix any fools that merged with a desk or a Rubik's Cube this year. Anyways, today is the final lesson, then we will part ways. It should not be too hard for you three. It's just a side-along apparition, not with items but with actual living things. We will start by using those rats from over there, after you get comfortable. You can just try it in pairs or all three at once even. Well, don't just sit there, go grab a rat. The students walked over to pick the rats from the box. It might seem gross for muggles, yet as RDS they dealt with even worse things on a regular basis, especially all the weird ingredients during potions classes. The final lesson was going smoothly. Apparating together with a rat was hardly a challenge compared to previous lessons' material. It was taking another human part that brought trouble to both Draco and Daphne, while they did eventually pick up the skill to drag another person only Harry managed to apparate with both of them at once. Do you know why Mr. Potter succeeds, while you two fail? All three students were listening with attention, one curious Harry and a frustrated duo of Slytherins. It's simply because he has a larger volume of magic inside him. Perhaps it's talent, perhaps an artifact of that gloomy night. Do not worry, as magic grows naturally new age, you will be able to take two people along in your apparition in a couple of years or so. The class ended with both Slytherins having a sour mood. During previous classes they all seemed to go at roughly the same pace. Yet now it appeared Harry had an advantage over them. Daphne was seemingly back in her cheerful mood as they chatted during the scenic tour ride, perhaps the ice cream Harry bought for them before the ride increased her mood. They have been using this night bus for a while now. In fact, there were not that many scenic tours they hadn't taken. Another month or so would cover all of them. By the way, Daphne, I will not be tagging along with you in these rides anymore. But why? Sadness was clearly felt in her voice. I received an invitation to stay over at Weasley's and even travel to the World Cup together with them. I see. Daphne looked quite downcast. I guess we won't be seeing each other until school then. My family won't be going to spectate the Quidditch Cup. Don't look so sad. Daphne, if you want we can meet up before school to catch up, or even share a compartment in the Hogwarts Express. Daphne playfully hit the boy's shoulder, who is sad. And her voice was back to normal. I will write to you, don't forget to write back. Of course, you're a dear friend of mine, I will miss you too. The boy was already out the bus by this time. Missing seeing the beet red face of Daphne, quite redder than usual. See you. He could tell her voice was a bit different than usual. Turning around for one last wave, Harry could only catch a glimpse of the bus as it sped off. Then he smacked his head, just realizing he was supposed to be at Burrow by now. Why did he habitually drop off at Dursley's? He rushed back to his room, then wrote a quick note to his relatives. Then simply twisted in place and disappeared with a quiet pop. It was getting late and Molly was getting nervous. What if something happened to the boy? There were no more Muggle transports coming nearby. Perhaps he was using one of those cars, or the night bus. Suddenly she heard a pop, just outside the wards as the boy teleported in, no luggage in hand and casually walked towards the burrow. Hello Mrs. Weasley, thank you for the invitation, I assume others are inside. Yes Harry, but since when do you know apparition? And where is your luggage? Ah, I attended a learning center in Green Alley this summer where I learned all about it. I also bought this pocket trunk in Diagon. If you're curious for more details I will tell you all about it over dinner. Right now I am starving. I am sure you are Harry, those muggles never fed you properly. Mrs. Weasley chuckled, then led him into the house. The dinner was long as Harry had to retell his adventures to the people here. Of course he skipped some more sensitive parts, like Sirius, while he knew he could trust most Weasleys, but Percy was seemingly against him during fourth year. He did not want to take any unnecessary risks. He was quite annoyed by his friend's expressions when mentioning Daphne or Draco. Clearly Slytherins were hated by Weasleys, so he skipped over their interactions as well, only covering what happened during classes. The discussion led to twins pestering their parents about apparition licenses. They seemingly wanted to have theirs for years, yet seeing Harry get one even before his fourth year made them all fired up for theirs. Unfortunately there was simply no time left this summer for such a thing. Due to upcoming World Cup a lot of activities in Wizarding World were getting temporarily suspended as Ministry was busy with the tournament, and of course Tri-Wizard Cup, though not many people knew such tournament happening. The long dinner end, Ed and Harry finally had a time to catch a breath, finally not being bombarded with questions left and right. He stretched while laying at a bed in Ron's room, while his friend was giving an exciting speech about the tournament teams. Sure Harry would be excited about it as well, yet he had already heard the same thing 2 times in the previous loops, so he just kept a polite listening face while he organized the current day events in his mind's library. It did not take long before Ron got tired of speaking. Then the boys played quite some matches of wizarding chess. Ron even noted his friend being a bit better than usual, as if he secretly played chess for a year or so, but he did not mind. He always enjoyed the challenge. Now he could hold back less. Eventually it got quite late and duo decided to call it a day and went to sleep. Harry was flying with his broom. It was so much fun flying. Close behind him was Ginny, then Fred and George, closely followed by Bill, Charlie and F. Finally Ron. Percy did not want to participate in what he called childish games, while Hermione was content with just spectating the race. She was not a great flyer. And no, it was not some regular race. Only based on speed alone, Harry's Thunderbolt would be an unfair advantage if such was the case. All participants shuffled their brooms after every race and there were plenty of various surprises in each race. For example, twins somehow got a bludger from somewhere and charmed it with a variation of Arrestum Memento charm. whoever it hits would slowly stop and would not be able to speed up for a few seconds until the spell wore off. The black-haired boy smiled as he quickly ducked, the said bludger narrowly passing over his head. It was already his 5th race around the neighborhood and Harry loved it. He snickered as he heard Ron shouting in annoyance from the back. In this particular race he found out Ron was quite bad at dodging bludgers, or perhaps twins just aimed at him more. Seeing he was lucky enough to get to use Harry's Thunderbolt for this lap, Harry smiled. Even with his previous loop memories he still lost races here and there, the longer he maintained furs. T-place the higher the chance of twins pulling more weird trinkets from their pockets, which the boy suspected had similar functionality as his pocket trunk. How else could all those weird gadgets fit in there? Yes, even with his somewhat developed magic sense he could not dodge everything, even if he felt the spell incoming. Sometimes there was simply no way to dodge or even stop the broom on time. The race continued for hours as the group of teenagers and a pair of young adults laughed and chatted in between the races. Harry won roughly half of them, only 2 more than the previous loop where he managed to bypass Dumbledore. The group chatted among various topics. Hermione was usually just worried for everyone, which she expressed by blaming the twins for using all those trinkets, and even distributing some to participants, just to sow more chaos. The identical duo just had matching sheepish looks in response. After Ms. Granger calmed down, Harry retold some of the Marauders' pranks his godfather shared over the summer, while twins shared theirs. Bill and Charlie joined in the fun, sharing various stories from their school years and everyday lives after graduation. Discuss. Ians jumped the topics as the day passed, eventually rolling back to apparition. Harry was asked to show off his skills, which he happily agreed. Fred and George once again loudly complained on Unfa. Ernest, apparition classes for underage wizards was in fact quite pricey, especially for a family like Weasley's, which is the main reason why their parents only allowed them to even attempt the exam. After coming of age, of course before learning the ropes from Mr. Weasley and his friendly co-worker from the ministry who provided help in case any accidents happened. Harry was having a lot of fun. During his stay at the Burrow, arriving at a different time and having something different to tell seemed to be like a flap of butterfly wings, changing most interactions and conversations, leading to the boy having a fresh experience, not a repeat of the year before the first loop. In fact, he was pulled aside by Bill in private shortly after their final race of the day, the young curse break. R noticed the boy's magic sense as he dodged various prank trinkets with ease as if having eyes on his back. He admitted that he too had one. It was one of the major requirements of being a curse breaker. He also offered Harry an opportunity to study curse breaking in Gringotts boot camp after graduation. Goblins were always on lookout for talented folks. And finally the day arrived where most of them grabbed a portkey to travel to the Quidditch World Cup location. Harry considered apparating instead, yet realized that he actually have never been to that part of Britain. Perhaps it was in one of scenic tours he did not take yet. Besides, going together with his closer friends did not seem such a bad way to travel either, so he just followed the younger Weasleys and Hermione to hold on to the old boot. The portkey worked as usual and Harry was happy to find out he did not experience any strong nausea this time, just a mild irritation. Perhaps learning apparition did the trick. Or maybe he just got used to the experience. Harry was walking with the twins across the forest. He warned them about Ludo Bagman being a scammer. Surprisingly, twins believed him. Surely all those rumors of Bagman owning Goblins' mountains of gold worked in his favor of convincing his friends. Now all 3 of them were walking around the tents, looking for an official betting tent. The only reason twins went to Bagman initially was that he had better returns on their predicted outcome. So Harry, what outcome are you going to bet on? Fred or perhaps George asked the boy. He still had a hard time differentiating between them. The trio walked deeper into the forest, courtesy to a kind stranger who pointed them the correct way. I will bet on Ireland winning 170 to 160 inches. The twins suddenly stopped, their eyes blown out. Their own bet was risky, sure, but not as risky as guessing the final outcome. Surely it's possible if Crumb gets the snitch, yet it's way more risky than our predictio. Which is Ireland wins and Crumb gets the snitch. Harry rolled his eyes. It's my money, I do what I want with it. Besides, the payout for exact score should be even higher. A hint of greed flashed eye. And the twins' eyes, how about we make a bet then? Fred, as if on cue, continued the speech as soon as George finished his sentence. I remember you telling you were going to try pranking this year, didn't you? The twins continued alternating every sentence, while looking at Harry. We could teach you the way of pranking, not only the spells, but making the items too. Only for little 10 gallons per lesson. And a promise to not spread this knowledge around. And use it wisely. But if your bet wins, you will get a half-price discount. They continued at the same time, so what do you say, Harry? Harry's eyes sparkled. After listening to his father's pranking stories, he did have an itch to try it out, which he did mention once. Twice, perhaps too many times during his stay at the burrow. The boy let out a smile. Your lessons would be invaluable, I accept. Twins similarly grinned and they all shook hands. Fred and George had discussed this beforehand, and Harry took the bait. They knew of the mountain of gold in his vault, which the boy was happy to spend, plus it was so fun to train the next generation prankster. They were finishing school in just a few years after all. Soon they finally saw the betting tent. Various signs with magically updating betting rates were clearly visible. As everyone arrived at spaced times in the location of the finals, there was no queue in place. Soon the bets were placed. Harry smiled. His 100 galleons would become 3,000. Yes, the rough rate of 170 to 160 had such a high return rate. Meanwhile, twins were likewise happy. The rate for Ireland winning and Crumb getting the snitch was only 3.5, while Bagman offered 5 times return. Yet getting Harry buying their lessons will increase their shop funds dramatically. They even considered revealing that to Harry and giving him some shares on their final lessons. Perhaps Harry had no need for money, but he at least wanted to experience what betting is like, and knowing the outcome made the decision on what to bet on that much easier. Harry yawned. The match was the same as the previous time he watched it. Sure, there were 4 balls in play so he could switch up where he was looking for a few unseen moments, yet action was not happening simultaneously all the time. Only 2 balls scored any points, with one of them being out of sight for most of the game, hence the boy did not enjoy the match as much. Especially now that he had it all saved in his mind library. Suddenly his sleepy eyes brightened. He could feel magic close by, like very close by. There was something nearby. Harry remembered his wand seemingly disappearing shortly after the finale. Initially he thought he dropped it at the woods, yet during his first repeat he found out he already had no wand just after the tournament. It did not take long for the boy to put the things together. The boy then relaxed. This time his wand was safe in its wand holster, not poking out of his pocket like the previous times. And yes, soon he felt the entity get farther away from him. He glanced to his side. Ron's wand was simply poking out of his pocket, then seemingly flew out in a silent way, as if someone picked it up. Then disappeared. Harry waited until he no longer felt the entity's magic, then facepalmed while adding a note to his mental library: gift a wand holster for Ron, or at least make sure all his acquaintances' wards were secure, in next loops. Now his friend might get in trouble as now Ron's wand would be the one to cast the dark mark. Harry initially considered jumping on the invisible entity. Surely someone who needed to steal a wand was not a good opponent against an armed wizard, yet thinking more deeply about it he recalled a crucial detail: the riot only stopped when the Dark Lord's mark appeared in the sky. Yes, former Death Eaters causing havoc only stopped in fear of retribution from their thought-dead master. Stopping the appearance of the mark would potentially cause more pain and suffering for Muggles and Muggleborns alike. Letting the mark reappear was a lesser evil, at least until Harry thought of any better strategies how to resolve this. As the crowd cheered and in the last moments final score was announced 170 to 160, Ireland won. Amidst all cheering from this group, twins were the loudest, they saving just multiplied a few times, then as if recalling the bet Harry made. Their eyes bulged in surprise. They simultaneously turned to the black-haired boy who just smiled at them, silently wording out, "You lost the bet," to them. The identical pair grinned back. Sure, they lost that personal bet, but 5 galleons per lesson was also great. They could just spread them out for longer. As the celebrations were in full bloom, the Weasleys group were back in their tent. After a short trip to cash out their bets, both twins were in a great mood. Harry was also a few thousand galleons richer. The black-haired boy timed the moment when the riot was about to be known to the group, and excused himself to the loo. Just 10 minutes later Weasleys split apart. Younger ones, along with Charlie, went to look for Harry, while the rest of adults went to try to help the tormented folks. Little did they know that Harry went out with the same intention. Steve trashed on the ground while screaming in pain. He was a father of a wizard and was what their kind considered a muggle. He was initially happy to learn that the famous Quidditch World Cup was being held in this place, just a few minutes walk away from his house, thought he cool. D finally watch it together with the rest of his family. Alas, muggles were not allowed to watch, at least his son brought home a recording of sorts. He was about to watch it together with his son, yet the door burst open and black hooded figures rushed inside. He saw his son's wand flying quickly to his arm, then a transparent dome shield wrapping over them both. Yet the firepower of multicolor D blasts from the hooded figures blasted his son away. The cool-looking shield shattered. The boy rushed to shield his parent with his body, and now he lay on the wall, deep blood wound on his chest, struggling to breathe while those black masks just laughed at his misery. Steve let out a cry of pain as he rushed to his son in horror, and then it hit him, a spell that did not push him aside, seemingly not harming his body in slightest, but the pain, he could hardly focus as he never felt pain of such intensity. His sorrowful scream morphed into pure agony of suffering, while the masked assailant just laughed in entertainment. Others joining him. He closed his eyes as he wished for his suffering to end, for someone to end this misery, to save his son, to save him. And when he thought all hope was lost, the pain suddenly stopped. Opening his teary eyes he saw a young boy, clearly not yet of age, sitting on top of an armchair, 4 wands in his hand. Looking around he saw bodies of dark cloaked figures piled up in the corner, tied strongly with a rope while the rest of his room looked thrashed. Pieces of furniture scattered around, but he did not care. His gaze quickly finding his son, who looked somewhat better in fact. A strange small creature with pointy ears was wrapping bandages over his chest. A couple of empty vials with unknown liquid lay empty near them. After the relief of his son's well-being, the accumulated tiredness overcame him as his consciousness slipped away. As a final glimpse he saw the boy's concerned look as he said something to the creature, who now finished treating his son and rushed closer to him, pouring unknown liquid down his throat. Surprisingly his mind cleared up and his body relaxed, then he comfortably fell asleep. Harry was back. On the run, he took care of 3 muggle homes so far. Surely no one died during last loops, yet being a cruciatous vegetable was hardly different, just because Daily Prophet emphasized that no one died was just wordplay to ease the masses. He himself had a large bleeding cut on his side. Dobby thankfully stitched the wound and bandaged him, even gave him some potions to ease the pain and slowly restore the broken tissues. Still, running in this condition was not very great for the wound, as the formerly pure white bandage was getting slightly red near the wound stitches. He wanted to get all the combat practice he could. He mused that the Dark Lord was coming back and he was a target, time loop or not. It made sense to improve as much as he could until he was able to hold his own against him. Surely he spent quite some time dueling the headmaster, the only man alive who was said to be on the same level, if not higher than the Dark Lord. But it was the old Harry, the inexperienced Harry. He now was way better duelist than ever before. He now had access to countless books in both Hogwarts and Sirius Place, not counting the various rare yet seemingly useful tomes of foreign sp. LLS and similar obscure magic books he bought wandering around the alleys in Diagon and close by. With his quick progress in dueling classes and getting a somewhat decent magic sense, he was confident he would be able to reach the level of Albus and Voldemort eventually. After all, time was something he did not lack. Even if he escaped the time loop, the Dark Lord would not leave him alone. He needed to be strong enough to contend him before that occurred, and surely learning all those obscure magics would help him in resolving the time loop somewhat, perhaps not in a direct way, but perhaps it will make it easier for him to learn other spells, understand magic better. He clearly needed all the knowledge he could get to even begin understanding the mess that is time magic. The boy grimaced in pain as he turned around the corner. What he lacked the most now was practice, as he learned from dueling classes. Even simple spells can be deadly if used well enough. He then continued honing into another house where he could hear mad laughter and screams of pain. Surely his primary goal was saving people, but fighting not single duels but groups of wizards was a great way to improve his own fighting skills. Yes, the boy knew of the danger, he could potentially die, but until the time loop was resolved he could not really die. Based on his previous experience, Dementors kissed him quite a few times, which triggered the restart. Same could be said about the headmaster, just a few times he miscalculated his own powerlessness and just how frail Harry's body was. The boy's sig. HTED, if only he could apparate, that would improve his combat abilities tremendously. Alas, anti-apparition wards were in place, perhaps that's why Ministry is taking so long. And of course, one of H's opponents he wanted to beat, Dumbledore, was under anti-apparition wards as well. He was also suspecting the gloomy graveyard where Voldemort came back might be covered with those as well. It was an OT-like anti-apparition wards blocked all apparition. Some popular variants were something akin to password protection. The ones who knew the password could apparate, it just took a tad bit longer than usual, rendering it not so useful in combat situations. Suddenly the boy slowed down. Near the house he surprisingly saw another black-haired wizard, sneaking in, seemingly with the same purpose in mind. Suddenly the wizard turned around, as if feeling his presence approaching, then both of them stopped in place. Harry felt him glance briefly at his scar, then his eyes lit up in shock and recognition. The boy himself mirrored his expression as he was shocked as well. The other wizard turned out to be the best seeker in the world, Victor Crumb. No words were said, but the duo somehow communicated with nods and hand-waving. Then one entered the room from the window while another moved towards the door, awaiting opportunity when Death Eaters got distracted. It was a similar scene inside, people laying on the ground, screaming and twitching in pain, while Death Eaters just laughed. At least their laughter made sneaking around them that much easier. Victor took out a duo with a well-timed surprise attack, then transfigured the floor into some sort of dome around the wounded as the remaining 5 hooded figures were focused on tearing it down. During this time no one noticed Harry silently walking inside by the door, then levitating pieces of furniture high above, precisely on where the people stood, before he cancelled his spell and launched a couple of stunners to the figures closer to the back. His sneak attack worked and another pair of Death Eaters was down. The remaining trio turned around alarmed, seemingly preparing to escape the scene, unfortunately for them. During mid-turn their visions darkened as a piano, a refrigerator and a washing machine fell down on each of them. Now all 7 of them lay on the floor, unmoving. Soon Victor dismissed the battered dome and extinguished the fire. Then turned to Harry. "There is strength in numbers, as they say. Good job. I don't believe I introduced myself properly. I am Victor Crumb." His hand was raised for a handshake, which Harry happily accepted. "Likewise, I am Harry Potter." They both laughed, clearly aware they recognized each other before exchanging names. "It was nice meeting you here, Harry. I already treated the Muggles here. Do you want to team up and move on to help others?" "Sure, I think we make a great team." They managed to apprehend 2 more groups of Death Eaters. Before a dark mark appeared in the sky, followed by loud pops all over the place as Aurors finally made an appearance. Both boys exchanged a glance with mutual understanding. Neither wanted to deal with the Ministry. Then both boys went to rest near the wall, gradually starting a conversation. They had a couple of common hobbies, Quidditch and dueling. Besides, it was entertaining to learn about magical schooling from another school. They even agreed to exchange some textbooks and lesson notes later. As they both looked like many other survivors and helpers, wounded and resting, Ministry officials just passed them by, their eyes flashing with surprise, inwardly wondering since when did Crumb and Potter knew each other. Before too long Harry saw a fuzzball tackle him for a hug. "Harry, I was so worried about you." "Ouch. It hurts, Hermione." The girl backed away in realization. She did not notice the bloody bandage around the boy's waist. Charlie's concerned voice inquired him, "What happened?" "A cutting charm was too fast for me to dodge." "Not to worry, it should heal in a day or 2. "I see your friends found you, Harry." A slightly accented voice resounded near the boy. Only now the group turned to glance at him as their eyes popped out in shock from recognition. "I will be on my way then. I am sure my team is looking for me too." There was a minute of silence as the famous seeker walked away. Then Harry was bombarded with dozens of questions. As they all spoke at the same time, he only managed to catch a few of them. Was that Victor Crumb? Did you get an autograph? Was Crumb the one who saved you? Quote. Thankfully Charlie roared to calm down the crowd. It was quite a surprise. Working so long with dragons, his roar had some kind of special ring to it, as if it was an actual dragon roaring. Harry is wounded. Just speak one at a time. Let me find Arthur and Bill, then Harry can tell us all about his adventure back at home. What do you say? Hearing various sounds of agreement, Charlie walked away, while Harry sighed. Now he was sure he had a long conversation ahead. Daphne was busy writing a letter, when suddenly someone playfully pinched her side. Hello Daphne. A surprise visit. It was Tracy Davis, her friend who was supposed to be with parents in Egypt at this time. Ouch. Hello Tracy. Daphne put back her quill and turned around to UG, her best friend. She hadn't seen her for so long. Weren't you supposed to come back to Britain like 3 days later? How's your vacation? Tracy broke out of the hug and shrugged her shoulder. There was a sandstorm coming for the next week, so I had to pick an earlier plane or I would have missed school. Then her face looked a tad bit bored. As for vacation, it's same old same old. I wonder myself why my parents drag me to Egypt nearly every summer. Sure, first few times were fun, but now it's kind of bland. Daphne rolled her eyes. Muggles and their weird limitations on traveling. Flows. Portkeys and apparition are never hindered by such natural events. Tracy arched her brow. Less humans die in planes than wizards who mess up apparition, misspell flow addresses, misspell Portkey passwords, or fly on their brooms in storms. Knowing just how much more muggles there are compared to wizard folk, it seems planes are way more secure, just not as fast as magical ways. Daphne just nodded. Yes. I suppose you were right. She could not find a way to refute straight facts. So I assume you already got your apparition license. Quote. Daphne just nodded. Yes, and I finish another year of potions in Green Alley. Tracy crossed her arms, then looked back to her friend with a peculiar gaze. Why do I feel you are hiding something? Say, what were you up to before I arrived? A brief panic flashed on Daphne's face as she secretly tried to hide the draft under the pile of papers scattered around. Tracy was faster. A moment later she grabbed the parchment from the table and gave it a quick glance over with her eyes, wanting to meet up in a couple of days. Were you that close with anyone besides me? It might sound harsh, but it was the truth. While Daphne had a lot of acquaintances, she could only call Tracy her true friend. She trusted she had no political agenda in her friendliness, not unlike some other girls. Daphne knew there was no point in resisting. Once her friend got curious over something, there was hardly anything to stop her. Yes, I made a new friend over the summer. Tracy's flipped the parchment to see who exactly it was addressed to. Her eyes widened in surprise, shortly followed by her face morphing into a teasing look. A new friend? Or perhaps a boyfriend? No. Daphne's cheeks blushed briefly until she focused her occlumency and brought the rushing heat out of her face. Glancing at her friend from the corner of her eyes, she knew she saw her flushed face, albeit briefly. Daphne lamented. There was no escape now, was there? Tracy smiled as if she just smelled an interesting story. You do like him, don't you, Daph? Don't go hiding your blush from me. I want to hear all about it. She sat on a nearby couch. And I am not leaving until you tell me all the details. Daphne sighed, glancing at a nearby clock. It was still quite some time until dinner, and she knew Harry was a late sleeper. Perhaps he was still partying or even watching the game. Some Quidditch matches could take days. She could finish drafting her letter later. Now she had one very curious Tracy Davis to entertain. Rita Skeeter W. As interviewing a muggle of all people. Well, one of the victims of the attack, Steve something. It was just a formality. She was already bought off to write off assailants as just drunkards playing around. Fortunately no one died and hardly anyone got hurt for much. She was almost not listening intently, until a pair of words caught her attention. Harry Potter. Just why would a muggle mentee on the boy who lived when recounting the attack? Perhaps there was an interesting scoop to find there. One that would sell more than what Lucius paid her. Her eyes gleamed as she put on her best smile. Sorry, Steve. My thoughts trailed off for a bit. What did you say about Potter? Steve did not notice anything amiss. Perhaps just that the Ms. Wizard was paying even more attention to him now. It's as I said. I was getting hit by that Kruko spell something, but just before losing consciousness I saw him. He was the one who saved me and my son. My hero. Steve had a look of fascination. Abu. T the boy, a similar look wizard folk had on the day Dark Lord was killed. I saw him holding 4 of those magic sticks, and those dark-robbed bastards were tied and beaten in a corner, while he commanded a pointy-eared creature of sorts to heal my son. Rita listened with keen intensity, even pulling out her quick notes quill, not the one that made up stories, but the one which actually recorded, word by word. Her smile deepened. She knew this was a scoop to sell. A hidden story just for her to find. Shortly after being escorted out of the house by the ministry official, she bade him farewell and went to the apparition zone. In there it was chaos of people popping left and right. There was a lot to do to ensure the statute of secrecy was not breached, a lot of wards to unravel as the tournament was over and other various tasks to do. Amid all that chaos no one noticed that Rita did not pop out of the place. Instead a small bug, a beetle flying, took her place and flew quietly to hide itself in a passing war's pocket. Perhaps by chance, perhaps Skeeter was just that lucky. It was one of the investigators of the riot, walking towards the first family saved by Crumb and Potter duo. Still no one could find any faults with his restroom excuse, then getting lost in the chaos. Mrs. Weasley initially bickered on why the boy got into fights in the first place, yet a timely retort of, "Should I just let them cut me to pieces or fight back in defense?" Save the black-haired boy from more lectures of his behavior. What followed back inside were even more questions about Victor Kerr. In his riot adventures, Ron was especially curious about the world's current best seeker. Hermione, similarly to Molly, was giving speeches on what he should have done, namely seeking cover and escaping, not going to fight. After such an eventful night, Harry's head was now faintly throbbed in pain. He sighed and relaxed in his bed, deciding to go to sleep early. Thankfully Ron stopped his bickering and was now playing chess with Percy, giving the boy a much-needed silence. Harry did take some Muggle painkillers recently. Unfortunately wizarding kind did not have much of a shelf life, hence he needed to wait for Muggle ones to kick in. Sure, they were not as fast-working as magical ones, but they did the job. He laid there with his eyes closed, and eventually his headache ceased, yet as he was about to drift to sleep an irritating sound brought him back to reality. Opening his sticky eyelids, the boy quickly identified the source. There was an owl at the window. He grabbed his glasses from the bedside drawer and with an irritated growl got out of bed. Now with glasses on he could tell whose owl it was. It was a familiar owl from his friend Daphne. The boy let the creature in, seemingly not noticing his irritation easing and his face relaxing. He took the owl snacks bag from the windowsill and poured a small pile to the owl, then unfolded the letter, eyes quickly running G across the lines. A small smile spread on his face. It looks like he would be meeting Daphne before the train. Then he scribbled an affirmative response and sent the owl on the way. The boy was back in bed, a peaceful smile on his face as he finally drifted to sleep. Dumbledore was an early riser, perhaps due to old age, perhaps out of habit, but he was usually already wide awake even before Muggles went for their morning jogs or dog-walking activities. Today was largely any different. On the first crack of dawn, the headmaster's eyes opened. A lazy hand wave was all he needed for his pajamas to morph to his attire for the day, an animated toothbrush to brush his teeth, a flying water sphere with a just right amount of soup mixed in to scrub his body with a sponge and wash the sleepiness from his face. Yes, after so many years Albus simplified his morning routine somewhat. It used to annoy him of wasting take just doing the same thing over and over again, so he took some time to develop a few spells for that. Then optimized them over the years, and now all it took was one wave of his arm. He was not even concentrating on the magic at hand, not anymore. The action engraved in him is a habit. The all-freshened-up headmaster looked towards the fox perch. The bird was not there yet. Unlike the punctual headmaster, his familiar lived a more random life, being a magical phoenix. The closed windows and doors in the office was hardly a challenge for the bird to bypass as he pleased. Dumbledore just shrugged and went to his desk. He initially planned to flame over to the Great Hall for breakfast, in case Fawkes was there, but he might as well just eat at the office. It's not like he had anything to say to the teachers at the Great Hall today. they would have a me. ETING later for school affairs later anyway. Soon the headmaster sat in his armchair, silently drinking his steaming hot lemon tea along with some lemon biscuits, a nearly empty plate which used to they dozens of pancakes lay empty near his side. Hogwarts elves, cooking was as great as usual. While eating he mused over the recent events. Yes, the riot was something he did not predict, so he did have to read all the reports about it. Unfortunately the ministry investigation took their sweet time, so after confirming the key point, no one died, headmaster just went to sleep. Yes, he did see a lot of mentions of the dark mark, but frankly it was simply a spell, heck even he could cast it. It was basically some sort of custom firework Voldemort designed, entwined with the mark on his followers' arms. Glancing at his reports pile he saw he had quite some pages to read. He sadly nodded his head. Unexpected events like this are outside his predictions, hence the extra material to read. Looks like the fantasy novel he started last weekend would have to wait. A familiar ding interrupted his thoughts and he looked towards the window. It was just the Daily Prophet flying inside, bypassing the wall. Yes, flying. He ordered the newspaper to some abandoned Muggle postbox, which he charmed so that anything addressed to him would transfigure into a bird and fly to him. He even added some nifty charms on top, granting it ability to bypass walls, invisibility from Muggles and most wizard kind, even simple detection spells to filter out harmful letters. It was worth the time as he fran. Kaylee had quite a few dozen of subscriptions. Daily Prophet was just the only daily one. Unfolding the newspaper, Albus took another sip of lemon tea, the sweet sour taste feeling as refreshing as always in his mouth. He glanced at the front page in amusement, wondering what bullshit cover-up would the riot get. So far the photo did not disappoint him. It was of a death mark rising in the sky. Chuckling, he started reading. He chuckled seeing the all-familiar Death Eater attire, yet the article wrote, "Too excited and drunk spectators started causing chaos." Going over the first page he noted it summarized the major events quite well. Albeit they could have focused more on the riot, not on the tournament activities. Looking at the headings of articles he noted that the rest of the paper only had two more articles of news, other being usual propaganda for business advertisement or just events he frankly did not care about. He could live without knowing who won which weekly's Most Charming Smile award this year. One of said articles was a detailed cover of the Quidditch match, with photos of key moments. Albus pondered and decided to skip it too. He had seen so many Quidditch games in his life, and he doubted anything could surprise him anymore. The other article seemed intriguing. Heroes of the Riot, page 2 he noted. Another greedy gulp of tea later, Albus turned the page. Then looked at the full title as his eyes bulged out and he spat the liquid out and started coughing. The title of the second page article read, "Heroes of the Riot wand and wand together, Potter and Crumb face down the rioters." Albus did a reread, then another. The title did not change. He even noticed a large photo of Crumb striking down a Death Eater with a sneak attack, and another of Potter dropping a piano on top of another black hooded figure. It was a bit blurry with cracked edges, a clear sign of Cruciatus after effects on memories. Well, hardly anyone knew this fact. Dumbledore Jew. Saint felt a headache approaching. He glanced towards the looming pile of reports on his desk. It looks like he has some reading to catch up on. It was a usual morning in the burrow, Weasleys running around, eating a large breakfast with a variety matching even the Great Hall feasts. There were pancakes, bacon, sausages, salad, various juices, teas, even coffee for Hermione. She taught Mrs. Weasley how to make it just a few days ago. And now it even had a small drawing of Hermione's cat made from foam on top. Harry had to admit, Molly was an amazing cook. The black-haired boy was happily king on a small mountain of pancakes himself. Suddenly he had a bad premonition and felt foreign, yet familiar magic coming towards him. Panicking, he looked towards the source. He saw an unfamiliar owl bringing a red letter to him. A howler. His eyes bulged out from realization. Glancing around he saw that no one else noticed it yet, so he excused himself and went outside, his slow walking picking up speed as he even jogged to the edge of the burrow wards. The letter dropped and started flying towards him. Glancing around he noticed Fred and George coming towards him. They likely noticed his unusual leave and decided to tag along. They had sheepish smiles on their faces, seemingly having noticed the red letter as well. Harry braced himself, blocking his ears. He knew howlers were loud enough to be heard anyway. Boo! The boy was shocked. That did not seem like an usual howler, did it? Not hearing any more sounds, he carefully unblocked his ears. Now he could hear a normal volume of laughter, one he was quite familiar with, his godfather, Sirius Black. Eventually the laughter died off as Sirius regained his composure. His normal volume voice then spoke to Harry. "Oh, I'm sorry, Harry. Dobby told me all about the championship. I am so proud of you. I would appreciate it if you send me a letter if something similar happens again. You know, I was worried for you. By the way, how did you like my howler?" With more chuckles the letter disintegrated into magical particles, then more laughter followed. This time it was the twins. From afar he could see other Weasleys and Hermione incoming. Perhaps they did not hear the whole letter, but they at least heard the boo. Harry himself was beet red from embarrassment. He had to admit, his godfather was and still is a great marauder. A quiet pop sounded as the golden trio materialized at the Diagon Alley. Grinning, Harry turned to his nearly green friends. "So how do you like side-along apparition?" Ron just belched as he tried his best holding in his puke. Hermione looked a tad better as she even managed to let out a sentence with a weak voice. "Is it always so horrible?" Harry was amused with his friend's conduct. Ians, he remembered feeling similarly on his first Portkey travel. "Yes, I used to get green too, but frankly side-alonging is worse than doing it yourself." A minute later color returned to his friends' faces. "Do you have any place in particular you want to visit?" Harry asked his companions. "We will still need to pop over to King's Cross to board the train." The Deuce slightly paled from the N.E.U.'s, who knew apparition was so nauseating. "I am suddenly so grateful that you took our trunks with you, Harry." Hermione gave a brief glance to Harry's pocket trunk, where all their baggage rested. If not for that they would have needed to pop over to the burrow first and pick up their stuff. "Yes, thanks for that, pal." Ron was the same, yet his gaze seemingly had a spark of jealousy for this fancy trunk. "You're welcome." Ron looked at the ground, mildly embarrassed. "I just came over to experience apparition, and keep you company, Harry. I will just follow you. If we have nothing to do, we can always just browse books in the bookstore," Hermione offered. She too just wanted to experience apparition herself, and skip the crammed taxi with Weasleys too. Harry rolled his eyes. "Feel free to browse the books. I will come back to pick you up. I am heading to the Green Alley myself. You see, I have an appointment to keep." Green Alley? Hermione's confused expression was a delight to see. It was a rare occurrence for the girl to not know something. Meanwhile Ron looked shocked and horrified by the fact. "Isn't that owned by some Slytherin family? How can you possibly go there, Harry?" Harry just rolled his eyes, noting he was doing that a lot these days. "Yes, Green Alley, it's quite near here. Their library has some different shelves than the one here in Diagon." Rai could already see Hermione's eyes sparkling. "And Ron, it is owned by a magical family, same as Weasley's. Just because most family members happen to be from Slytherin does not make it evil in any way." "But it's Slytherin. Of course it's evil. Most dark wizards are from Slytherin." Harry and Hermione shared a sigh. A brief exchange of glances determined their speaking order of trying to bring more sense to their red-headed friend. "But Ron, as you mentioned, most dark wizards are from Slytherin, which means some are from Gryffindor and other houses." Ron was now mouth agape, trying hard to process the words, yet finding no fault in their logic. "Surely not Gryffindor." He glanced at the girl nicknamed Know-It-All. Hermione nodded her head. "I am afraid so, Ron. I remember reading about a few of them in Hogwarts: A History, and there are also dozens of dark wizards whose identities remain secret to this day, but it is known they were from Hogwarts." Ron seemed lost for words, so Harry drove one more argument in, which should work for this family boy. "You know, roughly a quarter of Ministry employees are from Slytherin. Your dad's co-workers, surely they can't all be bad people, you know. Just because they were in the Slytherin. I don't remember your father arguing with anyone other than Lucius Malfoy, which looks like a more personal grudge, is it not?" It took a minute for Ron to digest what he heard. He weakly nodded his head, perhaps finally convinced. The trio enjoyed a minute of silence. Until Hermione broke the silence. "So Harry, who is the friend you're meeting? Is it anyone we know?" "Daphne Greengrass." Hermione just nodded. She memorized her classmates quite well. The girl was good, even better than her on potions. Ron on the other hand was mouth agape once again. How easy it was to surprise this boy. That Daphne. The Slytherin Ice Princess. Harry chuckled. He almost forgot his new friend had that nickname at school, then he raised an eyebrow at his red-headed friend. You know of any other Daphnes in our year? Not long after they finally arrived. Hermione was seemingly keen on visiting the bookshop and dragged Ron along, who initially resisted. Well, until Harry offhandedly mentioned that it has Chudley Cannon's Quidditch tournament records, with pictures of best games scenes, which he casually flipped through the time he was browsing all the books. Harry himself did not really care that much about this bottom ladder team, yet he knew his friend was a huge fan of it. Now the boy was finally alone as he took the all-familiar path towards the small cafe near the learning center. And this concludes our pre-school meeting. Now Phileas, do not forget that it's your turn this year to lead the first years to the hall for sorting and introduce them to school. While Ruberus will lead them to the gate and Minerva will organize the sorting as usual. The staff meeting finally ended. Dumbledore popped down a lemon drop to relax as he followed with his gaze all teachers leaving the room, all but one. Anything a concern of yours, Severus? Snape's cape did a dramatic flash as the greasy-haired professor walked to his desk and dropped a newspaper on Albus' desk. The familiar article open for him to see. Can you explain to me what the hell Potter has been up to? Now, not to worry, Severus, Harry simply saved some muggles, nothing to worry about. Not to worry, you say? I made an oath to protect the boy, he could have died, I would be dead if that happened. Headmaster let out a tired sigh, then looked out of the window. We both know Voldemort is coming back, we just don't know exactly when this will happen. Unfortunately, I suspect it will happen soon. He turned his gaze to the potions master. So do you, Pref? Are the boy to be defenseless at the time the Dark Lord comes back for revenge, or to be able to put up a fight at least? But initially you said. Severus, calm down, the boy is well now, I suppose. Hold, show this for you now if you're going to overreact over every little thing. Dumbledore shuffled over a large pile of papers near him, then pushed a couple to now somewhat calmer potions master. Curious Snape took a glance at both pages. He hardly showed his surprise on his face, yet Albus could tell he was mildly surprised, perhaps even impressed. Apparition and dueling classes finished. At Green Summer Teaching Center with outstanding grades. Another paper was pushed towards him. Now surprise was clearly seen on Snape's face as he read and reread that one. A return, on remaining O.C. Clumency lessons fee, as the professor had nothing left to teach him. Yes, curious indeed, don't you think so? I know that professor myself, in fact, a former war veteran. He locked eyes with Snape. I wrote to him to ask and he claimed the boy was a natural, his mind defenses on par with mine. Can you believe it, such talent? Still he had no defenses whatsoever before summer. Severus faced took a more serious look as he caught on to what Albus implied. Do you suspect that the Dark Lord's soul fragment? Dumbledore slowly nodded, with a sad look in his face. It is a possibility. I am afraid we must keep him under watch even more now. While his actions does not suit Tom's style, it could be a ploy by him. A silent minute followed, until Severus broke the silence. If his defenses are so good, how will we monitor his mind condition? Albus let out a sigh. Think, Severus, his mind is well defended, yet all his friends are open for us to see. Or do you believe Weasley suddenly started learning occlumency? Potions master's face twitched in response as Dumbledore continued his speech. And prepare some more potent truth serum for this year, while one could in theory get used to regular one over the summer. Not even I could guard against a truly potent one. Severus let out a painful groan. While he loved brewing complex potions, this particular one was quite an annoying one. It would take him months to finish. As you wish, Headmaster, and in case your worries come true. Then we would have to take care of him. Voldemort would lose his prophecy immortality and we would need to take care of both of them. Daphne was in her casual wear, just sitting and waiting, then a smile spread on her face when she saw Harry coming from afar. She waited for him to get closer and notice her, then waved her arm for a greeting. Hello, Daphne. Hello, Harry. The boy sat beside her, to the only other empty seat at the table. I thought you would introduce me to your friend. Where is she? Daphne just blushed. She just realized that all of Chudley Cannon's matches she only heard about during her summer trip have photos of key moments and detailed write-ups in the Boo K shop, and she was gone the next moment. Harry was shocked for a few moments, until he broke out in laughter. Daphne gave him some time to stop laughing and looking at him, questions seemingly evident just from her glance. "You see, Daph, I came over with friends as well. They wanted to experience apparition, and guess where they are now?" "You don't say, the bookshop." Reading is something Hermione loves the most. So it must not be a surprise, yet for Ron, he only went there to check out the Chudley Cannon's photos. Daphne was as if in a daze for a brief moment, then she gave the boy a SWEET smile. "I guess they would get along then, so are we sharing a compartment on the express then?" "Sure. By the way, are you a Cannons fan as well? We never really spoke much about Quidditch." Dap. HNE looked around as if concerned that Tracy was back, then glanced back to Harry. "I am not a huge Quidditch fan. You could say I am an unwilling fan of Cannons coerced to by Tracy just so she would have someone to speak about it." Harry grinned. "I can relate. Ron goes over that team for days, even at school." His friend just chuckled in response. Their conversation flowed as they discussed they have been up to over the past week, eventually discussing the riot events. Daphne was worried that he got hurt and got into danger, yet proud of him for standing up against those bullies. Time was moving toward, the express would be leaving soon, so they paid their bill and went to the bookshop, to look for their friends. Once there they found Hermione reading a pile of books, seemingly lost in them. After some brief introductions, being classmates the girls clearly knew each other, Harry packing her purchases to his pocket trunk and the trio went deeper into the bookstore. They could hear a heated discussion taking place. Unsurprisingly, Ron and Tracy were discussing Chudley Cannons with great enthusiasm. More greetings followed and they went out to the street. Daphne touched Tracy and disappeared with a quiet pop. Harry similarly touched his friends on their backs and a quiet pop later he reunited with Daphne, near the train. It did not take long to find an empty compartment. Then Relax's conversation started up. Initially there was some sort of tension between Gryffindors and Slytherins, yet slowly they warmed up and just spoke casually. Not Javi. Interacted with other houses all that much. There were quite a few funny stories to share from their common rooms, their summer holidays, even just discussing various magical things or just their everyday lives. Just as Ron and Tracy were about to start another long dialogue about why and how Chudley Cannons were the greatest ever team, the compartment door suddenly opened as the familiar blonde boy walked inside. Two grunts behind him. Ron and Hermione were giving the intruders hostile looks. Daphne and Tracy were quite neutral at seeing their housemate, albeit a bit upset by his impolite entrance, not even a knock. Harry meanwhile just waved at the boy. "Hey Draco." "Hello Potter." Malfoy turned to his housemates. Greengrass, now his face seeming grimaced more and more with name, perhaps based on their blood purity, Davis, Weasley, Granger. Greetings were soon exchanged. To the shock of Hermione and Ron, no insults were thrown their way, not unusual Draco behavior. Yet his gaze on them seemed to have a distinct look to it, as if labeling them, a Weasley, a mudblood, a half-blood. Draco turned to Harry. "So, Potter, are you participating in the tournament?" Harry smiled in response. Yes, it might have been under wraps the first time, but the Triwizard Cup was well known for him, the time traveler. Heck, he even knew all the tasks in advance, of course. "You can look forward to me winning the thing if I manage to get in." It was amusing to see everyone's shocked faces. Yes, not even Daphne knew of the tournament this year, others were similarly confused, not knowing what they were speaking about. And Draco was shocked for the sole reason Potter knew about it. He silently checked and his occlumency shields were still in place, no sign of breach. He shrugged it off, assuming it was Dumbledore who spread the news to his golden boy. "We will see, Potter." And just like that the trio of intruders walked out of their compartment, the duo of Goyle. Crabbe did not utter a word during their visit, which was hardly a surprise. The two buffoons were more muscle than brain. Harry was now all alone to explain about the tournament to his group of friends. He realized that was why Malfoy had an amused smirk leaving just that. "What tournament are you talking about?" As expected, questions started pouring in. Hermione asked first, and the boy saw. Others were listening with keen attention. Ah, you haven't heard of Hermione. Triwizard Cup is being hosted again this year. That Triwizard Cup, where do students actually die? His bushy-haired friend clearly read a lot about this. Loud gasps were heard from the others. Then a lecture by Hermione followed of why Harry should not join a tournament with such a high death rate and her complaining on why they were even holding such a dangerous tournament. Ron joined the discussion claiming he was going to join as well. Daphne just facepalmed. She knew Harry was somewhat reckless but seeking death. They eventually rationalized that fourth years had no place in the tournament, probably some seventh-year Hogwarts champion. Harry just smirked. They would learn with time. Discussion steer ed to more casual topics as the journey continued, and it was soon time to change their clothes. Shortly after, all robed young witches and wizards sat in thestral-pulled chariots, traveling to the castle. Discussion somewhat stopping as they would need to part ways at the Great Hall. Sitting on your house table for school events was one of the few Hogwarts rules. Harry absent-mindedly gazed out of the window, looking towards the great castle getting closer. I guess I am back to school, he mused. Department of Mysteries. The time chamber was as silent as usual, well, if you ignored the constant ticking of various clocks. Today was the day Saul Croaker confirmed the condition of the returned time turners from Hogwarts and sent out any needed ones for promising students. In fact, he had a BRIEF meeting with Ms. McGonagall this morning to receive the no longer needed turners. It was only now that he actually had the time to inspect them. It was frankly a yearly routine for him. Looking over the list, he was sad to see that less and less students were asking for time turners each year, inwardly pondering if this was an issue with the declining quality of students, or perhaps declining quality of education at Hogwarts. Dumbledore did remove a lot of interesting subjects from the curriculum. Picking up one particular time turner, he noticed it looked quite old, while in fact according to records it should have been fairly new. Heck, according to records it was made by him 2 years ago. He stopped his checks in confusion, then cast some of his personal spells for diagnostics. Time magic was a complex thing. Interesting. Over a decade, yet with student limitations of 6 hours a day, even accounting for extra 6 hours every 4 travels due to time travel does not account for such a large usage per year. A brief glance at the list, he murmured under his nose. During the first year it was here in department, its usage classified, yet it could not have been more than a few years of extra time. It is simply not powerful enough for more. Another glance at the list, he checked the student name, Hermione Granger. Your time turner seems to have messed up the time somehow. Estimated to be 7 to 9 years older than possible, which means, his eyes widened, a rare occurrence for unspeakable, a time loop. He sighed. A mess up of this scale meant more paperwork for him. Yes, even unspeakables had a boss. Someone they had to report to. Saul also felt a headache incoming. Time loops were his least favorite occurrence in his post. Various actions like reading the mind, or just simply speaking with someone who knew the issue, could trigger the restart, with him none the wiser. Flipping through the manual, he found the spell he was looking for, the only way for him to pass a message along through time to the holder of the time turner, at the start of the loop. The girl was unfortunately not taking a single bite, after learning that house elves were essentially slaving in Hogwarts' kitchen to prepare all their meals. She refused to eat. Harry mused that she would accept the fact that they were actually happy serving the castle as he continued to focus on Neville's story. At the end of the feast, Dumbledore gave his speech as usual, announcing to the dismay of many that there would be no Quidditch this year, as well as the bringing back of the Triwizard Tournament and its new safety rules. Similarly as before Alistair Moody, the new defense against the dark art professor came fashionably late, just before the end of Headmaster's speech. Harry looked at the newcomer and wondered how he actually ended up at the end of the year. Quirrell was dead, Lockhart ran away, Lupin was forced to resign due to his werewolf identity. Browsing the library, Harry noticed Eve and the previous professors of decade or so only lasted a year at most. The boy came back in time just recently after Voldemort's revival. The year was still not over at the time, and he was quite curious as if a former Auror would suffer under the curse on opposition, or would he continue teaching for one more year. After the end of the feast, all the first years rushed back to their dorms. Upper years were the same. After all, they all had some luggage to unpack, and Harry too was dragged along in the wave of people. Soon he was back in the all-familiar room and went out to the common room to catch up with all the other Gryffindors. Ron came along, bringing his chess board with him. Harry was quite a better player than last year, so the red-headed Weasley enjoyed playing against him even more now. As midnight approached, the common room got empty. Everyone was back in their dorms, sleeping. Or at least they should be sleeping according to Hogwarts rules and regulations. Suddenly a door opened. Then closed with nothing to be seen. It was Harry using his invisibility cloak to sneak out, leaving his sleeping roommates behind. As the boy found out during summer, 4 hours or so were sufficient in regards to sleep for him. He figured he might as well find some use for this extra time at school, and what better use than going to the library's forbidden section for some night reading. The boy glanced at the Marauders map once in a while, keeping track of moving dots in the hallways. While most schools slept, Filch was still patrolling, same for various prefects who had some sort of patrolling schedule established to cover the whole night. The walk was uneventful as the boy avoided all the patrollers with ease and reached the library. Shortly after, he entered the forbidden section, where he put his wand with Lumos spell ongoing in a crack on the desk and went to browse the forbidden knowledge. Glancing at the titles, the boy smiled. He could actually read the majority of them now. Learning runes over the summer nights was definitely worth it. The ones he could not read yet were seemingly in different languages, and a few were using different runes, not the ones he learned about. After a short inspection of books, the boy grabbed a random one that caught his eye, Introduction to Ritual Magic, then sat nearby to read. He was quite curious how rituals worked. Having never encountered this branch of magic yet, well, other than participating in Dark Lord's revival. The new day arrived as Harry walked through the Great Hall entrance. It was still early morning, so there were not that many people eating yet. Glancing around the near-empty tables, Harry started walking towards the Ravens' table, only for Ron to call him back. "Hey Harry, where are you going? Our table is that way." Harry rolled his eyes. "Don't mind me, Ron. I am just going to chat with a friend. See you at Charms later." Ignoring the confused Ron and some curious glances coming his way, the boy was already at Ravenclaw table as he sat down near Su Li. To his side lay an empty seat, yet on the next one sat a girl who had a somewhat dreamy look on her face, her wand somewhat put under her left ear, not unusual behavior for witches. Harry did not stare for much longer. Having seen Dobby's choice of clothing, weird appearances could hardly surprise him anymore. Instead, he turned to his friend. "Hi Sue." "Hello Harry. So how was the rest of your summer?" As Harry and Sue were catching up while eating, the hall slowly filled with more and more students coming to eat. Harry did receive a few curious glances, perhaps a brief surprise on seeing Potter on their table, but it was not that much attention, as in fact students did sit at other houses' tables occasionally. It was not like childhood friendships broke apart just because people went to different houses. The boy could even see some Hufflepuffs sitting with Ravens while chatting, and some Gryffindors too. Perhaps Slytherins were the only ones not so fond of switching tables, or perhaps they had some sort of internal rule about it. Harry made a mental note to ask Daphne about it later, then his attention got caught by a familiar red-headed girl heading his way, yet her eyes were on the girl sitting one empty seat away from him. It was Ginny Weasley, who came to eat with her childhood friend, Luna Lovegood. She sat on the empty seat near her friend, which just happened to be the seat next to Harry. As she finally glanced his way and her eyes widened in recognition, Harry just smiled and greeted her. "Hello Ginny." "Hello Harry. I must say I eat with Luna at the Ravens' table quite often, yet I have never seen you here. Ah, by the way, this is my dear friend, Luna Lovegood, a third-year Ravenclaw." Harry and Luna exchanged their greetings. Yet before more conversation could continue, the hall erupted in clamor, as it was that time of the day. Hundreds of owls just flew inside the Great Hall and were bringing various letters, newspapers, delivery parchments and other various things to the witches and wizards. A lot of students were forgetful and forgot a cauldron, a book or some other necessity for school. So the first day receiving mail was always quite chaotic. Harry was surprised to see a small box drop near his plate. He did not expect any deliveries today, unless the boy checked the sender. A short note with V. Crumb confirmed his thoughts. Then he smiled, taking a peek inside. It seemed like his riot companion really did remember their promise of exchanging some books. Inside he Saw a few books on dueling and dark magic. In fact, Harry sent Crumb a few book tomes himself, just yesterday, taking care of magical creatures and divination. Surprisingly, Durmstrang was so well hidden. Even magical beasts reached it very rarely, not like Hogwarts, which had a forbidden forest just full of them, which is why there was no taking care of magical beasts subject at their school. The why did cover all the dangerous kinds in some other class, the theory at least. Divination was also missing from Durmstrang's curriculum. Victor was curious about it, even after hearing Harry's explanation of how crappy a subject that was. He insisted on wanting to give it a read and decide himself what to think about it. Harry stored his new books in his pocket trunk. He would read them later, as one of them had dark magic written on the cover. Perhaps he would read it during the night. Looking round, he could see curious glances his way from Ginny and Sue. They had seen V. Crumb on the packag. Ian could guess who it was from. After all, it was a very famous last name recently. Harry went on to chat and explain. He watched in amusement as even nearby ravens were listening in. He only asked. You meant it was due to that article by Rita Skeeter in yesterday's Daily Prophet. Hermione gave him her newspaper to read in the train during the train ride. Harry had to say it was an amusing read. Sure, it covered only one house they saved. But still, he noticed he was receiving a bit more glances than usual since then. After all, saving a couple of humans, even together with a rising Quidditch street. AR could hardly compare to being the boy who lived. Soon discussions wrapped up and the students rushed back to their dorms. Harry caught up with Ron just as he was leaving for Charms. They exchanged a nod of their heads as a greeting, then picked their pace as no one wanted to be late for first class. During their walk, Ron asked Harry, "Say, how did you know the first lesson will be Charms today?" "McGonagall only distributed timetables after we arrived." Harry held back his amusement behind as he playfully arched his brow as if confused by his friend's question. "But Ron, we have already been learning divination for over a year. Surely you could also just divine something as simple as a school schedule yourself." Ron's face morphed in such a weird mix of confusion and disbelief that Harry could no longer hold back his laughter. Soon the red-headed boy joined his friend, forgetting the initial question in the first place. Charms passed uneventfully, same for the other lessons. In fact, Harry found them quite boring and dull, as he perfectly remembered what he initially learned. Craving for a different experience, he just changed his desk mates compared to his initial fourth year. Now he sat with Daphne and Sue on Gryffindor Slytherin and Gryffindor Ravenclaw lessons, and with his old friends during Gryffindor Hufflepuff ones. The boy finished assignments with blazing speed. Hen spent some time finishing homework assignments, even before teachers assigned them. Then he either chatted or helped his desk mate or nearby students, or just took a book out of his pocket trunk. For some reading, teachers could hardly complain as he did finish the assignments on time. Of course, this did not work for all lessons. Brewing potions could not be sped up even when knowing the rec. And having experience of brewing it, Harry was at least happy for his rising grades from acceptable to exceed expectations in potions. Sure, his brewings were not as great as Daphne's, who was his desk mate this time around. The girl always got outstanding as her grades, yet he could argue his potions were at least on Malfoy's level. He knew Snape hated him for some reason, even more than non-Slytherin students. Perhaps getting a better grade from him was not quite possible for the boy, well, unless he reached Daphne's level, as Hermione did manage to get outstanding grades somehow. Only occasionally receiving exceeds expectations. Defense against the dark arts was a walk in the park as well. To the surprise of Moody and the whole class, Harry managed to resist Imperius on the first tee. Some people even joked he was immune to all unforgivables. During his free time, Harry occasionally visited Hagrid for a cup of tea, though always bringing his own snack to the side. He just did in tea have the teeth strong enough for the half-giant's favorite, rock, cakes and cookies, but he loved to chat with him and the tea tasted wonderfully as well. During the day the boy frequented the library, casually reading through various books that caught his eye. It's not like he had anything better to do while his friends were busy doing homework. Writing a 5-page-long essay was an arduous task that required a lot of research in the library, but Harry did not want to do that again, especially with identical assignment topic. He took the easy way out and just copied his old homework from memories. making sure to fix some major mistakes noted by teachers last time around. Perhaps he would get more outstanding grades this time, as initially he usually got only acceptable or occasionally exceed expectations. His friends were also getting tired of him prophesying the homework assignments, as he refused to share how he knew it, so Harry eventually quit it. The same joke repeated too much was not so funny anymore. Seeing all his friends' incredulous looks while he patiently explained the wonders of divination, subject was worth it in his opinion. Speaking about divination, while RRY no longer played a prophet in most subjects, he did start a fun betting pool just before every divination class started, with people betting on who is going to die and how according to their professor, who never missed a lesson predicting someone's death. Harry intentionally missed a prediction occasionally, yet he was winning most of the time to the amazement of his group mates. About a week has already passed and Harry was in a library, finishing his reading of Hogwarts: A History. The boy was amused. While most of the book was just dry and boring facts, there were quite a few side stories from former students added to brighten up the pace. Most of them were entertaining and brought a smile to his face. A few marked as mysteries of the school were intriguing, as after some checking of Marauder's map he realized most of them could be explained by a student accidentally using one of numerous shortcuts in the castle. The boy's eyes narrowed as he focused on the last, Terry, side story, about a student finding another library at school on the 7th floor, yet not being able to find it again. The details told that the library was closed due to librarian leaving for some conference for the day. And said student really needed to research a specific topic for an essay due to looming deadline. It was in fact last day of Christmas holidays, so he was just wandering around the castle, hoping to catch any student from his year or above who might have taken those books from the library. Yet surprisingly for him, he stumbled on a door he had never seen before, one on the 7th floor, inside a few bookshelves, and all books inside were exactly about the topic he was researching. Checking the Marauder's map, Harry did not see that many shortcuts on that floor, seemingly no rooms were inaccessible from the hallway. Curious, he decided to investigate. Just a few hours later Harry double-checked the map. He had been in all of the rooms on this floor, tried out all shortcuts. Yet he found no libraries there, not even a bookshelf in sight. Pondering, he wondered how this had happened. Either one of the many Hogwarts: A History side stories was wrong, or there was a room that was not on the Marauder's map, another one besides the Chamber of Secrets. The boy walked into the Ollery to inquire about this with Sirius, being one of the makers of the map. He surely would know better how it actually showed the map. If all hidden shortcuts was just something Marauders found themselves, then it made sense for them to miss something. Harry did not forge to include his school experience so far. He did promise his godfather to write about it occasionally. He pushed his thoughts aside as Hedwig flew off in the dusk, with a letter attached. Then he picked up his pace to the Great Hall. It was just about the time dinner was starting to get served. That dinner Harry sat at Slytherin table to the horror of other Slytherins. In fact, it was the first time he sat there. Looking around, only a minority of students looked like they did not really care. Only his friends, Daphne and Tracy, looked happy at the occasion. Harry could hardly care about what the others thought about him, and just ate and chatted, yet his chat was interrupted as he noticed the disgusted glances morphing into gleeful ones, focusing behind him. Turning around he groaned as he saw Snape coming over from the teacher's table with wide steps, the usual scowl on his face. "Potter, Slytherin's table is not a place for the likes of you. 20 points from Gryffindor and go back to your own table." The commotion was receiving quite a few curious gazes, but Harry did not falter. By now he understood that house points were, useless. He locked eyes with his least liked professor and he felt him checking out his occlumency shields. With a smirk in his eyes he opened his mouth to speak. "Pardon me, Professor, yet last I read Hogwarts rules and regulation, sitting with other houses students is in fact allowed, unless it's the opening or closing feasts." The greasy professor just grumbled. Sure, he knew Potter's mind shields were good, but not that good, he suspected. He could not breach them even with a wand. It seems Dumbledore's friend did not lie. While the rule does exist, it only applies if the students welcome the student from the other house, he smirked. Glancing around the table, It does not look to me you were welcomed here, Potter. 10 more points from Gryffindor for doubting the teacher. Harry had to admit, that phrasing was in the rule, on. He could understand it that if at least one student welcomed you, you could join the table. Alas, the way Snape said it was another interpretation. He did not want to bicker needlessly with the professor. Orin just excused himself and after bidding Daphne and Tracy farewell, exited the Great Hall. He had already eaten enough, and if he ever got hungry he could just visit the kitchen. He was already a frequent visitor here. Now stopping there every night to grab some snacks for his night readings. Elves seemingly needed even less sleep than him and were not bothered by the sudden snack-making order. But even happy of extra work thrown their way. Sirius quickly read the letter from his godson with a smile on his face. It seemed Harry was doing well, yet this enquiry about the map put high M on the spot. He actually had no idea how the spell worked. He just boasted of being one of the creators for the map. Yet his work was on tracking people and revealing their names. The map was all James's work and he did know most if not all shortcuts in the castle, or did he tap into Hogwarts wards to learn them in the first place? The same trick he used to reveal the names and positions. He was always with James whether he went and he certainly did not use all the shortcuts he himself saw displayed on the parchment, still a hidden library on the 7th floor. Pop Dobby appeared in the room. The dinner is ready, sir. Will we eat together again? Of course, Dobby, Sirius chuckled. And you should call me Sirius. How many times do I have to remind you? I guess sir is short for Sirius anyway. So should I call you Dob? Harry's godfather was about to walk to the dining room, then as if recalling something turned back to the elf. Say, Dob, you used to work at Hogwarts. Yes, Dobby worked there last year. Sir. Sirius, the creature replied while nodding its head, his displeasure of hearing his shortened name nowhere seen on his face. Do you happen to know any hidden rooms on the 7th floor? He gave the letter to Dobby while explaining further. You see, Harry sent me this. He mentions reading about a peculiar library on the 7th floor. Dobby's eyes quickly ran over the letter. Then slightly widened in recognition. I see Sir Harry Potter is doing good at school. I am happy. But why does Harry Potter sir call the room the come and go, a hidden library? Does he not know about that room? Sirius furrowed his brow. He never heard of such a thing, but he understood he was about to learn something interesting. He started walking towards the Ning room with Dobby following closely behind. I never heard about it myself, perhaps it has a different name. It is also known as the Room of Requirements. It only appears when you really need it. In fact, as house elves use it to dispose of any broken unneeded things. Sirius' eyes gleamed as he listened to the explanation, inwardly regretting not being able to find this fascinating room in his school years. But he was not about to hold Harry back from his fun. What do you mean really need it? How would you enter it? You need to think precisely of what you want to find and walk 3 times across the wall. After 3rd time a door would appear containing what you need. Now that sounded too good to be true, too magical even for wizarding school. Sirius' brows furrowed. Surely there must be limitations on what you can find. Dobby does not know, sir. Interesting, Sirius mused. He sat on the table with Dobby sitting across from him as they started eating. He would send Harry a reply after he was done as he was starving by now. It should arrive in time when Hogwarts wards opened up to allow all entry for Daily Mail at breakfast. Another night arrived and Harry was not in the library this time. In fact, today was one of the odd few nights Weasley twins teached him, as they called it, subtle and great art of pranking. In the first lesson they just checked what he actually did know. Surprisingly, creating prank items required a decent understanding of potions and charms, usually using one or the other discipline to create the item with the desired effect. While Fred and George deemed his charm skills passable, his potions still had something to work on. Harry suspected they just wanted more galleons by making more lessons, but he had to admit, he did never reach an outstanding grade in potions. Even with all Snape's hate for Gryffindors, he was not that unreasonable with grades. Perhaps he rounded the grade up for his house and rounded it down for other ones. Yet a lot of Ravenclaws and Hermione did manage to get outstanding grades fairly often. Surely Harry's lack of best grades in the subjects couldn't be simply caused by the greasy bat's hate for him. He initially was having doubts on learning potions from the twins. Yet they turned out to be decent teachers, focusing on what exactly happened after each action, be it chopping an ingredient, adding something to the cauldron, or simply stirring it. Not like the potions professor who just wrote instructions on the board and called it a day. The boy was looking forward to actually trying creating some prank items in the future lessons. Still, according to the humorous duo, he would still have potions for a month or so, until his skills hit passable. As the twins finally called it a day and ended their second lesson, Harry grabbed his cloak and went down to the library. Today he will be picking another exciting book to read. As the morning arrived and Harry sat with Gryffindors, Daphne and Tracy surprisingly joined his table this time around. Surely Snape would never complain about fellow Slytherins, or God forbid subtract their points. Amidst their chatter, a letter dropped to his side. He picked it up and smiled at a familiar name on the envelope, Padfoot. Reading the letter, his eyes gleamed in excitement. Could such a room truly exist? He decided to skip the library after lessons and confirm the room's existence instead. Luckily for the boy, he only had 2 herbology classes and divination today. It just so happened that divination was already on the 7th floor. Harry just went to a nearby loo after telling Ron not to wait for him as he had an upset stomach. And as expected, just 5 minutes later the 7th floor got empty as all students left to enjoy the rest of their day, or perhaps to work on homework. Harry double-checked that no one was on the floor and anywhere nearby, like the staircase, before going towards a particular tapestry of dancing trolls. Having explored every nook and cranny of this floor yesterday, he knew exactly where it was. Then he walked while thinking, I want a room with knowledge about time loops. And surely, he did not feel a thing with his magical sense, but a door did outline itself in the nearby wall. Curious and excited, he entered the room. He saw a lone bookshelf full of books and a single armchair and a table inside. His excitement dropped as he saw that all those books were the ones he already read in the library. There were even a few ones from the forbidden section. He noticed that it did not even have all the books on the subject he read himself. He clearly found some rarer ones about the topic in Black's library, which were simply not here. The boy dropped at the armchair in disappointment. It looks like the room does have quite a few limitations. Perhaps it could only pick the books from school. Well, at least it's quiet here. Perhaps he could use it to try out rituals or practice his spells. Like the dark magic curses book Crumb sent over, or other wizarding communities spells he collected during summer. As if reading his thoughts through all his occlumency shields, the room stirred and expanded. The bookshelf was gone. Now one side of the room had a lot of empty space on the ground. Harry's eyes wandered with amazement as he recognized most ritual ingredients nearly arranged in containers on that half of the room. With more excitement he glanced at the other side. Now there were quite a few human-shaped dummies. Yet they were moving, perhaps magical golems. He could see the few familiar-shaped dummies, the same ones Tonks used to test their skills. Harry smiled as he got up. While the room could not help with his time loop issue, he could at least use this place to improve his skills. It seems he would need to add visits there to his daily schedule. He did not find any other place in the castle where he could practice in private, well, other than Chamber of Secrets. Yet that place was a pain to get to. Just to be sure, Harry animated the armchair to dance. Its wooden legs tapping on the floor were quite loud. Exiting the room with the door open, he could still hear the tapping sounds. Yet as soon as he closed the door, there was only silence. He smiled. Looks like even silencing charms were not needed. Such a good find. Harry woke up a bit later than usual. His body was quite sore. He had been dueling the various dummies in the room of requirement for a couple of weeks by now, yet they still packed a punch. Those dummies could actually walk and even cast spells. Seemingly after learning a new spell, the dummies could use the same spell as well. The boy felt he was improving at a rapid speed. Sure, the dummies were not thinking as wizards, just mindlessly casting spells. But they somewhat made up for this shortcoming with their numbers. The boy picked up his new glasses from the drawer nearby. In fact, they looked identical to his old ones. Just the glasses were different, not concave or convex as usual glasses were. They were in fact regular and flat glass pieces. Harry managed to fix his eyesight using a ritual, yet refrained from announcing that to the world. Rituals were currently banned in Britain. In fact, it was the only ritual he managed to succeed by now. there were quite a lot of easier ones, yet the boy did not want to do a ritual that would lead to clearly visible side effects regardless of success or failure. The next one he was trying to accomplish would increase his reflex speed. The boy was just waiting for correct star alignment for maximum effects and focusing on his dueling skills and reading in the meantime. In fact, he already read quite a few bookshelves from the school library, even a quarter of the books from the forbidden section. His guess about the room taking books from the school turned out to be true. When he asked for Hogwarts library, he got an exact copy of it, just without the people. Hence Harry spends most of his nights in the room of requirements, occasionally visiting the kitchen as the room sadly could not provide him with food. His roommate Ron finally woke up, mourning Harry. A short greeting later they walked down the stairs, then moved to the Great Hall. Amid their breakfast, the headmaster's spell-amplified voice halted all chatter in the hall. Dumbledore. He informed the students that their lessons would be shortened today as delegations of other schools would arrive in the evening. Most students cheered, Harry included. He was glad the lesson cut short. Tea today was potions. It's not like he hated the lesson, or his desk mates' company. He liked them both. In fact, he just couldn't stomach the potions professor. Not to worry, Minerva, both guest show. Oles assured me they would have no need for any accommodation at our school. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he addresses his deputy's final concerns regarding guests' arrival. They would bring their own. We are after all magical schools, not muggle ones. McGonagall went over her mental list, still worried she missed something. As if realization struck her, she glanced back at Albus. How about the food? What if British cuisine does not suit their tastes? Headmaster rubbed his glabella. He was already getting a headache from this back and forth, and he could not even complain. He knew the Transfiguration professor just wanted what's best for the school. Still, it was about time to end this staff meeting. Not to worry, a couple of house elves from their schools have already arrived in currently teaching some recipes to our elves. He smiled. They are more than happy for increased workload, and as the ministry is shouldering the extra food costs, we can stop worrying and in FA Court even look forward to tasting other cuisines ourselves. He glanced at the clock and many eyes followed his gaze, realizing the guest's arrival was fast approaching. In fact, Dumbledore himself, Saint, felt them pass through the outermost wards of Hogwarts. Now you should better make sure all students are presentable for the welcome. We do not want some mischievous students making any pranks for our guests, or we. Headmaster glancing at every head of the house, yet lingering longer on his deputy. Gryffindors always were the most troublesome house. Meeting dismissed. All the staff hurried back, Minerva taking the lead. Severus was the last to leave as he caught that gaze from the headmaster during their meeting. Surely he would be asked to stay back. And as expected, just as he reached the doorway, Albus' voice called him back. Severus, stay back for a minute, we have other matters to discuss. Grumbling, the potions master turned around, his cape doing a dramatic wave. It was in fact charmed to look cool. He just never admitted that in public, never sharing his invented spell with anyone. What do you wish to speak about, headmaster? Albus' glasses twinkled as he interlocked his fingers and gazed at the greasy-haired professor. Did you observe any changes to the boy? He seems to spend a lot of time studying. His grades have risen near the top in most subjects. The potions he makes are actually decent now. Professor silently let out a murmur under his nose, as if cursing. I actually had to give outstanding for his last assignment. I sadly could not find any mistakes to bring the grade down. Other than that, his behavior is annoying as usual. Dumbledore hummed. It was in line with his own observation. The boy did not display any of Dark Lord's habits. Well, apart from studying more and making friends, yet while the Dark Lord's friends were more like followers, he could tell Potter was making actual friends. Perhaps he's just taking studies seriously. He is after all the son of Lily. Dumbledore caught a flash of guilt and pain pass in Severus' eyes, before quickly hiding away under occlumency's shields. It is not much different from I glimpsed during my time at Great Hall. It's good that he's not spending time with Malfoy. Yet that Slytherin girl, her family is in a gray area. They never picked a side during the war, stayed neutral. In fact, they did the same during the previous war as well. Albus let out a tired sigh. How is the potion going? Snape calmly gazed back at the headmaster. It is almost ready, sir. I just need a string of Noondu's hearth. So far I was unfortunately not able to produce one. My connections do have a Noondu, yet they just keep it for selling its hair, a renewable source of immense profit. Is way more profitable than killing it off for its heart, as only truly skilled potion masters can even use the thing. Backquote. Albus seemed to ponder for a moment, then reassured his subordinate, not to worry. I think I have a few hearts left in my personal vault. You know I am still called from time to time to deal with all those dangerous beasts from time to time. I will bring it to you tonight. SNA. Pei's eyes flashed with greed, a whole Noondu's heart. Those things were very rare. The potions he could make of it. Thank you, headmaster. Albus just nodded as Snape walked out of his office, his CA. Pei dramatically flashing just behind as the doors closed. Fleur Delacour was sitting in the room assigned to her at the carriage, gazing out of the window. She had to admit, Hogwarts Castle looked beautiful. Soon she heard Headmistress Madame Maxime calling all the students to assemble and she stepped out of her room, then walked to group up with the others. On her way she wondered, would she finally be able to make some friends her age this time around? The probability was quite slim as her Vila lineage was always getting in the way of that. Most males were just like beasts in heat in her presence. They would not see her as Fleur, but just a beautiful Vila. They couldn't even hold a proper conversation with her. While females were just very jealous of her, seeing their crushes. They are boyfriends in days of the girl just rubbed it in the wrong way, hence she was quite lonely. It was not like Fleur had no friends whatsoever. Her family, some wizards and witches of older age who had proper occlumency shields that kept her allure away. Still she yearned for some friends more her age. She could hear a loud splash just behind her. Quickly turning around she saw a grand ship emerge from the lake, Drumstang she assumed. And soon a bunch of students emerged from inside. Their eyes wandered, yet the boys' eyes seemingly got glued to her and not the castle. She let out a sigh. Pei. Raps making friends is just not meant to happen for her. Before long she started feeling jealous gazes on her increasing as well. Female students from Drumstang wondered what their classmates were gazing at and noticed her as well. Inspecting the other students she noticed one of them was not gazing at her. Initially she thought he missed her, yet then he glanced her way, then just a moment later, back to the castle. Seemingly not getting caught up in allure. Hope rekindled in her heart. Madame Maxime was done parking the carriage so her school too was starting to march for the school. Soon their group walked into the great hall. Yet there she was once again met with a familiar sight. All men's eyes were on her. She even saw one red-head boy almost starting to dash towards her, yet as she was about to grab her wand for self-defense, another boy, a black-haired one, stopped his friend with his arm. He met her gaze shrugging his shoulders, as if apologizing for his friend's behavior. Then just casually glanced away. As if she was not of Vila lineage. As if allure did not affect him at all. Fleur smiled as she was seated on a table with blue decorations and a raven logo. The one most matching her school uniform. It seems she can potentially make some friends in here. It was one of the rare occasions, like the opening feast, that all Gryffindors were at their own table and no other house shared theirs. A lot of students had friends elsewhere and joined their tables occasionally. Harry was someone who changed tables quite often. He even befriended Hannah Abbott and joined Hufflepuff's table a few times too. Now he was calmly eating a lot of the foreign dishes, as if he knew beforehand which ones he would like. His fellow Gryffindors were less daring, yet on Harry recommending one or other dish they just had to try it out. Harry had an amused grin on his face as he listened to Ron speak with his full mouth on how Crumb greeted him. He exchanged nods with Victor soon after he entered the hall. And that moment just happened to be when Ron was shouting Crumb's surname and looking in fascination towards him, while standing just in front of Harry. Harry never bothered to clean up this misunderstanding. He thought it was amusing and wondered what would Victor say to his friend when they met. Daphne was eating while occasionally glancing towards her crush. Recently she unknowingly began picking seats in such a way that she could see the boy by just lifting her head, that if she sat at Slytherin table. Often she just followed him along to whatever table Harry chose for the day. Unfortunately she was not able to do so today, damn school regulations. She was worried seeing so many of her male classmates just get glued to one particular French girl. And when she felt something clash against her occlumency shields when looking at her, even Malfoy's defenses were seemingly broken, so she was worried that Harry would fall too. She knew he had very good occlumency skills. Yet Malfoy, being a heir, should have similar skills to her in this area, and he failed to resist. Perhaps it hit harder on the boys. Or Draco was just that, talentless in this area. Her worries intensified as she saw that French girl walking over to her, Harry of all people. Amid her murderous stare she saw more of those French students walking to various other tables. Soon one of them reached theirs. "Excuse me, do you have any bouillabaisse left? It's very well made, so we cleaned our table out of it." Slytherins were wary of foreign foods, mostly afraid of upsetting our stomachs and losing their image. Image was very important in the House of Snakes. Upon receiving permission, the French student quickly picked up a couple of plates of said dish and went back to his table. Daphne watched from afar to see that girl finally leaving Harry's side as she breathed out a sigh of relief she herself did not know she held in. So she just wanted a dish. Suddenly she heard suppressed chuckles breaking through into a full laughter. Looking to her side she saw Tracy with a grin on her face. In horror she asked, "How long have you been watching me, Shikn?" Her expressions earlier might have slipped through her occlumency poker face she usually maintained. Tracy took a moment to regain her composure and stop her laughter, before meeting her besties' eyes with a smirk on her face. "All of it. I wanted to ask if you tried any bouillabaisse, as it was really delicious, but seeing you in such deep concentration, I just couldn't break it, could I?" Daphne felt her cheeks heating up from embarrassment. Tracy was definitely going to bring this up for days now. The feast recently ended and students were busy walking around, perhaps wanting to catch a conversation with some of the guests. Unfortunately for them, Karkaroff and Maxime announced they were tired from the journey and ushered their students back to the carriage and to the ship for some rest. Just from their looks it was easy to tell that while headmasters were indeed tired, students did not look quite as worn out. Perhaps it was exhaustion from operating the magical artifacts to reach this place. To not disturb other students' rest, just for today, the castle doors were closed and students forbidden from going outside. It was in fact quite late, so no one hardly complained. Soon everyone just walked back to their dorms. What followed was exciting chats about the tournament and the foreign guests. Harry and Ron also had a quite long match of chess. Harry was seemingly coming up with better strategies every round, yet Ron still managed to squeeze out a victory in the end. Not long after most of the students were asleep, and Harry as usual was donning his cape of invisibility while walking up towards the 7th floor. Soon he reached the famous troll's dancing decoration and habitually walked 3 times around it, while thinking of the room he used last time. Magical room was smart enough to understand such short descriptions. The boy stopped in confusion as he realized he was already walking 4th time, yet the door still did not appear. He leaned against the wall, still hidden in the cloak, as he took out Marauder's map to check his actual position. It was not beyond Weasley twins to make the 6th floor look the same as the 7th one. In a cast of moving staircases it was usually hard to tell what floor you were on. Students mostly relied on common landmarks, like the portraits' titles, to move around. Portraits themselves were not as useful as their inhabitants moved around all the time. Glancing at the map he saw the 7th floor being empty, with a lonely Harry Potter dot in there. The boy was very confused. Just as he was about to put the map away he saw another dot appear just where the room's door was supposed to appear. His heartbeat sped up in panic as he read the name, Albus Dumbledore. Harry calmed down. He did cast a noise suppression spell before climbing here. His invisibility cloak was also great at hiding things, way superior than the cloaks he saw being sold in various magical stores. Still, he refrained from moving. The boy just remained leaning on the wall, yet his gaze moved to the side. He managed to see the room of requirements door outline disappearing, and one famous headmaster hummed as he walked past him, just arm's reach away. The old man was carrying a wooden chest encrusted with jewels under his arm. A minute had passed and one glance later Harry confirmed that the headmaster was already on the 5th floor. Only then he let out a deep sigh of relief, before going towards the room. He was blaming his own carelessness. If elves used the room, surely the headmaster was aware of it as well. He would have to check beforehand to see if the headmaster was somewhere in school before entering the room of requirements, and perhaps do the walk while wearing the cloak and further apart from the wall, just in case some elf or a student would suddenly leave. Curious, the boy changed his thinking to the room the headmaster was in. He assumed it would work, yet the door did not appear. Somewhat disappointed, he thought of room he used last time, and his familiar outline materialized on the wall he entered. Albus Dumbledore was walking down towards the Great Hall. Tonight he had to set up the Goblet of Fire and the Age Ward around it. He was just back from his personal vault, whole Noondo's heart secure in his pocket. Initially he felt as if he'd passed by someone on the 7th floor. Yet expanding his magic sense he did not feel a thing. Perhaps his old age was getting him more paranoid. It must be, he mused, he always gets a bit nervous about onlookers when entering his vault. That one time he nearly butchered Ms. Norris when she happened to pass by. He chuckled at the use of room of requirements he discovered. Simply thinking of a room which can only be accessed by one who knew a password was a brilliant idea. Initially he thought of simply making it accessible to only Albus Dumbledore, yet some testing with Polyjuice made him realize that with just a strand of hair someone could become him, at least in body, and access the room. While a password was more secure, who would ever think about a combination of letters and numbers even if they knew about the room? His vault in Gringotts was just for convenience sake, for ease of access, like daily profit subscription fees. His real treasures, various magical beast parts, rare herbs, other alchemy ingredients. His personal library of rare books, even a dozen or so artifacts were secure in his vault, in the room of requirements. Albus mused, he was getting artifacts out more often lately, just a few years ago he had to take out Mirror of Erised to hide the Philosopher's Stone. Now the mirror is back inside, same for the remaining dust of Philosopher's Stone. He did not understand how exactly his mentor made it, as not even Fiendfire could swallow the remaining dust. At least the stone no longer worked after he crushed it to pieces. He opened the wooden chest he was carrying and pulled out the other artifact he took out today, Goblet of Fire, on the floor. Just for the simple reason that it was Britain's turn to hold the tournament, it was put in Hogwarts safekeeping, hence that's why he placed it in his vault. There was hardly a more secure place in school. Soon the age line was drawn and he let out a yawn. Before walking towards the dungeons, he would pass the Noondo's heart to Severus before going back to sleep. Harry was busy inside the room, reading a book titled, Warding for Dummies. The boy was not fond of the name, yet he could not find any other beginner-friendly books on warding in the school. The ward he was looking for was a simple surveillance ward, one that would trigger when any movement happened. He knew wards could easily be detected, especially for ANC. Iant monsters like Headmaster Dumbledore, hence he had an idea of applying it on Marauder's map, on the small circle where the Goblet of Fire's Age Wand was placed. In fact, he already applied the ward yesterday. Now he was simply reading over the section, looking for any mistakes, as he just felt he overlooked something. Suddenly he could feel his pocket heating up. Unfolding it he saw the words Albus Dumbledore 12:17 a.m. appearing at the top. He glanced at Marauder's map and surely, the headmaster just entered the circle, perhaps at the moment he was drawing the Age Ward or setting up the goblet. The parchment heat up again as words Albus Dumbledore 12:18 a.m. appeared on top of the previous line, 7 and 8 overlapping. Harry facepalmed. His intuition was correct, he did make a mistake somewhere. He picked the book back up. Hopefully he could fix the overlapping words tonight, before others go to throw their names, before someone threw his name inside. He knew someone in school was Voldemort's minion. Yet he did not know who. With this he could at least narrow down the list of suspects. Another day arrived, and students started mixing up, even some of the foreign guests wandered to other tables to strike up a conversation. Harry was sitting at Gryffindor's table. On his right sat Victor Krum, then a fascinated Ron just after him, followed by Hermione and Sue, who bought. Also keenly listened to Krum's school stories with fascination. On Harry's left sat Daphne, followed by Tracy. Victor was just about done eating as he turned to Potter. Harry, how about a duel? I have been curious about your skills ever since we teamed up during the riot. Harry smiled as he responded, sure, that sounds exciting. Harry, but casting spells outside of classrooms and dorms is against school rules. Hermione was always there to remind of school regulations as needed, even though she herself broke dozens of them each year. Harry meanwhile just rolled his eyes. I am sir. We can find an empty classroom somewhere. Actually, the ship of my school has a few dueling arenas inside, why won't we head there? There seemed to be no better way to spend the day as it was I off without classes, to get along and befriend the foreign guests. The group was about to head off to Drumstang's ship as a melodious voice with a bit of a French accent interrupted them. Dueling practice. Can I join? They all turned around to see Fleur Delacour shyly trying to join their dueling outing. Her father was a famous duelist in France and he taught her well, so Fleur herself was quite a duelist. She was lurking nearby, wondering how to approach Victor and Harry. She was determined to try befriending at least one of them. Of course, Ron was the first to puff up his chest and let her join the group. The rest rolled their eyes at Redhead's behavior. Clearly the allure was affecting him a lot. Soon the details were worked out. Harry, Victor, Fleur and Sue would have a series of duels in Drumstang's ship, the rest simply followed as spectators. Both Harry and Sue were just fourth years, they knew their chances of winning were basically non-existent, yet they were excited. Simply to experience foreign magics and see what they had to look forward to in the future. Fleur tagged along in fascination, as a part Vila she could feel emotions of nearby creatures. Redhead boy was clearly head over heels deep in her allure, yet others were different. Sue was simply excited for the duel. Hermione was a bit upset, especially when glancing at Ron, but otherwise simply curious. Harry and Victor were a mystery. She simply did not know what they felt. She assumed they were either naturally gifted in the mind arts or they practiced them a lot to even block this natural Vila ability. Daphne was clearly jealous of her, not of her beauty. She was clearly one outstanding girl herself, perhaps for the red-headed boy falling for her. No, she never glances his way. Perhaps it's Harry. Tracy walking by her side was even more complicated to understand. She was seemingly amused, while occasionally glancing at her friend. Fleur pushed her thoughts aside as they finally arrived. She had to admit, the ship was as impressive as the magical Britain school. The inside was a lot bigger. Krum led them along various corridors until finally he found one quite spacious and empty room that looked like a duel arena. All across the floor, ceiling and walls there were magical inscriptions Ms. Delacour recognized on sight. In fact, there were a few rooms like that in her school back in France. Even one such room in her own house, where her father trained her occasionally. It was quite an interesting array of runes, which prevented fatal and even severe wands from appearing, the magic of the receiver and the room itself taking the toll instead, which meant you would get very exhausted after a loss, but not otherwise harmed, perhaps a few non-shall skin wounds or broken eardrums at most, nothing a few spells couldn't fix in a minute. After a simple coin toss it was determined that Sue and Fleur would go first. Sue excitedly walked towards the arena and bowed to her opponent. She knew her chances of winning were very slim, perhaps non-existent even, still she wanted to know what levels she needed to reach to approach the World Dueling Championships. Being an avid dueling fan, she knew Fleur almost won the tournament just last year. Another canute toss and both girls focused on the falling coin. Soon they both started running in circles while various spells were swooshing all over the place. Fleur had to admit, Sue was very good for her age, almost as good as she was in her fourth year, which was quite an achievement, after all. The World Dueling Champion tutored her at home. Upon more thought she realized that one of the World Dueling Champions, Phileas Filtwick, was a professor here at Hogwarts and head of Sue's house to boot. Perhaps he taught the girl a thing or two as well. Fleur smiled as she upped her speed, holding back less. She was still limiting herself to fourth-year spells, at least what was covered at her school. Yet her speed increased tremendously. Not long after Sue was hit by a stunner and collapsed on the floor. As Fleur undid her stunner, the girls chatted about the dueling. It was mostly Sue asking how she learned and if Britain had even been to World Championship finals in recent years. The girls seemingly got along surprisingly well. Fleur was happy as it seemed that she finally made a friend. She hoped Sue's partner, or future partner if she was still single, would resist her allure somewhat, or at least Sue would stay understanding and not break their friendship over jealousy. It had happened quite a few times in the past for the French girl. Soon all conversation paused as everyone in the room focused on the pair of black-haired boys in the center of the arena. The atmosphere somehow got a bit tense, and as soon as the canoe touched the ground their bodies moved with immense speed, wand waving so fast sometimes only a flicker could be seen. Fleur's pupil unknowingly stretched vertically, another Vila instinct which allowed her to see the fight better. No longer were there any blurs. She had to admit both of them were good. She even wondered why she never saw Victor in an international dueling championship. Then she remembered that no one actually knew which country Durmstrang was in. Being seekers, they both had a build for speed. Various beams flew around. Initially only red-colored ones, stunners, yet soon Victor started weaving other spells, a bit of dark magic ones in fact. Durmstrang never participated in World Dueling Tournament. Their duellen was more suited to be called fighting. It clearly broke a ton of rules. The only rule they had was a ban on Avada Kedavra. Other spells were deemed safe, as they did not kill in an instant. Not being tied to a specific country allowed Durmstrang to stay in the gray area regarding rules and regulations. Hermione's face paled as she saw various dark green-colored blobs miss and hit the floor, and the floor slowly melting with smoke rising out, as if it was hit by some highly acidic substance. She was glad that spectators were under a sort of ward. There was seemingly a layer of glass between them and the duel, which solidified as soon as the duel began. To her amazement, Harry was perfectly dodging every spell, and he too somehow returned back the same dark green shots, forcing Kerr to dodge. Clearly that particular spell was quite effective at taking down the shields. "I see you put that book to good use, Harry," Victor grinned. He was happy to find a fresh partner for dueling practice, he had to admit. Potter was great, perhaps even better than him at dodging, that is, his magical spell power was somewhat lacking. The boy clearly had clever uses of spells, that he could tell of various floorboards being transfigured to life and trying to trip him as he dodged various double shots of dark magic with an occasional stunner mixed in. Victor decided to exploit the boy's lack of fire power. He stopped shooting his own spells, just dodging, and soon a complicated shield rose in the air around him, a solid one, as if made from rocks. Harry tried his best to bring it down. Yet no spell he knew left more than a dent in it. He knew he would get through the thing with time. Yet he knew Victor was probably up to something inside. The boy switched to slower, yet more powerful spells, bone crushers. They worked somewhat better, yet before the dome fell apart it disappeared in dark green particles. He knew that whatever Victor was preparing would come his way soon. Various floorboards rose in a circle to shield the boy as he cast a few layers of shields, all varieties he knew so far. Victor's wand rose high in the air as a single dark green blob shot out. It grew in a horizontal line as if a slash by a sword. Harry furrowed his brows. He recognized it as a severing curse, yet how come it was so enormous? Daphne felt color drain from her face as she saw that humongous spell heading towards Harry, yet she soon regained her composure. The wards around the arena were quite standard and used worldwide. As a pureblood heir she knew how they were. Kedden understood Harry was not in mortal danger, yet still it was hard to keep her heart from beating faster. Harry could only watch in frustration as all the shields protecting him fell apart one after the other. He could not even resort to dodging. The curse seemingly grew in size, now stretching to arena ends. There was nowhere to dodge. Harry braced for impact, yet it never came. Victor sailed the spell just after leaving a very clean cut on top of his nose, or perhaps it was the wards. Harry felt his magic drain a significant amount. He thanked Victor for the duel as the duo discussed what happened. Harry had to admit, while he trained his dodging speeds quite well as their versatility, his spell power was not as good as it could be. Victor promised to teach him about overcharging spells, yet warned that it took a lot of time to do so, especially in a duel. He also suggested Harry work on his shields before that. It was possible to strengthen shields by pouring more magic inside. Crumb also admitted that his dome was an earth elemental shield. Using other elemental spells would be most efficient in breaking it down, and while Earth Shield was a great defense, it would only be fast to cast if Harry had sufficient affinity to that element. Harry was thankful for all the tips. he realized he had so much more to learn, as well as wondering, would Room of Requirements have any books on elemental magic? If not, he did remember seeing a few books about it in the Black's library. He decided to ask Sirius about it later and focused on the upcoming fight instead. Soon the boy was back in the spectator zone, watching the finale of their small tournament. No one was surprised that both Sue and Harry lost. It was inevitable as they were only fourth years. And also given the fact that both other schools actually had dueling as a regular class. In fact, the surprise came that they lasted that long, especially Harry, who essentially only lost as he had an way of countering whatever Victor had unleashed. As Fleur and Victor stared at the coin, the room took a more ominous atmosphere as they all gazed at the arena with interest, well except Ron. He was somehow conflicted if he should support his favorite seeker or the villa from which he could hardly peel his eyes off. Still, Tracy cheers for Victor seemingly brought him out of confusion, and he too gazed at the Quidditch star. The Canute hit the ground once again, for the final time for this day, as both Krum and Fleur just blurred out of sight. It was hard to make sense of what was happening. Various spells and jinxes flying around all over the room. Before long the familiar Earth Dome appeared around Krum, and Harry watched with anticipation. He wondered how exactly Bobaton's champion would deal with this unfamiliar spell for him. Fleur, having seen the previous duel, knew exactly what Victor was up to. Unfortunately, Earth's shields were famously hard to break, and she was most atu. Ned to wind elemental magic, quite a bad matchup against Earth. Still, the girl smiled and started singing. Harry could feel his eyelids growing heavy, yet a moment later the barrier pulsed and he suddenly no longer hear the noise from inside where the fight took place. Glancing inside as the smoke subsided, he could see Victor out of his dome, unleashing the same cutter curse he saw before. His eardrums bled. Perhaps he temporarily poked his eardrums just to prevent falling asleep. Looking at Fleur, she was seemingly drawing runes on the floor. Harry recognized about a quarter of the releasing. She was actually setting up a ward mid-duel. Her singing seemingly stopped as soon as she saw the condition of Victor's ears. Soon the familiar enormous spell blade sped up towards the French girl. Yet Fleur just sat on the rune circle she had finished drawing just moments ago. A transparent barrier appeared around her, blocking the spell until it harmlessly disappeared onto the floor. Victor gritted his teeth, about to go for another round, yet unknowingly to him, a small rock hit the wand in his hand and a large wind rose up and blew it towards the girl. As the barrier was dismissed, Harry could hear the part Vila's words, "Good duel, Victor, yet losing your ability to hear in such a barbaric way was not the best idea." Victor seemingly understood from just her lip movement as he grumbled and cast a spell to heal his ears. "Agreed, I should have transfigured them away temporarily. Who knew you would throw a regular rock around before canceling the spell? I did not feel the magic then. Yet the applied force remained." Fleur smirked. "Well, that is one way to do it. You could also impact my ability to sing, perhaps rising a cloud of dust to make me cough." She extended her thin arm, giving his wand back. Victor grabbed, then shook hands with the girl. "That makes sense. That was a great duel, thank you, Fleur. Let's duel again on the next occasion." "Sure." Fleur's smile looked very fascinating. Suddenly a loud bump was heard back in the spectators' area. Curious glances looked there only to see Ron lying on the floor, while Hermione glanced at them, her wand in her hand. "Sorry." He was about to jump at Fleur. "So I just had to stop him." Harry chuckled, soon followed by others as laughter broke out. It looks he would get to know foreign Triwizard champions better this time around. That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends, and don't forget to check out my Patreon. Details in description.